all of this was a shame too, considering the uses of the Beast Compendium. Obviously, the Beast Compendium didn't have a seal perfectly tailored to these blue whales in it, but it did have seals for whale-like creatures within it. Considering these whales were just common grade beasts, believe it or not, the Beast Compendium would work on them with ease. This was the reason the blue whales had no cultivation. Their talent for cultivation was trash as common grade beasts. It was just that their bodies had obscene talent for refinement and growth, but this wouldn't affect the abilities of the Beast Compendium in sealing them. However, the effort needed, it just didn't seem worth it. In order to use the Beast Compendium, Dian would need to activate his soul chi. Although his soul chi was exceptionally robust and could resist, it had to be noted that they were far closer to the blue whales than they were before. If they had such a profound effect on Dian from more than 500,000 kilometers away, then what effect would they have now? Well, saying more than 500,000 kilometers away was a bit inaccurate. Rather, 500,000 kilometers away from Dian, but not his divine sense, whose boundary had actually been no more than a few dozen miles from the whales. That's why the effect was so pronounced. Still, wouldn't be worth it to risk it all unless Dian was certain that the payoff would be worthy of his efforts. Who would have known that the moment he was worrying over this, his loving wife would step in. You never let me finish explaining to you the treasures Clara and I found in the vaults. Dian looked down at Ree only to get flicked in head. Suddenly, he realized that Ree was right. Back, more than 2 years ago now, when Dian had been listening to Ree's explanation of the benefits they gained, they had gotten sidetracked over the matter of Jasmine, so most of what Dian heard was pertaining to the timeless and spaceless stones, not to mention the hidden energy stone mines within Dark Ocean. But, other than that, Dian never got any more information. In fact, it had slipped his mind until now. During the past 2 years, he had been focused on tempering his mind and enjoying life, so he never bothered with those matters. But now he felt bad. Ree and Clara had risked their lives to retrieve these treasures. Yet he didn't even bother with them. Humph, now you know your wrongs. Ree left Dian's arms, crossing her own with a reproachful gaze. Only after a few minutes of sorries and loving coaxings did Ree finally smile sweetly and nod in satisfaction. The Elven Kingdom has many beast-holding vessels. After all, we're beast tamers. The rainbow Kuanpang weren't the only sea creatures we tamed. Ree took out numerous orbs. They each looked like snow globes, holding a different environment in each. The ones that quickened Dian's breath, however, were the ones filled with vast oceans that might not have been as large as Earth's, but were still more than large enough to suit their needs. These are high-grade beast spaces. Supreme-grade ones like these are incredibly rare because they're essentially their own mystical worlds. However, they lack the ability to create their own resources like true mystical worlds do. Still, they're very good for nurturing beasts as long as you give them enough energy. Other than that, they have to be fed a certain amount of spaceless stones in order to maintain their integrity. Good enough. Dian grinned wildly. It seemed it was time to do something crazy. This is still too dangerous, Ree said after taking out the beast spaces. Even with the Beast Compendium, it isn't as though you won't need to take action yourself. You'll need to release your soul chi. The moment you do that, you'll be in an incredibly dangerous situation. I'm not certain that I can pull you out. Dian looked at Ree before looking off toward the blue whales in the distance. They were clearly getting a bit restless, as though they could sense Dian's battle intent. Thinking back to the Beast Compendium, it was one of the few treasures Dian took from the first phase castles that was actually useful to him. Essentially, it was a collection of seals from a seal master. This was nothing like Dian's basic use of seals by relying on the abilities of the seal. The expert who wrote the Beast Compendium was a true seal master, much like the ancestor of the Sijbrit elves. In truth, it was because of this Beast Compendium that Dian comprehended the seal. He used to lock away Damara's cultivation for 2 years. Without it, he would still be a layman in seals. From what Dian understood, the best compendium had an 80% chance of enslaving a beast up to the heaven grade. This chance increased to 95% if the blood of the beast in question can be procured. This might seem heaven-defying, bordering on ridiculously overpowered at first glance, but none of this touched upon the preparation needed. Each seal compiled in the Beast Compendium was the equivalent of a large-scale formation. As such, it couldn't be moved and the beasts had to be lured into the seal. This limited mobility and also required a ridiculous amount of resources. It was to the point where it wasn't worth it to set this sort of array up for just one beast. In fact, this wasn't the worst part either. The scale of the formation obviously had to be large enough to trap the beast in question. Didn't that mean if Dian wanted to catch these blue whales, he would need to draw a ceiling formation several thousand kilometers in diameter for these blue whales? In addition to this, if the beast in question was a king, then the likelihood of capture dropped to 20% from 80%. Getting their blood would help partially, but not nearly enough, to the point where it was negligible. Though the help of the seal made this chance 50%. It was no wonder Orcus left the beast compendium as a reward for the first phase castles. The requirements for use were too stringent, making it border on useless. However, Dian obviously had something the past users, and even Orcus himself, never had. The seal. With the help of the seal, Dian, who had next to no comprehension of seals whatsoever, could practically wantonly seal those weaker than him with a single thought. Now, imagine how effective this ability would be if Dian even had a faint inkling of the world of seal masters. This wasn't all either. After Dian broke into the Tao realm with his soul, he realized a sharp increase in strength from his treasures of the 33 heavens. For example, back when he split his soul in half to create Junior, he had expected for his soul to take half a year to recuperate even with the help of the soul tome. However, it ended up only taking a few days. By Dian's estimation, it wasn't just the soul tome that had this increase, but all of his soul-based treasures. In fact, Dian speculated that they were only beginning to show their true prowess now. Still, even with all of this said, Ri's worries were warranted. Even with the seal, he would still need to make an outpouring with his soul chi. I think we have a good chance, Dian said after sorting out all of his thoughts. You know that even if our mortal alliance was risking your life, I'd let it burn down without hesitation. But I think we can do this. Hearing these words, Ri nodded without a second thought. All right. She immediately shifted to Dian's back, putting her delicate palm to his shivering back. It only took a moment before Dian suddenly felt an endless relief from the excessive cold. In that instant, Dian's resolve solidified. A roar escaped his lips, jetting outward so fiercely that the ocean water, even under so much water pressure, cleared out a 10-meter space around him. This was exactly Dian's countermeasure. By relying on the power of his body, his lungs and vocal cords ballooned, pushing the water further and further from him. He brought his hands together, concentrating on a glowing set of beautiful gears. This was none other than the seal. Dian had never brought the seal out of his mind's eye. Firstly, because its passive ability protected his mind. And more importantly, because he didn't like risking individuals sensing its presence. However, who was here besides him and his wife? Ri was stunned. She had been fully prepared to siphon the cold chi from Dian. But who would have known that he would come up with this solution? Since he wasn't using his music chi, there was nothing for the cold chi to latch on to. In that moment, a mesmerizing seal appeared before them. At first, it was only a few inches in diameter, but then it grew explosively in size. In an instant, it was several hundred meters across. But that was when Dian realized something. The size of this seal was as large as Dian wanted it to be. As long as his soul could sustain it, it could cover an entire quadrant. Boom! The dark oceans became awash in golden light, stemming from a seal over 10,000 kilometers wide. The seal could only be described as an absolute work of art, a result of a refined level of craftsmanship that simply didn't belong on the mortal planes. If the immortal puppets of the Demon Sage Tower could be so enticing, this scene was many times more so. It looked like the inner workings of a complex clock. In fact, it couldn't be described so simply. If one tore open the bounds of space of time and reached the end and beginning of everything, Dian imagined that the scene before you wouldn't be too far from the grandeur he saw here. Dian shook his head, forcing himself to regain focus. The moment he took action, he noticed that the blue whales had turned their full and undivided attention toward him. In fact, Dian felt that even though the distance between him and them was over several thousand miles, a single tail flick would bring them to his side. For creatures so big, did such a distance even mean anything? Dian began pouring his soul chi outward with impunity. The waves of the ocean were threatening to crash down around him, and his voice was showing signs of giving out. But he kept fighting. The golden yacht taught him something very important. Although the cold chi could affect his treasures, and by proxy himself, it took time to do so. Since the golden yacht was a supreme grade treasure, the time needed was very large. But wasn't the seal even above that? Dian felt the cold chi crashing into his soul as he filled the seal. Ri did her best to siphon it away, alleviating the pressure on him to a great extent. Even if the process of cold chi invasion was much slower when using a treasure as a barrier, weren't both Dian and Ri far closer to the blue whales than they had been before? If it wasn't a treasure of the 33 heavens being used as a barrier, Dian would have frozen to death in an instant. Dian took advantage of the fact his voice was keeping the water away from him, tapping into his holy type chi to repair his shearing vocal cords. He continued to push, refining the commands he wanted to send and fueling the seal. Dian was very confident. He had comprehended the whole of the Beast Compendium to the circle of perfection. How? Because he used the Soul Tome to do so. Now that his soul was within the Tao realm, he could instantly and perfectly comprehend divine grade techniques and their equivalents. He had long since completed this long before he left the Soul Tome with the tidal spirits. The blue whales grew more restless as time passed on. Their intelligence wasn't very high as mere common grade beasts, but they could feel an overwhelming threat coming from the seal. However, the problem they faced was twofold. Since their intelligence was so low, the threat coming from the seal was overwhelming enough for their fear to get the better of them. Secondly, wasn't Dian's wife a supreme grade beast? The moment Ri decided to go all out, her 10 tails flailed out behind her. In the next instant, they turned as dark as night. Her expression became vicious and suffused with killing intent as her beautiful silver blue hair became akin to depths of space. Her sinister aura far overshadowed the presence of the blue whales. They were completely unable to fight back. This was all Dian needed to understand, that these blue whales weren't king beasts. And even if they were, their resistance would still be minimal. Dian's confidence swelled. His presence pushed outward, locking onto the colony of 12. As expected, since presence was rooted in the body, it was effective. This was the final straw. All resistance completely collapsed. The worried of Ri and Dian seemed ridiculous now. No matter what amazing evolution these beasts had undergone, they were still common grade beasts. In the face of this sort of display, they were unaware of just how powerful they truly were. It was Dian's blessing, and their disgrace, that Earth's energy density was so low. Who knew how powerful these beasts would be if they were able to truly cultivate? Dian's eyes flashed. He was ready. Dian began the adjustments necessary to make use of the Beast Compendium, also known as the 7 classifications in the mortal realm: kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and finally species. The more of the 7 classifications Dian had and refined into the seal, the higher the chances of success. If all 7 were had, that was when the 80% success rate was reached. However, something was telling Dian that using the seal against mere common grade beasts couldn't possibly have such a large margin for failure. Suddenly, Dian's brow twitched. Not good. His teeth grit with resolve. He had taken the opportunity provided by the seal to spread his divine sense out. Due to that, he could very clearly sense fluctuations in the ocean's currents that definitely weren't due to himself. The warrior colony had likely called for help, and it was on its way. Only creatures as large as these blue whales could cause such changes in the ocean currents from so far out. Dian unleashed his seal ahead of time, having no other choice. In the end, he had only managed to lock in 3 classifications. Whether it succeeded or not would be completely up to chance. Unlike what Dian believed, the blue whales fell under his command with absolute ease. Even the 3 colonies that came to their aid fared no better. The moment Dian realized that his presence could be used without reserve, these so-called beasts didn't stand a single chance. In just a half hour, Dian captured 3 warrior colonies for a total of 36 blue whales. However, this realization made him apprehensive. At the moment, he and Ri had exited the oceans, catching their breath on the golden yacht above. Dian helped Ri get rid of the excess cold chi still bothering her. The good news is that cold chi can't be absorbed just because you want to absorb it. My ice will is only a step away from the half-step Tao realm. Yet I couldn't handle it all even with your protective measures. The bad news is that the blue whales are too weak to presence. If we take them into battle like this, They'll be rendered useless in an instant. Diane nodded in agreement. Though the problem was resolved so easily, it was more of a bad thing than a good. If they could deal with it so simply, that meant others could too. If they wanted to rely on the enemy's lack of information, then that means it would only work once. After going through so much trouble to capture these blue whales, they could only use them one time? How is that worth it at all? Something's fishy, Diane said with a frown. Presence is rooted in the body. How can beasts with such tyrannically large bodies be so susceptible to presence? Even if they don't have presence of their own, they should be able to resist at least somewhat. Maybe it's not just presence. Supplemented. They had to deal with fear of the seal and my natural bloodline suppression of them as well. It might have been a combination of those three things. Although said this, she knew that it was grasping at straws. The blue whales were mere common-grade beasts. How hard would it be to find an Earth-grade beast to suppress them? Even for middle-rung clans, such a task would be too simple. Even if the seal wouldn't necessarily be easy to replicate, who was to say that weaker treasures wouldn't work as well? Suddenly Diane brought his fist to his palm. I've got a crazy idea. Tilted her head. Remember the Dayu ancestor? Diane asked with a grin. You mean? Ree's eyes widened. But the dragon refining arts you got from the second trial. I thought you said that you would need to fully comprehend runic vein theory before you knew if it was real or not. Originally, yes. Diane grinned. But I don't need to now. We have the demon sage, don't we? He has more understanding of runic vein theory than I could ever imagine. If we combine the dragon refining arts and the dragon souls we exploited from the Dayu ancestor, what are the odds that that would fix the weakness of the blue whales? Ree's heartbeat quickened slightly, her shock evident. Who in their right mind would waste something as precious as a dragon soul, even if they were just bronze-grade ones, one a mere common-grade beast? Maybe only Diane would be so wild. With the tyrannical bodies of the blue whales, there's more than a 99% likelihood that they'd survive the infusion of dragon soul. Ree said, I have no doubt that as long as it succeeds, their weakness to presence would be quickly fixed. Diane beamed. He had had millions of bronze dragon souls and thousands of silver dragon souls just sitting around for years now. Originally, he had wanted to give them to his demon generals. If they could all fuse dragon souls to their pseudo-domains, what kind of grand scene would that be? However, Diane changed his mind. The dragon refining arts required humans to delve into a deep level of comprehension. This was why King Vizirian was stuck at such a low stage for such a long time. However, there was another path available in the dragon refining arts as well. If one's body was tyrannical enough, comprehension was wholly unnecessary. Obviously, the body of humans could never match the body of beasts, especially not beasts like the blue whales who could sweat celestials to death without an ounce of cultivation. To Diane, dragon refining arts was completely useless now. It would only needlessly interfere with his already tyrannical titan blood. However, to the blue whales, it would be akin to giving them a path to heaven. Diane and Ree directly spent the next few weeks plundering Earth's oceans. It wasn't long until they found just what it was the blue whales had been fighting. But unfortunately for those mighty creatures, they shared the same pitiful weakness. There were 5 major races. The rest were too weak or didn't have special abilities Diane could be bothered to invest in. The first were the blue whales. Then there were the seahorses that Diane directly tied to the legendary hippocampus, half horse, half fish. Unfortunately, these seahorses were common grade beasts while the hippocampus was of the supreme grade. Still, though they weren't as large as the blue whales, they were still several kilometers tall. The next creatures were sea serpents. They were massive underwater pythons with beautiful, reflective scales ranging from green to blue. Some were even purple. Then there were the jellyfish. They shimmered with gorgeous rainbow colors. But their conductive abilities definitely gave Diane and Ree the most trouble. Finally, the last was a species Diane almost mistook for completely harmless. As a result, he nearly drove him and Ree to their deaths. They resembled coral reefs and Diane found them in the deep recesses of Earth's oceans, a place that had heat far surpassing what Diane had ever experienced before. In the mortal world of the past, they were known as fire corals. From what Diane knew, although the fire corals known to his mortal world could cause burns and scars, as long as they weren't excessive, it wouldn't be deadly. In fact, human contact could actually result in the death of fire corals themselves. However, these evolved fire corals were nothing like their ancestors. Not only could they move of their own accord, Dian lost his right hand and forearm, underestimating them. Dian frowned in deep pain as Ree sliced off infected flesh on what remained of his right arm. Even now, Dian couldn't believe what happened to him. Hours earlier, he and Ree had entered the depths of the ocean, traveling several million miles. In fact, if it wasn't for Ree's water will, they likely would have both been crushed under the weight. It was as the temperature steadily rose that they ran into the fire corals. Dian obviously hadn't thought much of it. They looked identical to coral reefs and had a beautiful and vibrant red-gold color. Other than being a bit curious about how such a plant could live in such heat, he didn't have any other thoughts. So far below the surface, the heat was easily hundreds of times greater than what Dian experienced during the trial to enter the golden flame mystical world. The worst part was that pressure from the water above was so strong that the water that deep couldn't enter the gaseous state it wanted to. This made the water and the currents especially violent. As a result of those factors, Dian was focused on keeping himself and Ree safe in the environment, so he didn't spare much thought toward the beautiful fire corals. Who would have known that they would be even more deadly than the blue whales? One had to remember that Dian and Ree were under immense pressure that deep. So, Dian was circulating his defenses to the absolute max. Yet, a single lashing whip was enough to cut his arm off from the elbow. As if this wasn't bad enough, the chi the fire corals commanded was incredibly corrosive. It was still eating Dian's flesh to this moment. In the end, he was forced to ask Ree to slice off the infected flesh, resulting in the situation they had here. This wasn't an injury Dian could brush off either. Sure, regrowing a limb was within the abilities of his array alchemy. If his body was normal, that is, Dian had too many constitutions, he might as well have been tasked with the goal of regrowing the limb of a peak Dao expert. In addition, with the distribution of meridians in the body, Dian had effectively lost 9 meridians. There were 108 meridians in the body. 36 were in the torso and head, while there were 18 in each limb. For Dian, he had 45 in his torso and head, but the 18 in his limbs still remained true. Dian had essentially fallen 9 entire orders in one attack. Sure, this still left him on par with the other true gods, but if this was the extent of Dian combat ability now, he was pretty much screwed. Without being of the 18th order, how could he jump cultivation levels to challenge high and peak celestials? Damn it! Dian grit his teeth. If he had Madeline's reincarnation will, such a matter wouldn't even faze him. He could just grow another limb even stronger than the one he had before. But, unfortunately, he didn't. And, unlike life will which could be used on others, reincarnation will had no such ability. It's not so bad. Ree comforted Dian. She remembered very clearly that Dian only lost his arm because he moved her out of the way. Had he not taken action, it would have been her arm that was lost. Zabia didn't use the planet-grade healing pill during his Dao tribulation. It's definitely enough to heal your arm. Dian sighed. I can't use such a valuable pill for my arm. I'll have to think of another way. If I could find Saint-grade holy-type energy, it would be enough. How had Dian survived his Saint tribulation? Wasn't it because the Saint-grade holy-type chi he took from the bull bird's dung could instantly regenerate his shattered body parts? Still, its effects likely wouldn't be so exaggerated anymore. After all, back then, Dian was an essence gatherer, but now he was a celestial. In addition, the meridians he had to reform were no longer of the first grade, but instead of the true deity grade. The difference was akin to heaven and earth. But Dian was confident that even if the impact wasn't as automatic as it was in the past, Saint-grade holy-type energy would still be incredibly useful to him. There was a major problem, though. The bull bird no longer had any of this energy remaining. In addition, the immediate area around their territory didn't either. After years of exploring portions of his constitution's world, Dian understood something. Creatures like the bull bird were only qualified to have access to the essence grade of these special energies. The only reason that the bull bird's dung had the saint grade was because the bull bird had concentrated that energy over more than a decade. The bull bird was quite ambitious, wanting to use the saint grade energy to give her children a better future than she had. Unfortunately, Dian ruined her dreams. It was no wonder why she was still so enraged with him to this day, even though he tried to make it up. I guess it is about time I explore my constitution's world more, Dian thought to himself. If I could find a true source of Saint Grade type chi, my strength would take another massive leap forward. If Dian could use Saint Grade holy type energy whenever he wanted, wouldn't he be able to battle forever? Suddenly, Ri's sword chi froze just as she was delicately slicing another piece of Dian's flesh off. We need to go to the water mist quadrant now. Dian directly leaped upward, controlling the golden yacht to the nearest teleportation formation. After sweeping by Celestial Corner to take the lightning willow mask from his clone, he and Ri teleported to Water Mist Quadrant, appearing within Water City, a downtown of sorts located outside of the sect. With another teleportation, they appeared before the large gated entrance of the Water Mist sect. The female guards didn't make any attempt to stop Ri since they recognized her. That said, they hesitated slightly when they saw Dian, unsure if they should allow him in easily or not. Before they could react, Dian had already glided by, leaping upon Ri's Centaurus along with her. Centaurus galloped across the skies, her large body casting a shadow over the sect as they cut a straight line toward Ri's island. In the distance, the sight of three females being dragged by their hair out of Ri's courtyard caused Dian to frown. Their three delicate faces were flush with anger, but the punishment faction of the Water Mist sect didn't seem to care. "What are you doing?" Ri's voice carrier over the blue waters, piercing the ears of the punishment faction ladies. Two young ladies stood watching this affair with light smiles on their faces. These two were none other than the only two true legatees of the Water Mist sect, both of whom were of the 8th grade. However, just this fact alone wasn't enough to shake Dian. The real issue was that they were both already in the pseudo-Dao realm. Even if Dian hadn't lost 9 orders worth of fighting prowess, he would have a massive problem facing the two of them. But now that he had, it could only be said that he stood not a single chance. The three punishment faction females, dressed in tight and alluring white leather attire, pretended as though they couldn't hear Ri's words at all. What a joke. 2 legatees were here overseeing them. What was a Ri who wasn't even a pseudo-Dao expert worth? In truth, the moment Ri recovered from the effects of the Martial Saint pill, she had come looking for Annabella to take advantage of her probationary period. Who would have guessed that the Mist clan would be shameless to the point of hiding her away under the guise of secluded cultivation? This matter had already pissed Ri off, but since Dian called her to go with him back to Earth, she decided to cool off with the equivalent of a small vacation with her husband. It wasn't excessively important for her to become the legatee, however. Challenging Annabella would give her the Water Mist sect's key, which was an incredibly important resource. Obviously, these 2 legatees here weren't able to challenge Annabella due to sect rules, but Ri wasn't restricted by the same laws. But here was the Mist clan, acting out of their bounds again. These 3 females being dragged out of Ri's courtyard were none other than the 3 7th Order disciples, whom the key wielder should have been chosen amongst. But since they weren't of the Mist clan, they never got the chance to reach their full potential. The worst part was that the Mist clan had suppressed them after they entered the celestial realm, causing all 3 to still be lower celestials. At that moment, Dian's presence descended in full force. Well, with as much full force as King Grade presence would give him. Since he was acting as Jaws now, he couldn't unleash his Emperor Grade presence. The white leather-clad punishment faction women froze in place, their bodies trembling. As normal disciples, how could they have presence protection treasures? Although King Grade presence wasn't even a single % as powerful as Emperor-level presence, one had to remember that King-level presence was still the staple of true gods. When my wife is speaking, you listen. Ignore her again, and I don't mind painting Water Mist sect waters red. The 2 complacent legatees froze, their blue hair freezing over into icicles. This wasn't the act of someone else, but rather that their own anger was getting the best of them. This is our Water Mist sect, not your elven kingdom. Learn when to take a step back, or we won't mind teaching you a lesson. Both wore beautiful blue mage gowns, however, one was significantly shorter than the other. Though they weren't absolute beauties, they were still pseudo-Dao experts and thus had a small grasp of enigmatic energy. As such, they were still far above average after being cleansed. The taller was known as Empress Calliope, while the shorter was called Empress Amelia. As for the one who spoke, it was the taller Calliope. The only way to break someone out of another's presence was to either have more powerful or equal presence than the attacker, or to give the one affected a treasure that can combat it. Unfortunately, the Empress-level trials didn't give the opportunity to comprehend king-grade presence, which was the only reason why Ree and Madeline didn't have king-grade presence already. And, even if it did, these two weren't worthy of being true gods. As for the second option, that was even less likely. Giving the punishment faction disciples such a treasure would mean giving up their own. Wouldn't that be asking Dian to use his presence against them? They could already feel that Dian's presence was somehow still affecting them. How could they take such a risk? But they were completely embarrassed by the fact they couldn't protect their own subordinates. This was definitely a vicious slap to the face. In the end, they could only use the water mist sect to threaten Dian. Dian didn't say a word. It was as though he couldn't hear them. By now he had replaced his arm utilizing an array alchemy creation array, but obviously that was only to keep up appearances. Even a slightly heavy strike would shatter it. Still, he had to put up a powerful front. Showing weakness in the martial world only leads to losses. Centaurus made it to Ree's Island in the blink of an eye. It was clear that the two legatees were greatly apprehensive about Dian because they didn't even move while Ree pulled the three disciples away from the punishment faction women. Just what do you think you're doing? Ree's petite face was flush with anger as she checked the three disciples. Their meridians had actually been crippled. Alexandria. The three disciples began to sob. All three were already several hundred years old. They thought they'd be lower celestials for the rest of their lives. Their only sin was being born in the wrong sect. In their youth, they believed the hardship they faced could be fought back against with hard work. So that was what they did. They naively believed that they could be just like Palace Master Jasmine, not knowing that their lauded Palace Master relied on an evil path. Still, even through the hardships, they pushed. If it wasn't for the Mist Clan, would they even be limited to the Seventh Order? Life was too unfair. Then, when they thought they'd live out the rest of their lives and die with grievances, reappeared to save them. She was a woman with such a powerful background that the Mist Clan didn't dare directly act against her. Yet, she decided to protect and help them. But who would have expected that the moment they saw a faint light of hope, the Mist Clan would swoop in once more and snatch it away? Now they didn't have a chance anymore. Ree sighed. These three were meant to be her senior sisters. But this Mist Clan had broken them. How could they know that Dian had the ability to heal them? They had lost all will to fight. Do you believe that you can treat sect rules as nothing? Amelia sneered. Do you? Ree rebutted in full force. Entering the island of a core disciple without appropriate evidence and cause is grounds for punishment. Yet, it seems you've ignored this rule. Obviously, we had evidence that you were harboring criminals. Ha! Ree laughed. Even if I believed that you had this so-called evidence, what crime did these three commit? If they can be called criminals, your Mist Clan is made up of the dregs of all the shit in the cosmos. What did you say? Watch your tone, Dian said faintly. Somehow that voice made the two legatees tremble. Just where was this pressure coming from? How could they know that Dian's presence had fused into his every aspect, including his voice? If someone like Aritzia could be so easily manipulated, what chance after deciding they should already treat Dian with caution? Ree sneered. The Mist Clan is made up of nothing but cowards. If you found evidence of me harboring criminals, why is it that you haven't dragged me away too? While Ree had her war of words with the Mist legatees, Dian's mind was working in overdrive. This timing, it was too uncanny. The 980th day had already passed. In less than 3 weeks, the Jafari clan treasures task would be complete. Could the actions of the Mist Clan be related to this? Dian shook his head. Maybe not. After all, a few weeks ago Ree had come to ask for Annabella. Maybe this was what forced the Mist Clan to act. Still, Dian was getting a bad feeling. What is going on here? Suddenly, a formless pressure enveloped the island. Dian's brows furrowed, his presence surging upward to protect himself and Ree from this formless pressure. It was obvious that a Dao expert had appeared. Soon, the void tore open to reveal an old woman with her hands clasped behind her back. Dian didn't need for Ree to explain to him that the situation had just taken a turn for the worst. Before, when it was still the second elder that chose to harass, there was still a faint air that they wouldn't go too far. After all, First Elder Viola would be able to stop her. However, the person who had appeared wasn't the second elder, but rather the grand elder of the Water Mist sect. This woman lost out in strength to Jasmine in no way, though she was of the Middle Dao formation realm. The Grand Elder was the reason the Mist Clan still had such a strong hold of their power in this quadrant. But wasn't she supposed to be in seclusion? Could it be that she had come out for a specific purpose? Esteemed Grand Elder Mist, the punishment faction gathered evidence that these 3 criminals have colluded with others to sell the secrets of our sect. However, knowing how fiery-tempered and unreasonable core disciple Alexandria could be, the 2 of us decided to personally oversee their arrest. But who would have known that Alexandria would bring in outsiders to fight against her own? Grand Elder Mist's piercing gaze landed on Diane. Who are you to interfere in the matters of my sect? Piss off. A wrinkled palm compressed the air in the sky, smashing down toward Diane. Diane's eyes constricted into pinholes. This woman actually dared to attack him? Had she lost her mind? The attack of a Dao expert was truly on another level. Celestials gained the faint ability to control the atmosphere and its chi, but it wasn't until one became a Dao formation cultivator that these abilities fully bloomed. Let alone teleport away, the area was sealed so tightly that Diane could hardly move even with the help of his presence. What pissed him off the most was that judging by how closely Diane stood to Ri, there was no doubt that this attack was definitely harm her. Ri's delicate features trembled with anger when she saw this. She was fully ready to use her own life-saving treasures. After all, how could she not have them as the inheritor of the world tree? However, Diane's hand shot outward, grabbing her wrist. Though his body couldn't keep up with the speed of a Dao expert, and the only reason he could do this was because Ri was so close, it was beyond obvious that his soul far outdid whatever it was Grand Elder Mist was capable of. In that moment, a shimmering dome of light appeared before Diane. If one looked exceptionally closely, it was possible to see a faint silhouette within, donned in beautiful robes. But the chi was so dense that the individual was hard to make out. Grand Elder Mist snorted, thinking whatever it was that Diane brought out couldn't possibly stop her strike. If Diane could hear her thoughts, he'd really believe that she had gone mad. Did she really believe that the Elven Kingdom had no trump card to stop a mere middle Dao expert? Boom! A cascading boom of explosive air ricocheted through the island and the beautiful clear oceans around it. However, it became clear in a moment that the reverberations were concentrated in Grand Elder Mist's direction. The wrinkled face of the old elder changed as she quickly waved her arms to dissipate the force. But since she was caught off guard, she flew back several kilometers before she finally came to stop. It was only then that she finally recognized what the dome of shimmering light was. It was star chi. Grand Elder Mist trembled, the layers of loose skin and fat on her cheeks quaking. What Diane had used was none other than the star robes of Orcus. Not only did they have magnificent life-saving abilities, allowing Diane to block 3 strikes of a middle Dao expert and ignore suppression to teleport anywhere in a universe as long as he had 10 seconds, it also had the ability to recharge with star-grade soulstones and a massive intimidation factor. One had to remember that star robes were usually set to self-destruct after the death of their owner. The only reason Orcus turned this function off was because he had to die to accomplish his goals of remaining in the Golden Flame mystical world for several trillion years. This meant that to anyone else, the presence of a star robe meant that its owner wasn't too far behind. Even if Grand Elder Mist realized that Diane only had the robe and not the expert, she'd still be scared out of her wits due to the fact such an expert had given such a thing to Diane. It didn't need to be explained that Diane was completely enraged. Using one more trump card with Jaws meant one less than he could use as Diane. But that wasn't the main point. This psychotic Grand Elder actually attacked to kill him. Was the Grand Elder a complete fool who believed that her water mist sect was completely above reproach to the point of poking a sleeping bear? Of course not. The fact she dared to do this meant that someone in the background had provoked her to. This wasn't all either. Who would have called Ri here? How did Ri know that this was happening on her island? The only person who could have made the call was Jasmine. There was no one else with the ability to contact a disciple in a universe that didn't have the Sapientia Towers except for her. But the fact that Jasmine had contacted Ri meant that she had run into a problem that she couldn't solve alone. Who could provoke Grand Elder Mist into believing that the Elven Kingdom was nothing but chicken fodder? Who could put the prideful Jasmine into such a corner that she called for help? The same woman who was more willing to give herself into evil than give up had actually called for Ri despite knowing this would affect her negotiating position? There was only one person Diane could think of, Aritzia Sapientia. Back in Central City, in the tallest building, Aritzia stood on the highest floor, looking down with a faint smile on her face. I wonder if he's gotten my little gift yet. She mused. He must be shaking in anger by now. Aritzia's light laughter, which could bring someone up from the lowest lows, somehow sounded incredibly cold today. Consider this a lesson. I, Aritzia Sapientia, am not so easy to manipulate. Nor am I a very good loser. She faintly glanced at the documents on her desk. Before the Sapientia network, the Sapientia clan kept all of their most important documents in special jades. In fact, they found these jades so important that they monopolized them. This was why even exceptionally powerful techniques were written on normal pen and paper instead of being stored in a safer form. The Demon Sage's beast tomes were no different. The so-called documents on Aritzia's desk were actually neatly arranged flat and oval green jades. For the information on them to be stored in such a way, one can imagine just how valuable the information was. I've learned quite a few things about your little 99th quadrant in recent days. Let the games begin, Diane laughed, his eyes flashing with an unbridled killing intent. Good Aritzia. Since you've decided to make an enemy out of me, I'll bury you. Under Diane's rage, Calliope and Amelia took a step backward. They suddenly felt that their Mist clan had just made a massive mistake. A mistake that was impossible to come back from. Come, quickly. Diane's voice came out in a growl. He didn't even wait for the three disciples to respond. Since they were mortals now, how could they resist him sending them into his inner world? In the next moment, he swept Rhi into his arms as Centaurus shrunk from her massive size down. Before Grand Elder Mist could react, he quickly drew a teleportation formation. In his rush, it would only send him a few thousand miles away. But that would have to be enough for now. If he waited any longer and allowed her to recover, he would have no chance under the sealed space. One might wonder why Diane was running after scaring Grand Elder Mist. The reason was obvious to those entrenched in the martial world. Since Grand Elder Mist had thoroughly offended Diane and his backer, the only chance she stood for her and her clan to survive was by destroying all evidence that remained. She hadn't realized this yet, but it wouldn't be long until she did. Grand Elder Mist should know that a genius as valuable as Diane and Rhi would have life-saving jades. However, when Diane saw how confidently she attacked him, he suddenly thought of something. What if Aritzia had decided to throw caution to the wind? Would she, without evidence, tie Jaws and Diane together? In that case, she would believe that Diane had already used his life-saving jade. That didn't make any sense. Diane was certain that he hadn't left any connection. If Aritzia was acting now, that meant she was purely acting on instinct. If that was really the case, she was even scarier than a normal genius. Someone who could fuse intellect and instinct together was more than a normal formidable opponent. It was clear she wasn't as inflexible as Diane believed. In the next instant, Diane disappeared with Rhi by his side. Holding Rhi in his arms, he careened toward Dark Ocean. He was certain that whatever was occurring now had it as its epicenter. Diane was unable to use the Golden Yacht. He had already grandly utilized it as Diane, so how could he now use it as Jaws? To make matters worse, he had also used the Demon Sage Tower as Diane as well. This left Diane with no transportation. However, what Diane did have as Jaws were his wings. Had Diane not been apprehensive about using his wings as Diane, unsure of how effective his mask was in hiding the form and presence of them back then, would he have struggled so much against that four-pincer attack? Maybe, but likely not. 5 pairs of golden wings tore through Diane's robes. Their magnificence spread out over 3 meters. He looked no different from a god soaring through the skies. Rings of shattering air was left in his wake as he accelerated. He drew teleportation array after teleportation array, crossing hundreds of miles at once. In truth, as long as Diane wasn't under any spatial restrictions, he could easily use this tactic to match the speeds of a Dao expert. This was the benefit of Planet Chi. How could there be no benefits at all to having a Dao realm soul? Damn it! Everyone is in danger. In a dark underground room in an unknown location, a young man with tan skin sat chained to a chair. Though it was incredibly difficult to tell his skin tone considering the blood cascading down his body. His head hung downward, allowing clumps of sweat and crimson to coat his long black hair and forehead. At that moment, a familiar golden-eyed young man entered, his features chilling the air with a piercing cold. This man was Aritzia's elder brother, Primus. However, this wasn't the most shocking part. Instead, what was truly jarring was the moment the young man tied to the chair raised his head. He was none other than Diane's loyal follower, Verver. "I've been quite patient with you," Primus said with a cold smile. "You don't think you owe me something in return for that? It can't be too nice for you to suffer through all this hunger and pain as a cripple, right? Why don't you speak, HM?" Verver's body might have been weak, but his eyes were filled with an endless sneering and disdain. "Everyone thinks your Sapientia clan is so noble and grand to think that you're nothing but a gang of thugs who play the role of innocent sheep. How can you even call yourself a man when you feel the need to hide your sharpness for fear of being destroyed?" Verver's words were piercing, but the gaze in his eyes stung Primus even more so. It seemed that even as a cripple, Verver's saber intent was still sharp. Verver followed the monk path. Not only had he entered the celestial realm in the years he had been separated from Diane, he had also birthed his weapon spirit. The Sapientia were forced to pay a price heavier than they wanted to admit to catch him. In the end, Verver's foundation was too weak. Due to growing up in the 99th quadrant, he didn't have the resources or help to reach a high order. Yet, even with that weakness, his saber was so strong that he took out hundreds of Sapientia before they finally caught him. From the beginning, due to this, Primus knew that Verver would be hard to deal with. But who would have known that even after weeks, he wouldn't say a single helpful word? "It's fine if you don't say anything at this point," Primus shrugged, reigning in his anger. "Soon enough, your Diane will die a horrible death." Verver began to laugh at these words. "You have no idea the kind of person Diane is, nor do you know the kind of power backing him. Even if you were of the outer quadrants, all I can tell you is that you've smashed your foot against a steel plate." Primus scanned Verver's eyes silently. He could see very clearly that Verver wasn't making things up, nor was he bloviating. The words he said, he meant them with every fiber of his being. How could Verver not have the utmost confidence in Diane? Years ago, Verver thought that Diane might be in danger going back to the 99th quadrant alone. So he did his duty as a loyal follower and secretly followed him back. Who would have known that he would watch a Diane who was a mere essence gatherer at the time completely crush hundreds of Celestials alone? Diane wasn't a person you could explain away with logic. No matter how much of an upper hand the Sapientia believed they had, they would lose in the end. "Is that so?" Primus smiled. The confidence Verver had in Diane was just a small portion of the confidence Primus had in his younger sister. Verver believed that Diane was infallible. Primus believed that his younger sister was the incarnation of an undefeatable deity. "Well, you've convinced me. Originally, I had come here to kill you today. But now I want you alive so that you can see the day I drag True God Sacharo's severed head back." Primus smiled, turning away without another word and leaving Verver locked away in the dark, cramped room. Verver sighed. He had been given the chance to grasp strength thanks to a spirit wisp of a deceased member of the Celestial Deer sect. As such, he felt a loyalty to Diane as their successor. However, Verver knew that the Sapientia weren't fools. Just like he did, the Sapientia knew that a higher existence was backing Diane. Yet, they dared to act against him anyway. Just what did that mean? This alone wasn't what made Verver worry. Although he hadn't spoken any of Diane's secrets, that didn't mean that the Sapientia weren't able to get anything out of him. In the martial world, there existed a device known as the Originator Orb. This orb was capable of using the blood of an individual to figure out which quadrant they were born in. One had to remember that the only universe and planet one wouldn't face any suppression on was the one you were born in. The only exception to this was if you became the legatee or ruler of a new area. In this case, obviously you wouldn't be suppressed in this new area. The Originator Orb used a drop of a subject's blood, then tested the energy fluctuations of different universes, planets, and quadrants on it. The concept was simple. The energy fluctuations the blood reacted the least to were the energy fluctuations the subject was the most related to, and the energy fluctuation it didn't react to at all was the homeland of the subject. Using an Originator Orb, the Sapientia pinpointed Verver's home. If this was all it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, it was obvious that Verver was from the 99th quadrant already. Where this story took a turn for the worst was in exactly what energy Verver hardly reacted to. Because Verver showed less than appropriate reaction to the celestial deer quadrant energy. He was tied to not only the 99th quadrant but the 56th as well. This was a worst-case scenario. Because Verver had accepted the legacy of an elder, he had become an outer disciple of the Celestial Deer sect. As such, the suppression he faced in Diane's home was marginally less than what someone else would face. As if this wasn't bad enough, there was more. The 99th quadrant had been ignored by the world for a long time. Due to the fact the information about the 99th quadrant was barred even from Aritzia, one can imagine how little information others had. Simply put, everyone had forgotten that the current 99th ranked quadrant was actually the former 20th ranked Sol Ren quadrant. However, because the 99th quadrant had been ignored for so long, how could Aritzia had an energy sample from it? The reason this connection was made was because the Sapientia's archive had an energy sample from the former 20th quadrant. This meant that not only had Verver's presence tied the 99th quadrant and the 56th quadrant, he had also tied them all back to the Celestial Deer sect and their allies. Just how scary was Aritzia's instinct? She knew that Verver was from the 99th quadrant already, so why did she bother to use an originator orb? This is bad. Verver's head sank. He simply didn't have the energy to do any more. Back in Water Mist Quadrant, as Diane was sprinting across the skies with all he was worth, another group of individuals appeared, seemingly headed toward Diane's destination at a speed even faster than him. There were half a dozen of them, 3 men and 3 women. But they had a decidedly fierce aura to them. They didn't dress the way dignified humans of their stature would. Instead, they wore crude beast furs. The men exposed their bare chest, revealing blocks of muscles that pumped with blue veins and endless vitality. The women covered their chest and most important lower areas. However, their figures were fiery and almost hyperbolic. Incredibly small waists, but massive busts and wide hips. It was almost as though they picked their forms by sculpting an exaggerated caricature of women. Still, it couldn't be said that they weren't stunning beauties. They looked a lot like Sheer did in her adult human form. However, the most eye-catching part of these 6 were the scolding brands they had attached to various parts of their body. It looked as though the burning tattoos had only recently been branded to them by how crimson red they still were. The women had brands on their lower back, while the men had it on their right chest. But they all read the same thing, a hidden BPA, written in the form of coiling snakes and crouching tigers. The Beast Protection Association had come. Diane held onto Ree tightly, dashing through the skies at the fastest speed he could muster. By now, Grand Elder Mist had definitely begun to chase him, but this was the least of his worries. "Clara, where are you right now?" Using the soul necklace hanging from his neck, Diane immediately contacted Clara. Clara's face appeared, hovering in the air. Slight confusion coated her beautiful features, but she still responded. "I was making some final preparations for Phase 3, so I had to go to Sapientia Quadrant," Clara said apprehensively. Diane's heart tightened. Now he understood why it was that Aritzia decided to attack now. It was the perfect moment to close up all loose ends. If she caught Clara, there would be no worrying issues left. Aritzia had no way of knowing exactly how Diane and Clara were connected. But that would change if she caught Clara. If Aritzia used the guise of a mindless scuffle, it wouldn't be impossible for her to get a drop of Clara's blood. If that happened and the originator orb was used, the consequences would be terrible. "Leave. Now," Diane urged. In the past, Diane's rage alone would have been able to shatter the skies above his head. Not only had this Aritzia dared to scheme against him, she actually involved his wives. What would have happened to Ree if Diane was killed? Obviously, the Mist clan would never let her go. Now, what was happening to Clara? However, at this moment, an eerie calm overcame Diane. Even Ree, who had never been fearful of Diane's anger, trembled. She had seen Diane explode to 20 meters in height. She had seen him rip a man limb from limb with nothing but his bare hands. She had been there when his chaos flames first took over his mind and darkened his outlook on life after the orphanage burnt down. But she had never feared Diane until this moment. Clara's image suddenly stood with a frown. She had been in her personal forgery within the Weapons Master Guild. With her status, no one had the right to enter her territory unannounced. But she could clearly sense numerous figures careening toward her at impossible speeds. Though Clara had finally become a Celestial, a 12th Order one at that, she was still a lower celestial. Dian had also yet to give her a sovereign spark because he used two in an attempt to save Mia and Bella. So, her fighting prowess was enough to easily battle a middle celestial true god, and weaker grade higher and peak celestials, but it definitely wasn't enough to handle what was coming her way now. Dian watched this scene unfold. He didn't blink either. There was nothing but an ice-cold expression hiding the flickering black flames within his eyes. Disciples of the Water Mist sect. There is a traitor within our midst. Grand Elder Mist's voice boomed. Stop traitor Alexandria Snow and her rogue husband. Whoever succeeds will be awarded a core disciple position and guaranteed an inner elder position once they mature. The enticement of Grand Elder Mist's reward was too much. Numerous figures began to appear. Comet Lord Gallagher, if you'd like to please step out of your forgery. The Guild Guard has a few questions they'd like to ask you. The whole of Sapientia City was sent into an uproar. Who didn't know that the Guild Guard was the equivalent of the punishment factions of sex? What could they possibly be looking for Comet Lord Gallagher for? This wasn't the only odd part. Usually, when a high-profile member of the guilds committed a wrong, it would be handled silently. Why was the Guild Guard grandstanding? They surrounded the Weapons Master Guild in such an overbearing fashion and even set up a massive spatial lock array. What the hell were they doing? Clara's eyes flashed with a cold ray. But it soon melted into a loving smile as she gazed toward Dian. She rarely showed this sort of emotion, but when she did, it was reserved for Dian. Still, she could barely hide the bitterness in her gaze. The black flames within Dian's eyes flickered more fiercely. Just make sure to make them pay. Okay? Clara's voice quaked. Ree turned her gaze away, trying to hide the tears falling from her cheeks. The Water Mist sect disciples closed in around them. None were able to keep up with Dian's blazing speed, but just their appearances made Dian's chest burn like heated coal. He wanted to kill them all. Dian didn't say a word. Every part of his body was constricted to the point his vocal cords wouldn't work even if he asked them to. Comet Lord Gallagher will say it again. A captain of the Guild Guard sneered, raising his voice once more. He was in no rush. He knew that Clara was nothing more than a trapped rat. This man had his own hidden grudges against Clara. More than a decade ago, he was the very man who challenged Clara to an alchemy competition yet lost miserably. He was already a rising genius Comet Lord at the time, but he lost to someone who was nothing more than a grandmaster. That stain followed him to the point where he had fallen to the level of a mere guild guard. Today would be the day he got revenge. Please exit your forgery now. Dian's jaw clenched so tightly that he felt cracks begin to run through his teeth. Littleine, you go. Keep her company. Madeline. Sherry ran into an office of the Flaming Lily Sect's Violet's Bloom Pavilion. Madeline, who had been meditating to recover her stamina after the long battle they fought, was startled awake, looking toward Sherry in confusion. It had been weeks since Titus threatened Dian with Madeline, but it wasn't until recently that the long-fought battle finally came to an end. What's wrong? Seeing Sherry's frantic expression, Madeline suddenly felt a bad premonition coming on. Attack, another attack. That doesn't make any sense. Who would be so foolish? Madeline frowned. After passing the middle-tier trial, she of course received rewards. Though they weren't as exaggerated as Dian's 5 years of protection, she surpassed the previous True Godstar and Dia Show by receiving 2 years of protection in thanks to her 13th Order prowess. This meant that she had just over a year and 3 months of protection left still. Simply put, there was no point in attacking them. What Titus had done a few months back was send an assault on the danger zones, not their territory. Since even Dian only got 6 months of protection, Madeline obviously got even less. They had just finished repelling the force Titus put together, yet now they were dealing with an attack on their mainland? It didn't make sense. If anyone attempted, they would end up as severely injured as God Malther of the Enigmatic sect. It's not an attack on our territory, our danger zones are in danger again. Also, I'm receiving reports that many of our disciples that had gone out to train were ambushed. Though none of them were killed, they're being captured and strung up. I think their goal is to humiliate us. Sherry trembled in anger. They were all women. The level of humiliation they'd face in capture was even a step above their male counterparts, especially with how old-fashioned the martial world was. This was a slap to the face the Flaming Lily sect couldn't withstand. Madeline stood abruptly. Her delicate features, usually filled with a serene and loving calmness, was now morphed by a deep anger. Unacceptable. Madeline's delicate roar tore through Flaming Lily sect territory. She rushed out the room, brushing past Sherry. At that moment, Sherry's expression completely changed. In one instant, she was a loyal member of the Flaming Lily sect and raged for her fellow disciples. But in the next, she had transformed into a completely different person. A coldness overtook her features as a silver dagger appeared in her hand. Though she wasn't as powerful as Madeline, she was still a core disciple with an excellent foundation and even better cultivation. Without a breath of hesitation, as though Madeline was nothing but a stranger to her, she sent the dagger careening toward Madeline's back. Her timing was perfect and her position even more so. Without suspense, the dagger would pierce directly through Madeline's back and into her heart. The plan was flawless. As a member of the Flaming Lily sect, even if she was attacking Madeline, there would be no penalty. Unless Madeline personally expelled her, she was free to attack whomever she pleased. Unfortunately for Madeline, who would be caught unawares, she wouldn't have the time to expel Sherry before the dagger dealt her a fatal wound. Or so Sherry believed. Madeline's delicate figure suddenly spun around, a violet flame coating her palm as she viciously slapped Sherry's wrist downward, sending her crashing into the floor. Her violet hair fluttered wildly, the amethyst gems that were her eyes flickering with rage. Sherry cried out in pain as the bones in her arms shattered to fine dust. An instant later, a vicious cold sunk into her body, coursing through her veins and seeping into what remained of her bones. At that moment, a shriek of a third female caught Madeline off guard. Murder! Murder! Madeline has gone insane. Flaming Lily sect territory erupted into flames. Madeline suddenly realized what had happened. Whoever planned this never expected for Sherry to succeed at all. In truth, before the events with Yandavir, maybe Madeline would have fallen for Sherry's ruse. However, those events greatly matured Madeline's outlook. She wasn't so quick to lower her guard anymore. Still, whoever it was who did this obviously didn't care about Madeline's maturity. All they wanted was to throw Madeline's territory into absolute chaos. All around, hidden spies of the Golden Flame sect suddenly tore off their own masks, viciously attacking fellow disciples with impunity. The worst part was that Madeline had no way of knowing who was on which side. So many fights had erupted that it became impossible to differentiate who initiated which battles. If she expelled the wrong individuals from her protected territory, wouldn't she be making more enemies for herself? Murder. Murder. Madeline has forsaken us. Madeline frowned as numerous core disciples flew toward her with savage expressions. Didn't Diane take control of Yandavir? So how is it that they didn't find out about this beforehand? You've impugned upon Flaming Lily sect rules. You are not fit for the title of legatee. As if matters weren't terrible enough, war horns sounded in the distance. Another attack had been initiated by an unknown enemy. Madeline was facing attacks from the inside and outside. Diane unclenched his jaw. An eerie calm overtook every fiber of his body. Isla, who was hidden within Ree's robes, trembled, pulling on Centaurus' arm. The three small fairies looked toward each other but didn't say anything. They simply didn't trust their voices. Evangeline. Diane attempted to communicate with the life-saving jade hidden deep within his mind's eye. It was a difficult task considering he hadn't even noticed it was there before, but now that he knew there was something to look for, it was marginally easier. Little Diane? It's not good for you to contact me like this. Evangeline had planned on ignoring Diane's voice. She had her own troubles. If she didn't, why wouldn't she stay by Diane's side and ensure that no harm ever came to him? If Diane had a higher existence in his inner world, he could walk through the mortal plane practically unimpeded. But in the end, she didn't have the heart to. If you can, could you possibly stop Amphory, Zaire, and little Lila from continuing on their course? It's too dangerous to continue with the first plan. I have no way to contact them quickly. If it's too inconvenient for you, forget about it. I don't want to harm you either. Evangeline trembled. The calmness in Diane's voice made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. This disposition. It wasn't something youthful Diane should have. Her Diane, her real husband from the future, was like this. But it took him several hundreds of thousands of years of tempering himself repeatedly to reach this level of calm. Just what happened to make Diane like this? Had she changed too much? No, I can do it, Evangeline said firmly. Diane shook his head. Forget it. I will be honest with you, Evangeline. I don't have the same feelings for you that I do for Madeline, Ree, Clara, and Amphrey. I'm also not sure what it is that my future self owes you. But I accept that it's me all the same. No matter what, from this day forth you are my wife. You are under my protection, not the other way around. Little Diane, you. It was too early. The seal she placed on Diane's mind should have stopped him from deducing her origins, no matter how obvious the evidence made it seem. But somehow, maybe only just recently, Diane broke whatever barrier was remaining. This only meant one thing. Diane had stabilized enough that Evangeline's seal recognized that the truth would no longer harm him. How much time do you have left? Diane suddenly asked. Evangeline was panicking. Diane was too intelligent. The moment the seal disappeared, he deduced too many things at once. It left her, a mighty higher existence, completely flustered. Biting her lip, Evangeline hesitated. I have a few more years. I have just enough time to pass on what remains of my legacy to Rose and leave behind a few protective measures for you. After that, my time here will come to an end. The more I interfere with this timeline, the shorter my time becomes. Before long, my being will fuse with the fabric of reality and help stabilize this mortal plane. Rose was the very same little girl that followed Evangeline to Soul-Rending Peak and also acted as a maid for Diane for a small time. Last time Diane saw her, she was only 12 years old. By now, she had likely grown into a beautiful, elegant young lady. Diane listened to these words, not missing a single one as her streaked across the skies of the water mist sect. My future self. He's a real bastard, isn't he? Diane looked up into the skies. He didn't know the full story, but he didn't need to. His future self allowed his own wife to travel back to the past to save his own ass. Why? Likely because that version of Diane failed in his task, so he could only leave such a heavy burden for his wife to carry alone. If that kind of man wasn't a bastard, then what was he? No, it isn't like that. Evangeline bit her lip. She wanted to explain, but she hesitated. She was scared to tell Diane the truth. You don't need to make any excuses for me, Diane said. This time, I won't fail. Don't worry about what I asked you to do. I have another way. I won't let you suffer any grievances in this life. Diane cut off his connection to Evangeline. The world seemed intent on playing tricks with him, as though some mighty existence from above was pulling the strings of his life. It seemed that his bloody precedent hadn't been set strongly enough. In a distant universe, an absolute beauty with flowing golden hair and eyes swirling with greens, blues, and purples sat by the bedside of a slumbering woman. To her side, a delicate and petite young lady stood silently. The golden-haired beauty stroked the soft cheek of the slumbering woman. This is the only way I can make up for our mistakes. Some things cannot be forgiven, no matter what reason underlays them. Don't blame yourself, my little husband. Had you known I used the timeless library for this purpose, you would have definitely stopped me. But I didn't allow you to. Let me atone for my sins. Who was the golden-haired beauty? It was none other than Evangeline. As for the delicate and petite young lady to her side, this was of course Rose. However, the main character of this event was slumbering young woman, Jade Eostre. Evangeline Moon wasn't the golden-haired beauty's name at all. Instead, she was a woman Diane had known for practically his whole life. Master! Rose tried to call out, but her voice was incredibly faint. Little Rose, you must be wondering why I told him I have a few years left when it's only a few more minutes. Right? Evangeline. No, Jade smiled lightly. Her eyes shone with a pained glint hidden behind the fog that kept others from seeing the true details of her face. Master. Rose's voice hiccuped. I couldn't distract him. Jade said softly. To hear him claim me as his wife before I faded from this world is more than I deserve. I had planned to leave in silence, but having one last conversation with him, can you tell, little Rose? Can you tell how happy I am? The shroud over Jade's face faded. She looked back toward her disciple, a bright smile that could light the darkest night on her lips. Still, the tears that glistened her cheeks made it difficult to take her words for what they meant. I'm going to tell you some things, little Rose. Remember it all. Okay? Don't miss even the smallest bit. Yes, master. In my youth, I made a great mistake. In fact, to call it a mistake isn't enough. I committed a terrible, disgusting deed that deserves to have stained the whole of my life. Don't make excuses for this master of yours. Not even the greatest purity can wash away my sin. Even after I fade from this world, my greatest fear is that even that will not be enough to cleanse me of my past. Still, I was lucky. Even after I committed this sin, I had the opportunity to follow a great man as he lived his life. He did me the favor of blocking that memory from my mind, allowing me to follow his legend as it was written. I was happy. Though this man never accepted me as his wife, I was still happy. I understood that I was unworthy. This man raised himself up from the lowest low to the highest high. He unified the whole of the mortal plane. His words brought peace. His head stood above the clouds and his feet were sturdier than even the earth itself. He destroyed his enemies with a sweep of his hand and protected his loved ones with a wide, strong back. Rose trembled. Unifying an entire plane? Just what kind of concept was that? It was bordering on fantasy. But Rose didn't doubt her master's words for even a moment. It was when this man reached his peak that he turned to face his greatest enemy, an enemy who sought to plunge the whole of the mortal plane into an era of chaos. He fought valiantly, protecting us all to his back. But in the end, he wasn't enough. Even for him, battling a transcendent while chained to the bounds of the mortal plane was too much. And finally, that man I watched rise to the very top of all that was died. It was only after that the seal on my memories shattered. I finally understood exactly why it was that I wasn't worthy to be his wife. But I also understood that he had spent his whole life protecting me. The man I loved was gone and his empire crumbled before my eyes. However, I, the one most unworthy, survived. Fate loves to play these sorts of disgusting jokes. Who was I to be worthy of such a thing? I wondered for a long time, watching the world fester on its own destruction. It was then that the timeless library, something my most beloved man believed he had destroyed, appeared once more. The more Jade spoke, the more it seemed her words faded into the background. Rose listened to every word, unwilling to miss the last representation of her master's existence. Do you know why I chose the name Evangeline Moon, little Rose? Jade smiled. My family name, Eostre, is actually translated to moon in ancient Elven language. But when I learned about my most beloved man's homeland, I found out that Eostre was goddess who was celebrated by means of a pagan holiday which was decided by the phases of the moon. I thought that this was most fitting. What better word was there to describe my family if not pagan? We are truly the moon, always destined to reflect the sun's rays but never fated to produce light of our own. However, I still chose the name Evangeline, which carries practically the opposite meaning. How funny, I chose a first name that embodies good, but a last name that always falls short. I came to this timeline with the hopes of changing my beloved man's future. He doesn't need my help to rise to the top. He is already destined to do so. No one on this pitiful mortal plane is qualified to be my beloved man's match. Although I've brought the troubles he will face forward by several thousand years, I have full confidence that he will crush them all. My only role is to sacrifice myself to give him the smallest of pushes. From today forward, this younger me will be your disciple. Do you understand, little Rose? Yes, master. This burden is not yours to carry. I only want you to pass on my teachings to her. Once you've finished this task, your life is your own to live. You are free, do you understand? Tears streamed down Rose's cherry cheeks. Yes, master. Good. Then I will give you one last gift. Jade stood, embracing her disciple. When one becomes a higher existence, the kernel of a faith seed begins to form. However, this faith seed is very different from one left behind by a transcendent. This faith seed carries all of a higher existence's cultivation. This was the final gift Jade left for Rose. In exchange for never reincarnating again, she left the world in silence. Rose's hands overlapped over her chest as though she was grasping at Jade's dissipated body. She could feel what remained of her master stored deep within her. But it didn't make her feel any better, despite knowing that the young lady that was slumbering before her was in fact her master as well. The sense of loss was overwhelming. The Jade that was now gone was her own person, someone who had experienced countless million years of life. But the Jade before her now wasn't that person. She wasn't anywhere near as mature, and even more obviously, was nowhere near as powerful. Rose hadn't been much of anything before Jade found her. Could be said that Jade was the mother she never had. And now that person was gone. Wiping the tears from her cheeks, Rose walked to Jade's bedside and took her away. "You have all the potential in the world," Rose said as she escaped Soul Palace. "You've paid enough of a price. I won't let you pay anymore." Maybe Rose was still too immature herself. Rationality told her that it wasn't her place to forgive Jade. But how could she feel any different? To her, Jade was under her protection now. Anyone who disagreed, even if it was her beloved man, would feel her wrath. Now, Rose had the capital to back up her words. Of course, integrating Jade's cultivation would take time, but she would be able to cultivate faster than even someone who had the aid of the energy core. Maybe it wouldn't be more than 100 more years before a new peak Dao expert was born, and not more than 10,000 before a new higher existence was birthed. As for Jade's potential, Rose didn't lie about this either. Several decades ago, when Dian awoke from his coma, he learned that the kernels were separated into yin and yang. He realized then that his soul kernel was missing its other half. What he didn't know was that this other half went to Jade. In exchange for the materials the Daiyu needed to accomplish their plan, Jade forced them to exchange the yin soul kernel. Since Elder Daiyu and Loki believed the entity to be male, they didn't see any issue in the exchange. In reality, the entity didn't care about the yin or yang kernels. They were always meant to act as catalysts and nothing more. What it wanted the most was the potential of the universe itself, not the amalgamation of mortal talent. This was what awoke Jade from her previous state of madness. The damage done to her soul by her Eostray clan's moon manifestation was reversed in an instant, and she grasped onto her sanity once more. It was after this happened that she enlisted Primrose's help to enter the Eostray tombs to punish herself. After that, she remained there for over 30 years while actually experiencing the equivalent of several hundred, maybe even thousand, due to the ice will. Then, almost 3 years ago now, Dian took her out. From then to now, Jade has been in a coma, coping with the trauma she underwent thanks to the ice while stretching her perception of time. To say that she had been through a lot was an understatement. But what enraged Rose even more was that even after all of that, her master still found it necessary to sacrifice her life once more. Dian wouldn't understand what Jade meant, but after her story, Rose understood everything. In the first timeline of events, thanks to unifying the mortal plane, Dian gained an extraordinary amount of faith. The only unfortunate part was that he didn't manage to interrupt the entity before it finished fusing with his home universe's potential. However, Jade executed 2 actions she believed would change everything. Firstly, she pushed forward Dian's unsealing by several hundred years. One had to remember that it would have taken more than 800 years for Dian's soul and energy paths to unseal. Had Jade not sacrificed her virginity and the 9-cloud yang aphrodisiac, he definitely would not have had the energy necessary to unseal so quickly. This may seem simple enough, but it was massive for multiple reasons. First, it allowed Dian the strength necessary to fend off Elder Void. In the original timeline, though Dian and Rei survived, Rei's parents, as well as a massive portion of Earth's population, perished. This left Dian with less help and thus pushed the building of his empire even further back. One couldn't underestimate the talents born of Earth. Remember, all talents of Dian's universe were geniuses. What restricted them was the lack of energy, not aptitude. Second, without that strength, Dian wouldn't have been able to save Geralda and thus would have never gained the support of the Agios clan and Damaris. Not to mention the talented S-grade talent in Ryu. Third, Dian would have been a puppet to Elder Nova for an incredibly long time. By the time he grew powerful enough to come out from under his thumb, Dian would have wasted even more time. In addition to losing what remained of soul-rending Peak's legacy to the 99 universes, this includes the celestial beasts. There are so many more things to list, but really, there are only 3 more of the utmost importance. The fourth matter was pertaining to instigating the war in the Celestial Deer Quadrant. Without appropriate strength, Dian wouldn't have been able to go to Chaos Universe and thus wouldn't have met the Beast Alliance geniuses and thus wouldn't have been able to incite their anger. This would make conquering the quadrant take far longer. The fifth was related to Dark Ocean. Because of Dian's delay in garnering strength, it would be impossible for him to even think of setting sights on Dark Ocean. As a result, it would fall in the hands of the Mist Clan, thus further pushing his plans back. But the sixth and final point was the most important. Without this strength, how could Dian possibly have performed so well during the Golden Flame mystical world's opening? Not only would he have needed several more centuries to kill God Goldeen, he would have never gained Orcus' legacy, or, most importantly, the Martial St. Pills or the Sovereign Flame. Just this first act by Jade had already given Dian a massive boost. Maybe with its help, Dian would be able to interrupt the entity before it succeeded. But the second act was even more important. Jade said very clearly what her second act would be. She would sacrifice herself and fuse into the fabric of reality to stabilize the mortal plane. Dian had no idea what this meant, and it would be several more epochs before he did. However, Rose understood very well. What restricted transcendence from descending onto the mortal plane was the will of the heavens. However, with the mortal plane's lifespan approaching closer and closer to its end, this will was simultaneously growing weaker and weaker. This may seem irrelevant, but wasn't there a transcendent here breaking those very rules now? In the first timeline, Dian's fight with the entity raged for several years. In fact, though Dian wasn't anywhere near winning, he at least still stood a chance. However, in the end, the entity was able to break the restrictions set upon it by the will of the heavens and display a prowess that exceeded the bounds of the mortal plane. Once that occurred, Dian's final ray of hope was shattered and he died without a corpse. Jade's act of sacrificing herself to strengthen the mortal plane was the equivalent of giving Dian a much-needed lifeline. The likelihood of the entity accomplishing this feat had now fallen drastically. The tragedy was that maybe Dian would never know all the things Jade had done for him. Or maybe he would be faintly aware of them but never able to truly give them just appreciation. However, this was exactly what Jade wanted. She didn't want some grand redemption arc. She didn't believe that she deserved it. All she wanted was to erase herself from the world in silence. A light smile playing her beautiful features because she knew she had helped her beloved man. Dian had not a single clue as to the gravity of the matter that had just occurred. When Jade's existence was wiped, he felt a tremor course through his mind's eye that made him sigh. But he didn't have the luxury of dwelling on the feeling. Ree remained silent in his arms. The matters pertaining to Clara had deeply shaken her. A volatile void will was erupting within her delicate body that was incredibly difficult to control. So she buried her head into Dian's chest, trembling with rage. Clara and Madeline weren't just women Ree shared a husband with, they were her sisters. She remembered that day back during the World Tournament. The blatant cheating of the Amen and their subordinate clans reached a point where it nearly cost Ree and Madeline their lives. Back then, Dian had been so enraged that his demonic will entered the first intense stage and he ripped Femi limb from limb with his bare hands. Before that battle, Dian kneeled before his two wives and made a promise that there would come a day that no one would dare touch them. Ree knew how much this meant to Dian. He would be willing to give up everything for them. But it seemed like the world was bent on destroying everything that mattered to Dian this day. And yet, this husband of hers had an expression as calm as cloudless skies on his face. Evangeline was gone. Clara was in enemy territory. Amphory was in danger. Madeline was being forced into a corner. By all rights, Dian should be losing his mind. However, despite the fact his face was covered by a mask, Ree knew very well that his emotions were no longer fluctuating. It was as though this was any other normal day. The lightning willow mask sunk into Dian's face, revealing a blue-haired elven prince that could make a woman's heart swoon. He didn't do this to show off, he did it to calm his wife's heart. He wanted to remove the layer between them so she understood that he was just fine. That day will come, Dian said, smiling a calm smile. Dian, your wings. Ree felt a keen sense of guilt. If her irrational worry was the reason Dian couldn't use his wings as true god Sicharo, she'd never forgive herself. Don't worry about it. It could be said that the day my soul broke into the Tao realm, the mask became useless to me. No one can inspect my secrets without permission. Dian spun through the air, dodging waves of assaults as though they weren't there. He kissed Ree's forehead, cradling her in arms. Rest easy. Let me handle everything. The void will threatening to erupt within Ree suddenly calmed. Her small hands gripped Diane's robe as she sunk into his embrace. Even while the world was crashing down around them, she felt safe. Even with all the odds stacked against them, she didn't doubt that Diane would win. Grand Elder Mist couldn't stop Diane's momentum. Although she was far faster than he was, Diane's use of teleportation arrays was too efficient. He would constantly prepare 3 at a time, one long-ranged one that took several seconds to complete, and 2 short-ranged ones he could finish in an instant. The result was a holistic movement speed that was difficult to compare with. Since Grand Elder Mist was too far away to lock Diane down in space, she had no chance of stopping this even if she knew what was happening. Diane eventually saw his destination in the distance. Dark Ocean, despite its title, was actually the combination of nearly 30 separate universes. So, as one might expect, it wasn't actually a part of the universe Diane was flying in currently. If Diane wanted to get there, he had to use a teleportation array set up by the Water Mist sect. How could Grand Elder Mist expect that instead of escaping away from their territory, Diane would choose to venture deeper in? As a result, no one expected that Diane wouldn't even attempt to approach the already heavily guarded teleportation arrays and instead flash toward a completely ignored one. "Stop him!" Grand Elder Mist roared. From the start of the chase to the end, not even half a minute passed. Yet, Diane was already standing upon his goal. Unfortunate for the Mist clan, this meant that their Grand Elder didn't have the opportunity to use her superior speed to catch up. Normally, such a long-range teleportation station would take several minutes to activate, especially considering the shoddy workmanship of this era's arrays. However, with Diane feeding a moon-grade array planet-grade soul chi, he only needed a split second. In the next instant, both he and Ree disappeared, the array shattering behind them. Diane appeared above an ocean that seemed to stretch to infinity with Ree in his arms. After sweeping his eyes for a moment, he easily found the location of the hidden planet-grade teleportation array he had set here. He descended upon it after shattering the Water Mist sect teleportation station without an ounce of hesitation. His mind worked quickly, thinking of an action plan. Diane had prepared long ago for the prospect of his plans going awry. The only way to stop the Jafari clan treasure while it was completing its task was to interfere with it directly. This was what made it so fearsome. Nothing even a higher existence could stop the process unless they found the core. However, with this came a weakness as well. The fluctuations of time and spatial chi were incredibly easy for a high-level expert to lock down on. This meant that locating where Diane hid the treasure was a simple task for his enemies. Usually, the barrier between universes would stop these fluctuations from reaching others. But obviously, Dark Ocean was a special case. With its fusion of 30 universes, the fluctuations were more exaggerated than usual. This actually allowed Aritzia to detect them despite the fact that there was no Sapientia Tower here. There were 3 things that occurred as the treasure prepared. It refined the timeless and spaceless stones, but it also created an anchor. This anchor would have to be rooted deeply within the universe itself. As such, it required tearing through the fabric of the universe to reach its core. This process resulted in the excessive release of gamma energy. Gamma energy was something Diane was quite familiar with since he relied upon it to temper his meridians when he was in the meridian formation realm. It was short for amalgamation and represented the culmination of all chis a universe could produce. So, by now, it was quite obvious why this situation was different from others to the point of alerting Aritzia. Because these 30 universes were fused, the gamma chi was 30 times larger, and as such, the universe barriers couldn't stop it from leaking through. This was unfortunate, but it was a risk Diane had been aware of from the beginning. Did he regret his actions? Maybe because of the results, yes. But, as a ruler of a people of his own, regret wasn't an emotion he had the luxury of dwelling within. There was no room for it. There was only room for solutions. Since the fusion of these universes was a weakness of mine, it's time to make it my strength. Diane felt the calmness he was experiencing now made his thoughts far clearer. Even his thinking speed was greatly accelerated. Stepping upon the hidden teleportation array, Diane activated it and appeared with the Rainbow Kuan-Peng clan in an instant. With a wave of his hand, the connection between the teleportation arrays was disconnected. Why could Dao experts cross a universe in just a few days? It wasn't because their speed was that exaggerated. Or, rather, it was, but for very specific reasons. Space is a vacuum. Friction is non-existence. There was no such thing as wind resistance. But even more importantly, spatial chi is very weak, making it incredibly easy to tear space and cross large distances. However, Dark Ocean was very different. It was the fusion of 30 universes, but what made it so fear-inducing was the fact that it was filled with the amount of matter one would expect to find in several hundred universes. Thus, its spatial chi was comparable to a small planet. One might look down on Dark Ocean because its depths were shallower than Earth's oceans. But that was only because its breadth was so exaggerated. If it was also as deep as Earth's oceans, the amount of matter necessary would be too much to fathom. Dian ignored the confused Kuan Peng around him as he immediately began to prepare. Dark Ocean was arranged in a 6 by 5 universe arrangement. The rainbow Kuan Peng's base was located at its very center, meaning whoever was likely coming now would have to cross at least 3 universes worth of distance to reach Dian. Unfortunately, though Dian destroyed the water mist sex teleportation platform, he only destroyed one of them. There were countless others. He didn't believe it was a good use of his time to find and destroy all of them because then it would be himself instead of his enemies crossing many universes worth of space. Dian knew that if his enemies insisted on crossing such a distance under their own power, it would take them years to reach him. However, he also knew it was wishful thinking to hope that they'd be so foolish. In Dian estimation, they'd likely enlist the help of a moon lord and set their destination for an area where the fluctuations of time, space, and gamma chi were the highest. Dian knew that a comet-grade teleportation formation was enough to go anywhere in a given universe. A moon-grade one allowed one to teleport anywhere within a quadrant. A planet-grade one should have the ability to go anywhere on the mortal plane. Therefore, a moon lord would be enough for this task. By their standards, it'll take a moon lord they enlist at least half a month to draw an appropriate formation for their needs. But there are 3 weeks until the Jafari clan treasure is finished. And even if it does finish, what's the use if we're just trapped in here with our enemies? There's only one path, and that's to kill. Dian's calm eyes flashed with a cold light. Dian held Ri close to himself. Even if she wanted to leave his arms now, in all likelihood, he would subconsciously stop her. Ri was relying on him to remain calm, but in his mind, it was actually the opposite. If she wasn't here, calmness definitely wouldn't have been the reaction he had. And this breakthrough he was experiencing now, it would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Resonate your soul with mine, little faux glacé. I'm going to use this teleportation array to open a channel of communication with Amphory. Ri faintly nodded, but remained silent. She was aware that what Dian was speaking about was likely something only an absolute genius of array alchemy could accomplish. But she believed in Dian. Every teleportation array had heavy concepts of space tied within it. The unfortunate part was that one couldn't just randomly teleport wherever he wanted as long as he had one. This was why teleportation arrays were linked to one another. As for how Dian could use teleportation arrays to boost his speed when he obviously wasn't linking them together, that was because he wrote in coordinates. There were 2 ways to use these coordinates. Either the coordinates are tied to another teleportation array, or they were tied to a random place in space. The benefit of the former is that you can have multiple coordinates at once on a single array. The second benefit is that they're easier to draw than the latter. This is why Dian is so limited when he used the latter form. What Dian wanted to do was give this array before him a new coordinate. But he didn't want to go there, he simply wanted to send an item there. However, in order to find these coordinates, he needed to rely on his soul connection with Amphory and Zaire. Dian thought his soul alone might be enough, but he decided that it was better to be safe than sorry. What he was attempting to do was something that was only vaguely possible in his mind, so he took all necessary and unnecessary measures. He would use the strong spatial abilities of the teleportation arrays to branch out his soul and find the souls that resonated with his own. Then, he would send a soul necklace to Amphory. Unfortunately, she hadn't met Clara, so she left before receiving her own. Dian knew that what he was about to do would alert numerous powerful individuals. Such a wide, sweeping soul search would unnerve them without a doubt. But at this point, Dian wanted to burn the world to the ground. If more trouble wanted to come then. There was good news, though. Dian knew exactly where Amphory was headed. The conference was taking place in the universes controlled by the Star Clan. Luckily, these were coordinates Diane had. If he had to scour the whole of existence, even he wouldn't be able to do it. Leaping into a meditation state, Diane's soul connected with Ri's and began to pulse. Ri's soul progressed incredibly quickly while dual cultivating with Diane, so she was already only a step away from grasping Moon Chi. Though this fell well short of Diane, it was unprecedented for those her age. At that moment, a surge of soul chi erupted around the couple. Diane's mind communicated with the teleportation array. Luckily, his comprehension of planet-grade array alchemy had shot upward in recent months. Almost like a radar signal, Diane sent his soul chi through the teleportation array, aiming it toward all areas surrounding Star Quadrant. Sweat began to mat Diane's forehead. This method was more stamina-draining than he expected, but he grit his teeth and pushed through. Both Amphary's and Zaire's souls should appear like bright beacons of light to him. As Diane expected, an uproar swept over the martial world. Numerous individuals in seclusion, many of whom were also headed towards Star Quadrant, trembled, trepidation covering their faces. Because Diane's soul had spread so thin, even if his soul was more powerful than many of theirs, he had no way of hiding his presence. What these people were afraid of wasn't the strength of Diane's soul, but rather how widespread it was. They were all intelligent people. They realized that Diane was stretching himself thin. But just who could withstand spreading their soul chi so far? Among these individuals, Di Shouken's uncle's heart seized the most fiercely. He thought that Evangeline had chosen to pursue him this far. By the time Diane's soul left him, his robes were drenched in sweat. He could tell that his father and brother were startled awake as well. Was this sort of thing even possible? Even for a higher existence, wasn't it too exaggerated? At this moment, little Lila and Zaire sat atop a massive, snaking golden dragon. They sat protectively beside Amphary, who had fallen into a deep sleep once again. They had already traveled for more than 5 years together, so they were very much used to Amphary's long sleeps. Somehow, even as she slept, she always seemed to become more powerful. In just these 5 years, she improved from the lower 4th Dao realm to the peak 4th Dao realm. There was only a difference of 6 meridians between the two states, but filling 6 meridians with enigmatic chi in just 5 years. To say it was monstrous was an understatement. It was in that instant that a wave of soul chi swept over the three of them. At first, Lila and Zaire trembled, but then they immediately felt a sense of familiarity. "Big brother," they both called out at once. But the only response they received was a flash of light and a necklace that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Though Zaire and Lila were stunned by what just happened, they were also intelligent. They recognized the presence of Diane's soul, so they knew that this necklace was something he went through a great deal of trouble to get to them. They grasped the necklace before it fell through the void of space. At this moment, they were in what the martial world called the void. This was the name for an odd space between reality and fiction that acted as the barrier between universes. In fact, what separated quadrant divisions from universe divisions was the thickness of the void. Universes in a cluster had thinner voids between each other, while quadrants had thicker, much larger voids. It was the void that made travel between universes so difficult. Even after 5 years, Zaire, Lila, and Amphary were only just about to enter Star Clan territory, and that was after they used the Kong clan as a proxy because they happened to be the universe closest to Star Clan territory. Zaire blinked as he looked at the silver chain in his hand. "Do you know how to use this?" Lila shook her head. "Maybe it's something for Big Sister Amphary?" Zaire frowned. "Big Brother wouldn't do this if it wasn't important. But is it safe to wake up Big Sis like this?" Though they had been with Amphary for half a decade, they didn't really understand this odd constitution of hers. In fact, they didn't know if it was a constitution either. Maybe it was a sickness. Though the fact it helped her grow stronger made them think it was more likely that it was the former that was true. Big Sister Amphary said that she'd wake up again once we entered Star Clan territory. We're only 3 days away. Maybe it would be safer if we waited for her to wake up naturally. In truth, this wasn't just about Amphary's safety. It seemed that no matter what they did, she would never wake up until she felt it was her time to wake up. It was incredibly odd. There was one time the trajectory of the golden dragon beneath them, the passive ability of Amphrey's dragon lyre would have entered a dangerous black hole. As though she had a danger detection of sort, Amphrey sleepwalked them out of danger before falling back to a peaceful slumber. Dian would be lying if he said he wasn't apprehensive during these 3 days. Despite the calmness of his gaze, there was a deep-seated worry he couldn't shake off. After sending the necklace away, he had completely collapsed for over a day and a half. But when he woke up, Ree told him that she still hadn't gotten any word back from Amphrey. Seeing that there was nothing else he could do, Dian instead focused on the task at hand. He had to make sure that nothing happened to Jafari clan treasure until it finished, and he also had to make sure that whoever dared to enter Dark Ocean would die. This sort of task was bordering on impossible. Dian was certain that Dao experts would be on the way, and killing such individuals was no simple task. However, Dian had a few things to rely on. The first and most important part was that his battlefield was the ocean. Here, the beasts he procured from Earth's oceans would be of great benefit. Since he hid the Jafari clan treasure underwater, his enemies had no choice but to come to him. The second point was that Dian had vast oceans of resources here. According to Ree, there were over 1 million energy stone mines. Unfortunately, Dian simply didn't have the time to draw any large-scale formations. However, he didn't need to draw ones as exaggerated as he had for Low Gold City. Back then, he was forced to make them stretch over hundreds of miles. But here, a radius of a few kilometers was enough. Since the battlefield would be decided by him, this was his advantage. Dian once again chose the Infinite Heart formation. However, this time, he concentrated around a small circle of 9 Dao stone mines and placed the Jafari clan treasure at the very center. Dian couldn't choose Gaia's will since Earth was the antithesis of water. If he built a Earth-based formation in the depths of the ocean, he would be asking to get embarrassed. Luckily, water had many defensive formations as well, some which didn't lose out to Earth. In fact, their effects would be even stronger than Gaia's will, due to the environment. Dian chose Water Maiden's Harmony. Scaling to quantity of water, this formation was able to absorb and dissipate force. The only unfortunate part was that quantity of water was decided by the formation's surface area, and not the amount of water it was submerged under. If it was the latter, no one in existence could shatter it under Dark Ocean. Dian didn't have much time to increase the formation's surface area, but he did his absolute best. By his calculations, the 9 Dao stone mines would be able to sustain 10 higher Dao puppets for 5 minutes. As for the Water Maiden's Harmony, it would be able to withstand 3 blows from a higher Dao expert once it was completed. That was the best he could do given the time constraints. On the 4th day, when Dian was in the middle of laying the formations with Ree by his side, a familiar beautiful face appeared before him, her long red-gold hair contrasting the deep, dark blues of the ocean. Amphrey had awoken. Amphrey looked at Dian silently for a moment. She felt that something had changed about her husband, and her instincts definitely weren't wrong. Did something happen? Amphrey probed. It's no longer safe to go to the conference. You took a relay station with you just in case, correct? Use it as soon as you can and return to Soul Palace. Amphrey frowned. The relay station Dian was referring to was the very same array set created by the 24th White Mother for the Sapientia. Dian knew this thanks to the special abilities of the hamster twins. According to Little Een and Yang, there were a set of 10 30 planet-grade arrays, 30 of which were master key arrays. These 30 master arrays were placed as a fail-safe because the 24th White Mother didn't trust the Sapientia clan. Thus, these 30 arrays were left hidden within Soul-Rending Peak until they were brought out for use by the cathedral. Currently, Dian had control of 10 of these master key arrays. The remaining 20 were still in the hands of the 99 universes. However, this wasn't a big deal because Dian cut off their ability to teleport to the 10 in his hands. When the time came, he would come to control all 30. When that day came, the Sapientia would be in for rude awakening. The humiliation they handed Dian this day would be handed back several hundredfold. Still, this wasn't important now. What was important was that the master key arrays could create 10 relay stations each. These relay stations could allow one to teleport back to the master key array that created it at any moment. And it also allowed anyone at the master key array to teleport to it. Amphrey had brought one with her. Originally, Dian had given it to her after hearing she wanted to go dragon hunting. He didn't want her to be without means of escape just in case. But it seemed it would come very useful now. What happened? Amphrey said after a long time. After listening to Dian's explanation, Amphrey understood. Since these people wanted to cut all cordiality with him, there wouldn't be much of a reason for them to let Amphrey go free. What about the relay station, though? Amphrey said, slightly apprehensive. This is a good opportunity, Dian said after thinking a while. Find an abandoned, preferably uninhabitable planet with a predictable orbit to hide it. Use a few concealment arrays to block the energy fluctuations and stop the Star Clan from being able to sense the influx of spatial chi. When the time comes, this relay station will make warring with the Star Clan far easier. Amphrey nodded. She didn't know when her and Dian's relationship flipped back to him taking the lead, but she couldn't say she hated it. At least this way, their 5-year-long trip wasn't entirely wasted. Do you need my help? No. Once you get back to Soul Palace, don't leave. In fact, I left a Marshall St. pill with Maying just for you. Take it as soon as you can. Amphrey's eyes widened. Marshall St. pill? How could she not know the significance of such a thing? It was precisely because of his Marshall St. constitution that her father dominated for so many years. There was a reason it was ranked top 3 among male constitutions. However, the Marshall St. pill was even more valuable because it actually allowed women to gain the constitution as well. Amphrey couldn't even begin to imagine how Dian got his hands on such a thing. Still, Amphrey didn't feel very comfortable doing this. If she really took the pill because she was already in the Tao realm, being incapacitated for only 10 years was a best-case scenario. She didn't know if her odd slumbering constitution would help or not, but she didn't want to put hope in the unknown. Listen, Dian's voice said firmly. Madeline is in danger and Clara. Dian took a deep breath. If anything happens to you or Ree right now, I might really lose my mind. I'll never ask you for something so selfish again. But just this one time, okay? Amphrey's emerald eyes sparkled, but in the end, she nodded. Okay. The trio immediately got to work. Due to the influx of experts around, they had to be cautious with their actions. The Star Clan definitely wouldn't allow anyone to enter and do as they willed in their territory. If they weren't so strict, why would everyone have to go through so much trouble to enter their quadrant? Luckily, for once, everything went right this time, something that was worth a sigh of relief. Dian was very much right in telling Amphrey to turn back. When he told Aritzia how talented Amphrey was, Aritzia believed there was a good chance that Amphrey might be the one to represent Dian's clan. As such, she made preparations to capture Amphrey and cut off all semblance of cordiality. In fact, she had already cast a net. But how could she be aware that Amphrey had such a hidden trump card? In the end, a net set as wide as an entire universe was too large. It wasn't as though these experts had divine senses as exaggerated as Dian's. It also didn't help that they didn't know who Amphrey was or what she looked like. Amphrey, Zaire and Lila managed to find an uninhabitable gas planet and suspended the relay station within its toxic fumes. Not only was this planet good due to its location, but its thick atmosphere would make hiding their doings easier. Not long later, they had disappeared and traveled back to Soul Palace. At this moment, the war on Flaming Lily Sect territory was still raging. After the traitors to the sect took over the teleportation stations, it was no longer possible for Madeline, or anyone else, to return as they pleased. And leaving this territory and heading to another was even more impossible because Madeline was very much aware that there were enemies outside now that would give her far more trouble than what she was already facing here. It was clear that this was the Golden Flame Sect's retaliation for God Goldine's death. What Madeline didn't know was that it was also instigated by Aritzia. With what occurred in the Golden Flame Quadrant being a relative unknown, the Golden Crow Sect elders grew tired of waiting. All this time, they had been laying low for the sake of not alerting more powerful clans that the Golden Crow bloodline was still alive, but with their ancestor likely gone now, was there a point? By using the celestial floors, they planned on wiping out all of the loyal celestial disciples that remained. Once that was completed, the Flaming Lily Sect would be finished. Tao experts might be the backbone of a sect, but celestials were the foundation. There were only a few dozen Tao formation experts at most, but the power base of a sect were their millions, sometimes billions, of celestials. They were what truly decided if a sect or clan was powerful. Once the detractors were silenced, the Flaming Lily sect wouldn't have any hope remaining. Madeline grit her teeth, digging deep. Her violet flames truly made their presence known. If it wasn't for dual cultivating with Diane, she knew well that her soul wouldn't have been able to sustain such continuous use of these high-level wills. It felt as though all of the most powerful members of her sect were traitors. Madeline had no choice but to fight 3 pseudo-Dao experts at once. Let alone seeing a path to victory, she was just trying her best to keep her own life. The difference between Celestials and pseudo-Dao experts, even third-grade pseudo-Dao experts like these 3, was too much. If it wasn't for Madeline's great regenerating abilities, she would have long since fallen. The problem was that intense could only be so effective against enigmatic chi. Since pseudo-Dao experts had partially grasped this energy, the inferior celestial chi struggled. Blood seeped from Madeline's lips, a haggard and tired expression on her beautiful features. Was it worth it? Was it worth it to cripple my little sister? One of the pseudo-Dao experts pressed forward, rage clear on her face. This girl wasn't Sherry's blood elder sister, but they had grown up together. They struggled and worked their way up the Flaming Lily sect rankings together. Seeing Sherry's arms completely crippled, Fiona lost her mind. When she found out it was Madeline who did it, she no longer cared about anything else. If the situation wasn't like this, why wouldn't Madeline have directly expelled them from her territory? The issue was that if Fiona wasn't a traitor like her little sister was, then sending out of this territory was the equivalent of sending her to death. Madeline was unwilling to do this, no matter how much Madeline wanted to explain the situation. Would you listen if someone was telling you that the little sister you knew all your life was a treacherous villain? Of course not. Madeline had no way of knowing if Fiona and her 2 helpers were traitors or not, leading to this situation here. Do you think me and my little sister are as lucky as you are? Tears flowed down Fiona's cheeks. She'll never have the chance to become a Dao formation expert now. Why? Was her presence too annoying for the mighty Sicharo princess? Resentment bubbled within Fiona's chest. Her tears seemed to fuel her strength. She didn't care about anything else but revenge. She didn't even care if Diane came to punish her afterward. But she would make Madeline pay for what she did to her little sister. Madeline expressionlessly waved her pearly white fan, images of a majestic peacock flashing to her back as she met Fiona's palm strikes with her own. Her ample chest expanded as she took a deep breath. Violet revival flames. Madeline suddenly felt that weeks of fatigue vanished. Her violet pseudo-Dao array, spanning 100 meters, rushed over her body. Violet flames flickered over her wounds, closing them at a pace visible to the eye. Purple hair billowing in the wind, amethyst pupils sparkling like the sun. Madeline's fan disappeared into her spatial ring, only to be replaced by a beautiful lyre in the next moment. Violet revival flames allowed Madeline to directly reach her peak state in an instant practically without penalty. The only issue was that she wouldn't be able to use the life and reincarnation characteristics her violet flames for a period of time, which was why she hadn't used it until now. Celestial will bloomed outward from Madeline. A beautiful domain of swirling crystals and violet flames appearing in the skies above the burning city. Despite being pseudo-Dao experts, in the face of Madeline's pseudo-domain, they couldn't summon their own. Madeline's delicate and slender fingers grasped her lyre. In the next moment, what seemed like a soft pluck reverberated through the battlefield. It seemed as though everything paused. Madeline's red mage robes disappeared, replaced by the very dress Diane gifted her. A beautiful white gown that once belonged to his master, Esmeralda. It had been almost 30 years since Diane gave it to her. Before, Madeline had been unable to make use of it properly because it was a spiritual grade treasure. But now, things were different. In what was formerly known as Low Enigmatic City, Yandavir sat behind a thin curtain veil in the entertainment room of the newly constructed Violet's Bloom Pavilion. The truth was that she had no idea what was happening on the middle tier right now. What Madeline didn't know was that the Golden Crow sect had sent their attack order through the seals of the traitors. But Diane cut Yandavir's off, so she was clueless as to what was happening. Over the past few days, she had been taking on her role as the head mistress of this branch. Her appearance had drawn a lot of popularity and revenue for Diane's newly established city, so she was quite busy. Aritzia had done too good of a job sealing information. Since she knew that she didn't have enough information about the depth of Diane's resources, she took the cautious approach. The whole of Middle Lily City was surrounded by a formation disallowing information from going in and out. Unfortunately for the unaffiliated tourist of Middle Lily City, they were caught up in the chaos. When they tried to leave the city, the armies Aritzia had enlisted to surround the city stopped them, forcing them to go back. They could only hide amidst those warring. One had to know the Middle Lily City was mostly a low-grade entertainment city. It was frequented by mostly males who were relatively weak in comparison to true geniuses. Those with true talent would only go to cities where they could buy supplies worthy of their status. Obviously, the Flaming Lily sect wasn't strong enough to provide such things. This made the task of keeping them all in incredibly easy. However, it was at this moment that something unexpected happened. A disciple working under Yandavir in this branch suddenly approached her behind the curtain of mesh. "Senior sister, is it okay for us to still be here? The Golden Crow sect already sent out the kill order. If we stay here any longer, we might get blamed or punished." Yandavir's gray eyes flashed with a cold light that caused the female disciple to take several quick steps backward in fear. The disciple knew she had made a mistake. Yandavir's identity as a traitor to the sect was highly classified information. Most of the other defectors weren't even aware. The only reason such a small-time disciple was aware of it now was because this kill order came along with a list of individuals who were on their side. In this way, they wouldn't attack their own. Of course, Yandavir was among this list of allies. But this disciple was confused about why it was that Yandavir hadn't moved despite the kill order having been given out. It had already been more than half a week. "Do you really believe that your orders are the same as mine?" Yandavir said coldly. A sudden realization came over the female disciple. She had stayed here, waiting to follow Yandavir's lead because she was afraid of death. She was hoping that if she followed Yandavir into battle, her chance of surviving would be higher. But now she understood just how foolish she had been. "I'm sorry. I'll go now." The female disciple bowed quickly to leave, turning around to scurry away. But how could she know that the last sight she would see would be the fading mesh of the headmistress? Yandavir's thin sword flared with gray flames, eroding the female disciple from the inside out. In reality, she was dead the moment Yandavir's sword pierced her heart. Yandavir grasped the female disciple's surviving spatial ring. Without hesitation, she headed to the teleportation array of Lo Sacharo City to leave for Middle Lily City. She grit her teeth in frustration when she realized that the connection to Middle Lily City had been cut off. She could only teleport to a nearby territory, several 100,000 miles away. She might not like Diane very much, but he at least treated her better than the Golden Crow sect did. Now, she had a chance to become the level of expert she truly wanted to be, all because of his meridian nurturing pills. She might as well do her part as his slave now. Amphory, Zaire, and Lila reappeared in Soul Palace. There weren't any guards around because Diane didn't have manpower to spare for such trivial things. With all the demon generals training on the lower tier, their appearance went practically unnoticed. Lila gasped when she left Soul Palace to see the tall, shimmering arc of humanity. However, tears coated her eyes when she recognized the names at the top. She hadn't spent much time with Mia and Bella, but with her true empathy, how could she not know how genuinely kind the two of them were? Damaris. Zaire was about to comfort Lila, but he suddenly noticed that Damaris was standing around the outside of Soul Palace as well. She seemed to be meditating on something. "Zaire? What are you doing here?" Startled awake, Damaris was stunned. Weren't these three going to the conference? How were they here? Once she heard the explanation, Damaris shot up, her aura surging. Though she was still much less valiant in comparison to how bloodthirsty Amphory could become, she seemed like an unrefined or slowing approaching that peak. "I haven't stretched my limbs out fully in almost 3 years. Let's go," Damaris said eagerly. "Big brother told us to stay here though," Zaire said with a frown. "No," he said, "for Lady Amphory to stay here. Us, however, can enter the celestial floor. You haven't completed your trials yet, but there's no rule that says you must. Do they think they can bully my sect master so easily?" Zaire's jaw almost fell to the ground. Though he had unlimited confidence in his elder brother, he still couldn't understand just how Dian subdued Damaris so quickly. Good. Zaire's fists slammed together, sending out rings of compressed air. Let's go rampage a bit then. Little Lila smiled lightly, her beautiful pink diamond eyes glistening under the high sun. She was quite docile usually, but hearing that her elder sister Madeline was in danger, well, let's just say that the world would soon know the might of a true empath. Amphrey watched Lila, Zaire and Damaris leave, a complicated expression flickering with the deep greens of her eyes. There was a war going on inside her. It simply wasn't in her personality to sit back and stay safe. She'd much rather lead the vanguard even if it put her life at risk. She was an angel, the demon sage's daughter. How could she feel comfortable just sitting here? However, when she thought back to Dian's almost pleading expression, she felt her heart tremble. She couldn't bring herself to deny him. Amphrey sighed. Is this what it means to be in love? It's made me quite weak. She thought to herself somewhat bitterly. Little Ray, you're here? A somewhat elated voice filled Amphrey's ears, but considering how deep and ancient it sounded, the excitement seemed out of place. Father, shouldn't you be nurturing your new body? Amphrey looked at the floating spirit of her father. Not only was it dangerous for his soul to be out here without any form of protection, it was especially so considering this was only a partial soul. Bah! The demon sage snorted. That boy has some good treasures, but even they have their limits. It would be more efficient for the soul tome to work on one individual at a time. Since Esmeralda is his master, I've allowed her to go first. It'll be my turn eventually. Amphrey shook her head. She knew well that her father was simply escaping the reality of being helped by a young boy he still carried some animosity toward. In fact, it would be more ferocious had his little girl not chosen him as her husband. The soul tome was an almost unmatched treasure. It became even more so after Dian's soul reached the Tao realm. There was no issue with it healing multiple souls at once, and it was especially efficient at doing so with the aid of the celestial beast's lifestone. Seeing Amphrey didn't say anything, the demon sage blushed slightly in embarrassment, before coughing to change the subject. What's the matter? Did he bully my little girl? Just wait until I get my body, I'll beat that little brat into the ground. Amphrey smiled lightly. No, he didn't bully me at all. If anything, it's the exact opposite. He's treating me too well. Dian made the decision long ago to trust his wives to fight by his side. But he deviated from that today. It was hard to blame him for it considering the circumstances, but it was just as difficult for Amphrey to go against her nature. If she was forced to change in order to be with the man she loved, would that sort of relationship be healthy? After listening to the story of what happened, the demon sage fell into a deep silence. What could he say? He completely agreed with Dian. He didn't want his daughter to charge into danger either. What? The demon sage froze. Did you just say he found Marshal St. Pills? Quick, tell me how many. Amphrey's beautiful emerald eyes blinked in confusion at her father's reaction. Sure, Marshal St. Pills were heaven-defying treasures. But someone like the demon sage who had seen so many things shouldn't be shocked by them. After all, he was a step away from becoming a higher existence before he lost life. He was also known as the greatest body cultivation expert to ever live. This sort of reaction wasn't suited for his stature. Lord Husband said he found them in a mystical world. It gave him 1,000. He's used 14 of them up to now. 10 on the vice commanders, 1 on himself, and 3 on Alexandria, Madeline, and Clara. 15 if you include the one he set aside for me, and 17 if you include the 2 Junior and Aiden are too young to take. 1,000. The demon sage's heart quickened. Father, this isn't like you. Forgive me. It's just that there are a few things you don't know. My Marshal Saint Constitution was originally an ancient constitution that continued to be passed down in a far weaker form. The man known as the first Marshal Saint supposedly had the ability to form 117 meridians and open his own Danteon without transcending. Though it seems like the difference between me and him is only the fact my Danteon will be locked until the moment I transcend, the reality is that he's like the boundless skies while I'm nothing but clouded water. Much like others with ancient constitutions, the first Marshal Saint inevitably died before he could transcend. But he was unwilling to leave his legacy like this, so as he was about to fail his tribulation, he gathered the strength of his dantian to form what we know as Marshal St. Pills today. No one knows exactly how many he created that day, but it was at least several million. Back then, powerful clans warred over these pills, and they were monopolized by those with the largest fists. They then stored these pills away and would only take out one, at most two, per generation. This would help their clan's greatest geniuses to prosper and extend the lifetime of their clans and build faith. For the legacy of this mystical world to have 1,000 of these pills alone, they were definitely a massively influential clan from back then. I understand, but why is this so important? Amphory frowned. You don't get it even to now? To normal individuals, this is just an opportunity to gain part of the abilities of a martial saint. But, to me, it's a chance to be the first individual to cause the same ancient constitution to appear twice. Amphory's calm eyes flashed with surprise. It was no wonder her father was so excited. But, you can't be the first to have thought of this, right, father? Amphory asked carefully. After all, it's not unlikely for those powerful clans to give birth to martial saints of their own, right? Their faith is definitely high enough to birth many god constitution talents. The demon sage sighed. You're right. The process of opening new meridians is painful enough, so you can imagine how painful it is to open your dantian prematurely. All who've tried have died. Amphory frowned. Then you definitely can't do it. I won't allow you. You've already died once. Are you really so eager to die again? The demon sage chuckled, avoiding his daughter's piercing gaze. In my youth I would have, but you don't need to worry. This old man doesn't have such ambitions any longer. In truth, many of the enemies I made, the same enemies that killed your mother, were enraged by me because I enraged them first. Our Pekal clan doesn't have the deep-rooted history necessary to have procured these godly pills for ourselves. So, the only way I could get my hands on them was by warring with clans who did. Unfortunately, my arrogance got the best of me. I provoked those clans far earlier than I should have for that dream. The demon sage sighed. I thought that as long as I gained an ancient constitution, I would be undefeatable. By then, I could sweep over the mortal plane and complete my dream of unifying it all. I was naive. Those outer quadrant clans are a monster the tower quadrants couldn't hope to compare to. Any one of them could crush all 100 quadrants with ease, save the dragons and Chilants. If it wasn't for the Jafari clan treasure, I would have been wiped out before I even knew what happened. How could Amphory not know these things? She was chased for many years before her father's spirit found its way back to her. They even entered the tower to chase her. Of course, it wasn't because they were afraid of the threat of her. Back then, some bastards were so infatuated with her beauty that they went through all the lengths in the world to make her theirs. Luckily, she improved so quickly thanks to her odd constitution that the experts they sent became outdated too fast to harm her. Consider this my old infatuation. The demon sage dismissively. Let me help you absorb the pill. Help me? Amphory's eyebrows raised. Of course I can help you. If you use my soul as a proxy, the energy will be far gentler because it's incredibly compatible with me. Then I can pass that energy directly to you because our souls are compatible as father and daughter. If we also rely on the life stone and the primordial chi within the celestial beast's realm, just a few weeks will be enough for you to integrate 3 new meridians. Oh, just a few days if you enter your deep slumber. Why was it that the demon sage was recognized as the greatest body cultivator to ever exist? After all, he didn't even have a body refinement technique like Orcus did. He also didn't have a top defensive constitution either. By all rights, it didn't make much sense. But the secret here is in his understanding of the human body. Though Dian received a divine-grade body refinement technique from Orcus, false god body, the demon sage's efficiency in cultivation was even a step above this. Dian had such a high affinity for array alchemy that it felt as though it was created for him. However, the demon sage's love was body cultivation. Not only did he have an exceptionally high understanding of his own body, he was able to understand the bodies of others to great levels. How else could he train the mediocre Ipsum disciples to the Tao realm in just 500 years? You finally understand my slumbering constitution, father? Amphory asked expectantly. I've understood it for quite a while now, actually. It's just that I didn't want to waste your youth, so I didn't see a point in explaining it to you until you could leave my mystical world. It was better that you stayed in a suspended state so that you didn't age. Also, I was a bit worried about your constitution before. I didn't want to pass that worry on to you. Your constitution is a forgotten Earth-grade constitution known as Hypnos Muse. Earth-grade. Amphrey's brows furrowed. Her constitution felt too heaven-defying to just be of the Earth-grade.
Don't look down on Earth-grade constitutions, Little Ray. Some of them, in appropriate situations, can be incredibly powerful. For example, the Earth-grade constitution Earthen Will. It has a simple function. The larger and heavier its wielder's body, the stronger they become. If born in a normal human, it's lackluster unless they can get their hands on an expanding technique. However, if born in a giant or a beast that can morph into a large creature, how powerful would it be?
Your Hypnos Muse is a bit special in a similar way. Hypnos is a male god depicted as the embodiment of sleep in many ancient cultures. His muse was the love of his life, a woman he blessed with a comforting sleep throughout all her lifetimes. This constitution is relatively weak initially, but Hypnos was a bit of a narcissist. He believed that your first life didn't need such good sleep because you had him. Why would you need to have sleep when you had such a good man by your side? However, in the case that one born with this constitution in a previous lifetime is born with it again, it becomes something otherworldly.
Hypnos believes that since it was unlikely for him to follow you into this life, you'd be awashed with sorrow and would prefer to sleep for long periods of time to escape.
He wants to incentivize this sleeping sorrow, so he rewards more you the longer you sleep. Amphrey's eyes arched in surprise, then finally understanding. How could a constitution have such a harsh requirement?
To happen to be born with same constitution twice 2 lifetimes in a row?
Such a thing was impossible to the point of being nonsense. Is this a bad thing, or a good thing? Amphrey asked, partially worried. If this Hypnos was such a narcissist, didn't that mean he'd prefer for her to be asleep forever? What if one day she fell asleep, only to never wake up again?
I was worried about a similar thing as well, or else I would have told you earlier. The demon sage said softly. But after learning yours and Diane's story, I felt relieved.
If it wasn't for your constitution, I would have killed that brat long ago. Seeing his daughter's confusion, the demon sage explained. If it wasn't for Diane, you'd have to be worried about this. But I believe you don't have to now. Hypnos isn't actually a real person.
Well, rather he is, but you aren't the individual he was actually in love with. Hypnos passed a portion of his ancient constitution to protect his wife, causing it to begin to be passed down. As a result, there's both the aspect of reincarnation and love implanted within this constitution.
Not only must you share the same constitution between 2 lives to reach this constitution's full potential, you must also share the same lover in 2 lives, or else the backlash of this constitution will be even worse than some others. Constitution backlashes weren't rare. For example, Rhee's talent was stifled for a long time for this reason. Madeline was another example. Before her constitution fully awoke, she was facing an inevitable death. Diane believed that the twins, Mia and Bella, were another example of this sort of backlash. It was just unfortunate that he didn't manage to find a solution before they died.
Considering how convoluted and unreasonable Hypnos Muse was, it wouldn't be surprising if Mia and Bella had a constitution even more complex. Come, that's enough of that. You want to help that little brat, right?
In just a few days, no one below the peak Dao realm will be able to touch my little girl. And with your golden dragon lyre, even a peak Dao realm expert can't stop you from fleeing. Amphrey smiled sweetly. She didn't plan on telling Diane about this. She was certain that he was under a great amount of stress on his own. A cold smile coated Amphrey's features as the illusory image of blood-red wings appeared to her back. It felt as though the temperature of Soul Planet had plummeted by several dozen degrees in an instant. Even the clouds above seemed to redden. That Aritzia had a lot of nerve. The husband that she, Amphrey Sacharo, chose wasn't the type of person just anyone could put their hands on. She'd bathed Sapientia City in blood. Diane had no idea that his family had risen up to support him. Had he, though he would be worried, he would have felt an endless warmth in his heart. He continued to work at his fastest possible speed.
2 weeks was his estimate, but for some reason he felt uneasy. The opponent he was facing was no normal individual. Diane faintly felt that Aritzia was aware that the Jafari clan treasure would be finished with its task soon. In fact, how could Diane know whether or not she had made a move before alerting him? These thoughts caused Diane to work faster and faster, the calm expression on his features never fluctuating as he unknowingly slipped into a deep unconscious state. Just as he feared, the seventh day hadn't come to a close before a novel fluctuation of spatial chi caught Diane's attention. Only a few hundred miles away, the presence of 6 Dao experts caused Diane's eyes to narrow. This Aritzia really didn't spare any efforts. All 6 of them were higher Dao experts, the strongest being of the 8th Dao realm, and the weakest of the 7th. Even if Diane had told Amphrey to come, there was nothing she could do against such a lineup. Diane realized from the bestial auras they gave off that these 6 were definitely top-ranking members of BPA. Why they had come? It was definitely to get the Rainbow Kuan Peng clan to join their ranks. A transcendent grade beast clan was too enticing. But it was also a danger to them. If the Rainbow Kuan Peng clan agreed, then everything would be fine for them. But should they disagree, BPA would kill them all. For this reason, Diane had long since emptied their underwater strongholds. He didn't even want to give them an opportunity to hesitate. Despite all the battles Diane had faced in his life, this would by far be the greatest challenge. Madeline's aura surged. The heavens seemed to resonate with her body as a blinding glow emitted from her fair skin. Fiona and her 2 companions felt stifled by her purity. Her white gown shone so fiercely that it felt as though their attacks weren't getting through no matter how hard they tried. This white gown was an inheritance of the White Mothers. It might seem that a mere spiritual grade treasure meant nothing when supreme grade treasures seemed to be a dime a dozen to Diane, but it would be a mistake to look down upon this white gown. The gown, better known as White Mother's Grace, was an absolute treasure for those who had comprehended celestial will. Passed down from the very first White Mother, it had the ability to act both defensively and as an amplifier. The only reason that it was graded as a spiritual grade treasure was because its potential could already be tapped into with just celestial chi. Even with the White Mothers taken into account, one could say without hesitation that Madeline was among the top percentage of individuals to ever use this treasure precisely because she had managed to evolve her celestial will to the realm of supreme laws. Immediately, 70% of her opponent's striking power was dissipated before they could even reach her. And better yet, her celestial will rose from the 8th intent realm to the one with Dao realm. Rings of concentrated music chi bloomed outward, blasting the 3 pseudo-Dao experts backward. However, the lines of worry on Madeline's delicate features didn't fade. Though she was sure the enemy would never think that she would be capable of handling 3 pseudo-Dao experts alone, she knew that these matters wouldn't end like this. For one, Flaming Lily sect disciples kept falling one after another. If this continued, even if Madeline survived and killed her way to the teleportation stations to survive, the Flaming Lily sect would be finished. This was if they even worked now to begin with. Secondly, she wasn't Diane, who had what seemed like unlimited soul stamina. Sustaining a supreme law like this, especially after forcibly boosting it by 1 intent level with the help of White Mother's Grace, was difficult for her. She guessed that, at most, she could continue for another 10 minutes. Should I run? Madeline's jaw clenched. It hurt her to watch her fellow disciples fall one after another. She didn't even know if Sabona was doing okay. That little girl should still be on the lower tier. Would she be spared? Or would they kill her too? At this point, Madeline irrationally hoped that Sabona was a traitor as well. At least then she wouldn't have to die. Madeline looked up into the skies. Because of her goddess disposition, there was little she hated more than blood and war. She could be said to be the direct opposite of Amphrey. However, she fought because she knew that this was what Diane needed. Still, Madeline felt different from Amphrey in this regard. Not just in her hate of war, but more deeply in regard to the fact that she didn't feel that she was compromising herself for the sake of love. Madeline realized that without war, it was impossible to bring about the peaceful world she would love to live in. Sure, Madeline fought for Diane, but on a personal level, she fought for herself too. They need me, Madeline said resolutely. 2 wives, 2 Sacharo clan women, reached the same conclusion, taking different paths. A delicate roar left Madeline's lips as the 3 pseudo-Dao experts recovered to surge toward her. In that moment, the manifestation of a gorgeous goddess appeared to her back. The beauty was almost blinding, to the point one didn't dare to look for too long. All of the energy with Middle Lily City seemed to rush toward Madeline. Since she had chosen to fight, she would go all out. Goddess disposition. It was maybe the only constitution that ranked so highly that didn't seem to have a direct application to battle. Even the lower-ranked Eternity's balance could help one fuse wills. However, Goddess disposition didn't have an obvious purpose. If anything, it only seemed to raise cultivation speeds to ungodly levels. However, over the past few years, Madeline's comprehension had deepened even further. She had once believed that the essence of her constitution was purity. This was why she managed to raise celestial will to a supreme law when many others couldn't. But thanks to the tea leaves of heaven's selfless breath, she came to comprehend that it was far deeper than just this. Madeline was beloved by heavens. Beloved to the point that it didn't dare to treat her as strictly as it did its children. The ancient constitution Goddess disposition originated from was the product of a heaven's child who broke free of the constraints of heaven, soaring beyond its purview. If Madeline unlocked the abilities of her constitution to even 1% of that originator's level, there was no doubt that she would become the strongest expert on the mortal plane. Madeline's violet hair and eyes erupted into a blaze of white gold flames. The color seemed to be washed out in an instant, painting Madeline with a heavenly brush. In these moments, she dwarfed every woman in existence. Her elegance, her grace, her aura, they were all the pinnacle of perfection. When a manifestation reached its highest realms, it would evoke changes to its wielder's body. The pressure Aritzia brought upon Dian and his family could only result in one of two things. Either they would crack and die under it, or they would rise up to become something far greater than they had been before. Madeline, after choosing to stand her ground and fight, had forcibly stepped in the direction of the latter. Madeline had used the heirloom of the White Mothers. She knew that after today, considering the wealth of knowledge their enemies had, these things would be exposed. However, these weren't the worries on her mind. In fact, she had no worries to speak of. Her mind was clear. She glided across the skies, her bare, delicate feet seemingly playing soothing melodies on the hearts of all those around her. I see everything. Madeline's sensitivity to energy seemed to be at an all-time high. She could feel the darkness swirling around some, and the fear around others. She could even faintly feel that if she tried to manipulate these emotions, she very well could. All the types of energies that seemed hidden to everyone else was laid out before her. If Dian heard Madeline describe these things to him, the first image that would pop into his mind would be of Luna. That pitiful, petite figure, stepping off and into a chasm of scathing wind will sometimes appeared into his dreams. How could he forget? Hadn't Luna manipulated Dian's emotions even into forgetting his first love, Amphrey? She seemed to grasp all the energies of the world as well. However, this still seemed different. Madeline didn't have such a weight on her heart. The energies flowed far smoother for her, as though just a thought could make them bend to her will. She didn't feel the world-shattering pressure that Luna once had on her shoulders. Maybe it was that Madeline and Luna shared a constitution. Considering Luna was far older than Madeline at the time, she had grasped the essence of goddess disposition as well. The light shattering of a barrier resounded as a presence surged into the skies. At that moment, it wasn't just emotions Madeline could see, but all types of energies, even ones originating from the body. With a single thought, her presence broke through the Marquis realm, through the Duke realm, and entered true kingship. Madeline faintly smiled. All fighting had stopped in her presence. Her Marquis-level presence hadn't been enough to make any substantial changes to the landscape of the battlefield. But now she felt that everything was within her grasp. Madeline ignored the negative emotions swirling within her fellow disciples. Instead, she trained in on faint traces of sealing chi. She knew that when Dian saved Yandavir, she had had a seal etched into her body that used her own meridians as a formation. This meant that all traitors likely had a similar plight. It only took an instant of Madeline to find them all. Begone! Hundreds of disciples began disappearing, one after another. Without much surprise, even the two pseudo-Dao experts helping Fiona disappeared as well. However, it seemed Fiona was still loyal. Because her divine sense wasn't as exaggerated as her husband's, Madeline could only fly across the city to the best of her abilities, expelling traitor after traitor. A wave of fatigue was overcoming Madeline's attempts, but she pushed through, unwilling to stop halfway. The shocking wave of disciples being forcibly expelled from Middle Lily City immediately caught the attention of those outside the city. But what could they do?
They could only watch. Still, they still had an upper hand. Because of the sealing formation around the city, Madeline couldn't teleport out with her fellow disciples. And, no matter what, the city was still surrounded. As far as they were concerned, Madeline was a cornered rat. They also believed that there was no way she knew who were traitors and who weren't. This likely meant she had been forced to expel anyone even remotely suspicious. If she was really doing this, this meant that the atmosphere in the city couldn't be very good. Everyone would be looking over their shoulders, and if there were any rats Madeline missed, they could easily stir up trouble once again. To make matters even better, Diane, their greatest worry, was nowhere to be seen. That meant that the information they received from the instigator was true. True God Sacharo was definitely tied up in a matter too big for him to handle if he hadn't come to wife's aid. That or their tight seal on information worked wonders. Many of these deductions were true.
The only one that held some falsehood were their thoughts that Madeline was expelling individuals at random. But even still, the situation wasn't exactly perfect. Especially after Madeline collapsed from the skies, too tired to continue. The white gold of Madeline's hair and eyes faded. Her body ached. But because she used violet revival flames, she had no way of healing herself. Even if she still had access to her life and reincarnation characteristics, she didn't have the stamina to use them anyway. Seeing this, Fiona hesitated. After her fear of Madeline awoke her from her mourning, some things became clear to her. Since Madeline could expel her, why hadn't she? Also, why cripple Sherry instead of just killing her? And finally, once Madeline did begin expelling people, why was she still here? If you want to kill me, go ahead and try, but know that even my patience is limited. Madeline said, gasping for breath. If I'm forced to choose between your life and mine, know that I will never choose yours. Even my empathy for you cannot make me willingly leave my husband. Fiona trembled before she fell to the ground in tears. She understood very well now that the sister she had had all her life truly was a traitor to their sect. At this moment, Yandavir was rushing at her greatest speed to Middle Lily City. By the time she reached the vicinity of the city, she was just in time to witness the influx of disciples. Since she hadn't received a list due to her seal being destroyed by Diane, she had the same worry that Madeline's enemies saw as a strength. She thought Madeline had begun expelling disciples at random. She had taken the female disciple's spatial ring in hopes she could find the list within, but it seemed that the Golden Crow sect was smarter than to give out something so important in physical form. All she found were a group of treasures that couldn't enter her eyes. Halt! Who are you? The guards scattered around Middle Lily City immediately spotted Yandavir and stopped her. Obviously, they couldn't allow anyone to enter right now, or else their tight seal on information would be nothing but a dream. Their question was just a pretense. There were only two outcomes. Either Yandavir was an ally, or she would be captured and chained until this ordeal was over. Yandavir frowned. Check your lists. Don't stop me. I'm doing something important. She attempted to briskly walk by, but the guards stopped her one more, lecherous smiles on their smug faces. I'm sorry, Lady Yandavir, but we're going to need to see your seal. Just to make sure. Suddenly Yandavir understood. The seals were always placed on one's most intimate areas so that they could remain hidden. These bastards were practically asking her to strip just so they could satisfy their debased desires. They already knew that Yandavir was traitor to her sect and a pawn of the Golden Crow sect. So why not take advantage? Wasn't she sworn to always follow the orders of disciples of their sect? Yandavir's gray eyes flashed with a cold light. I won't say it again. Move. This group of guards were nothing but fools. If Yandavir was bound by her seal to follow all instructions as long as it came from a member of their sect, she would have been exposed long ago as a traitor. What if the Flaming Lily sect and the Golden Crow sect were having a minor conflict and one of the latter's disciples offhandedly told Yandavir to piss off? Wouldn't she be bound to listen to that person's order?
Then wouldn't her identity be exposed for something irrelevant? Obviously, the seal wasn't constructed in this way. There were only a small group of upper echelon individuals Yandavir would have had to listen to the orders of without question. But these three fools were too blinded by their lust to understand something so simple.
In fact, they were shocked by Yandavir's response. "You little slave, do you think you're worth something?" One of the guards growled. "Die." Yandavir was a woman who emotionlessly betrayed her fellow disciples. Why would she hesitate to kill someone who had insulted her?
In the blink of an eye, 5 guards fell to their deaths under a thin sword, but this obviously alerted individuals more worthy of Yandavir's attention. As expected, in no more than a few seconds, a group of individuals had already locked in on Yandavir.
This group was led by 2 pseudo-Dao experts. One was a female, the other a male. However, both of them had the staple golden hair and red eyes of the Goldine clan. The remaining half-dozen of them ranged from the higher celestial realm to the peak.
These 2 were born too early to be the scions that protected God Goldine, and each had a foot in the Dao realm. It was experts like these that were the reason the Golden Crow sect didn't directly collapse after losing their key and 5 geniuses.
Unfortunately for them, the Golden Flame mystical world rejected those who comprehended enigmatic chi, or else Diane's victories wouldn't have been so simple. The male frowned. "What happened here?" "I killed them." Yandavir responded plainly. The male's brow twitched.
She dared to speak to him like this? "They impeded my progress. It's well known that I'm on your side already. Was there a need for this?"
"They're nothing but lecherous scum." Hearing these words, the female immediately understood what happened and her stance softened. Yandavir might be a slave, technically, but she was a talent that the sect recognized from her birth.
After the matters with the Flaming Lily sect were handled, she would have had a high position amongst them despite not having Crow or Goldine blood. "Why are you so late?" Though the male understood what happened now as well, he was still displeased with Yandavir's attitude. Yandavir shrugged.
"I thought this matter could be handled without me, and I happened to be in secluded meditation in order to reach the pseudo-Dao." At that moment, Yandavir's repressed aura surged forward, causing the male to involuntarily take a step back.
Yandavir's true potential had been suppressed for too long. Diane's aid had basically attached wings to a tiger, allowing her to soar. If she was given a Marshall St. pill, she wouldn't lose to any of Diane's vice commanders in potential. "I see that Madeline has begun to panic," Yandavir said plainly. "This seems as good a time as any for me to step in." Just when the male was about to bow his head and step to the side, a roaring might descended upon them from the distance. "Who dares to lay hands my big sister?" Zaire's voice boomed over Middle Lily City. At this moment, news of 2 new trial takers was sweeping over the martial world. Rumors said that the Dragochilan lands had birthed yet another true god-level genius, and he was actually from the small Demon Chilan clan. However, news of the second newcomer was even more fierce because rumor had it that she was an absolute beauty who could make one's heart tremble. Little Lila's delicate frame seemed to make the tower quadrants themselves swoon. The sounds of entrapped souls resounded through the martial world. "What did you say?" Aritzia's delicate brows arched. It was hard to believe that such beautiful eyes could have such schemes hidden below. But that was the reality of her existence. Just now, an attendant had just rushed in, one of the branch members of her Sapientia clan, to inform her of some wrinkles to her plot.
Apparently, 2 unknown individuals had suddenly appeared to take the Celestial Door trial, and even more surprisingly, they directly ignored the lower tier to take these very trials once again for the middle tier. Though this sort of thing was infrequent, it wasn't too rare for it to occur. Sometimes clans had their own trials, separate from the tower, so sometimes geniuses would go through hells of their own before returning the tower. Annex Emperor Giant Clan and their tattooed angel wings were just one such example of this. These individuals would thus find the lower tier useless to them and directly enter the middle tier. Sometimes, in a rare exception, they would directly enter the higher tier. However, this sort of usually banal information was of striking importance right now precisely because of the large undercurrents Aritzia had spurred on. 2 individuals had astounding performances on both the lower and middle Celestial Door trials. "You've already said this, but you haven't given me anything important to latch onto to." "Ah, yes. I forgot to mention that the Celestial Door trial they took were of the God grade,
and they receive true god level results, but their names are nowhere to be found on any of the rankings. They're complete unknowns. Also, reports say that they entered Agios clan territory after completing the Middle Celestial Door trial. Their movements were lost after that. Agios clan. Aritzia's brows furrowed.
The Crystal Dragon clan again. Aritzia had to admit that she was absolute shocked when it was found out that former true god Geralda had become one of Diane's demon generals. This was what told her that Diane was definitely not someone simple to deal with. However, even taking these matters into account, she still took action because she was confident in herself. This wasn't blind faith. Aritzia understood how dragons operated. With the exception of the true god Titus anomaly, dragons didn't fight in groups. Even their city territories were the product of geniuses of their clans fighting off on their own. So, Aritzia hadn't been worried about the Agios clan. What more proof did she need than the fact even the Agios clan pronounced Geralda dead and gave her successorship to her younger sister? Geralda hadn't even bothered to tell her clan members she had married and found a husband. This matter only boosted Aritzia's confidence. But she felt this odd itching in the back of her mind. That same instinct that she always believed in was creeping back up once again. Quickly, get me the videos of their trials. The attendant squirmed awkwardly, not knowing how to break the rest of the news to Aritzia. What's the matter? Aritzia frowned. We aren't sure what happened, but many of the videos sent in to the SNN came back blank. We could see some faint energy fluctuations, but it was as though the individuals themselves were edited out. Aritzia stood slowly, a pensive expression on her face. Empress Aritzia, should we? The attendant probed, playing with his sleeves timidly. You did well to report this to me despite the lack of solid connection. At these moments, every small piece of information is valuable. There were reports of a golden dragon in Soul Clan territory, but it somehow disappeared after massive fluctuations of soul chi ravaged one of their outer universes. Reports on Middle Lily City show that Madeline has somehow hung on even to now. I've yet to receive any other reports from Water Mist Quadrant after their Grand Elder allowed Alexandria and Jaws to escape. My attempts to delve into the secrets of the 99th Quadrant have been stifled, and I can't find any individuals capable of using the teleportation formations to the 56th Quadrant. I've captured Verver, yet he refuses to say anything even after being crippled. Somehow there is still no word from True God Sacharo or his demon generals. And now 2 new variables have appeared. No, definitely 3. Maybe if it was someone else facing these challenges, they would be frustrated. But Aritzia's smile only grew wider and wider with each passing challenge she listed. Suddenly, she turned to the attendant. Don't be foolish. No, we shouldn't. The depth of the Sapientia clan must forever remain a mystery to everyone. Our reserves mustn't be tapped into even for something seemingly this important. Instead, here's what we'll do. The matters with the Water Mist Quadrant have already been set. Leave them alone. Even losing won't be too big of a deal. I only want to use BPA to confirm something. As for the middle tier, you sent me a report that Yandavir still hasn't shown up. Correct? If she ever does, don't hesitate. Kill her when her guard is the lowest. Even if the percentage chance of her defecting is low, I don't like variables. Up to now, we've only mobilized the Golden Crow sect. Light a fire under the Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth clans. Remind them of who killed their top celestial geniuses. Even if Madeline has somehow found a way to expel all traitors, that just means the Flaming Lily sect disciple count is exceptionally low. So, give them more enemies to contend against with those pitiful number. Finally, when the time is right, leak our movements to Dyashoken. On the middle tier, just outside of Middle Lily City, the appearance of Lila, Damaris and Zaire caused Yandavir to frown. How could she not? She didn't know who these individuals were. In that moment, just as she had turned her head toward the voices, she suddenly felt an overwhelming danger coming from her back. It was already too late to react. Yandavir's face paled slightly, but in the end, she sighed. The life of a traitor should end this way, no? Either way, she was never going to earn the trust of Diane anyway. She would spend the rest of her life as a slave. Maybe one day when Diane fell into the depraved cycle of the martial world like everyone did,
he would turn her into his own personal sex slave. She had no delusions that she was better than Madeline, but men were animals. At least that was what she had learned in her short life. It was probably better for her to leave the world in this way instead of dying a depraved, pitiful death sometime in the future. The male Goldine clan member sneered as his fists, coated in blazing golden flames, careened toward Yandavir's delicate back. He could almost see her body impaled already. It was difficult for pseudodao experts to communicate with their enigmatic chi. Usually, they would only apply small wisps of it to their attacks in order to bolster their strength. The rest of the time, they relied on celestial chi just like peak celestials did. Because of this, the young man knew that Yandavir couldn't react despite being stronger than him. He had already stimulated his enigmatic chi, but she didn't have the opportunity to do so, so she could only defend with celestial chi. Disperse. Suddenly, the world itself trembled. The gentle voice of a young lady resounded, reverberating like the delicate ring of a silver bell. It should have been impossible for such a soft voice to carry such power. Yet, the ground quaked and the skies shook. In that moment, the male's fist collided with Yandavir's back, sending her flying several hundred meters through the plains. But the expectation of showering blood and impaled bodies never came to fruition. The male trembled as he looked into the skies, his eyes training on a young lady with an adorable face and long pink hair. She hadn't moved from the spot she stood in, yet the male felt a deep fear in his heart. It was so much so that he stumbled backward, unable to collect himself. "You saved her?" Zaire asked in confusion. "You big dope," Lila said with a doting expression. "If she was our enemy, why would they attack her? She's a subordinate of Big Brother's." "Oh," Zaire nodded in understanding. It wasn't that he was too stupid to understand this concept. Zaire was highly intelligent. Rather, he didn't jump to the conclusion Lila had. He thought that Yandavir might be someone who had crossed into this mess by accident, and since she was powerful, these bastards wanted to get rid of her while she was distracted. Due to his draconic blood, Zaire wasn't a fan of saving the weak. If you died, then you were simply not strong enough. That was the way of the world. The only exceptions he had to this rule were his own family. If Madeline had even a hair missing on her head, these people would be the first to pay. However, Lila had her true empathy. She was an inherently kind person. Not just this, but she obviously not only knew of the male's intention to attack, but also Yandavir's intention to betray them. Zaire hadn't wanted her to save them because the technique she used was a secret that shouldn't be disseminated easily. If it came out to save Madeline, sure, it was fine. Madeline was worth it. But it definitely wasn't if it was for a stranger. Yandavir blinked in confusion. "I'm alive." She stood, her pale face and mage gowns covered in dust. "I'm not injured either?" "How is that possible?" Yandavir felt a severe aching on her back. But such a thing for cultivators was negligible. "Who are you?" The male didn't have the demeanor of a pseudo-Dao expert any longer. The 7 individuals who had followed him, including his female counterpart, looked at him with varying degrees of confusion. Maybe only the female understood exactly where his fear stemmed from. That little girl, with just one word. She completely dispersed Alex's enigmatic chi. She doesn't even look like she strained herself. How is that possible? The heartbeat of the female quickened. This isn't not good. This isn't good at all. The abilities of a true empath were beyond the comprehension of these individuals. When it first begins, it's tied to emotion. One could feel vague thoughts and comprehend those around them to a minor extent. Once it progresses, one can read surface thoughts. It's possible to directly read the mind of an individual without much effort at all, barring the use of treasures like the seal. Once true empathy advances once more, it's possible to read deeply hidden thoughts. Memories, dark secrets, hidden intentions unknown to even the person themselves. It can all be read. However, this wasn't the final form of true empathy, not even close. Why was it that true empaths were needed to enter the elven tombs? Wasn't it because only they could easily navigate the ancient game that protected it? True empathy isn't just about seeing the truth in humans. It's about seeing the truth in all things. Now, what if that truth was applied to formations? Wouldn't it be impossible to trap a true empath in such a thing? What if that truth was applied to battle? Wouldn't the weakness of any technique be laid bare? But what if that truth was applied to language?
What if the deepest meaning behind words were understood? Wouldn't it be possible to destroy entire worlds just by speaking?
You may not know me, Lila said in her sweet voice, but you most definitely know my big brother. You've trapped my big brother's wife, my big sister Madeline. With me here, you're no match for us. You can either clear the way or face the consequences. This was a day the martial world would be lit on fire. Everyone would remember the day that Diane's little sister outshone even him. Within the dark ocean, Diane was completely oblivious to these things.
It wasn't that he didn't want to think about them, but rather that he couldn't.
If he thought about the danger his wives were in, his facade of calm would shatter and he wouldn't be able to guarantee even his own survival. It's time. Please enter my inner world. Be sure to stay away from the black flames. I'm struggling to control them even now. If something happens to me and they disperse. Diane looked into Ree's eyes, gently holding her slender shoulder. If I'm about to die, I'll expel you out of my world.
Do not hesitate for even a moment and directly use the teleportation array I've given you, all right? Ree's frame trembled before she eventually bitterly smiled. You know I can't do that. Don't ask me for stupid things. In exchange, I'll obediently enter your inner world.
If you don't want me to die, then don't die yourself. Ree's firm words gave no room for debate. Knowing that the 6 Dao experts were only a few hundred miles away, a distance that was meaningless to Dao experts, Diane could only grit his teeth and nod. In the next instant, there was only him, sunken deep within the ocean's depths. This far below the surface, there was nothing but an endless darkness. It was once lit by the clan stronghold of the Rainbow Kuan Pong, but Diane had torn it all down.
This low visibility was to his advantage because very soon he would be the only one capable of using his divine sense. Diane tore his robes from himself. He would have been the perfect image of toned symmetry, but a large portion of his right arm was missing. Since he would be fighting Dao experts, a fake arm wouldn't last even a single blow, so why waste his soul chi on such a trivial matter?
He could sense his enemy's approach. It didn't seem like they were in much of a rush. In fact, as Diane saw it, they were stalling. Why was Wuxia so confident in executing this maneuver?
It was because she believed that Diane couldn't find himself help from his clan in a shorter period of time. Everyone knew that the celestial deer territories on the Dao floor were unmanned. That meant Diane's clan currently had no one capable of quickly traveling between quadrants. And even if they did, the Water Mist sect had closed off their teleportation portals to outsiders just in case. Knowing this would happen, Diane hadn't even considered asking Granny Celeste for help. Yet, despite believing she had Diane trapped, Wuxia fed BPA information about a powerful enemy. It wasn't a particularly difficult story to spin considering everyone was aware of Dark Ocean. All she needed to do was embellish a bit and BPA fell right into her palms, directly sending out 6 higher Dao experts. From beginning to end, everything seemed to fall right within Wuxia's expectations. Even if everything was going awry on the middle tier, as long as Diane fell here, it would be over. Ho ho, do you all see what I see? One of the males looked forward excitedly. I had thought that this would be a difficult mission, so why is there only one crippled young man here? I have to say. A female licked her lips. He is quite an interesting fetish, standing there naked like that. I can't say that I'm complaining, though. 13, you slut. You were in my bed just last night, yet you're already looking for other men. Why are you blaming me? 12? Blame yourself for not being as handsome as he is, and, from what I can see, not as big either. The 2 remaining females burst into laughter, not minding the rage on 12's face at all. It was clear that the 6 of them were in a great mood. They had been warned about the danger of this mission, but it seemed there was some sort of mistake. They could clearly see the Jafari clan treasure in the distance, an ancient ark inscribed with foreign symbols with a spinning sphere of gray, silver, and black amid its gate, but it seemed the only person guarding it was Diane. Of course, they considered the fact that there were enemies still hiding. But, as intelligent individuals, they all understood one thing. If one was truly powerful, there was no need for schemes. If their enemy was as strong as that source made it seem, then they wouldn't be hiding. The 6 lightly chatted as though Diane wasn't even there.
their divine senses wantonly gliding over every crevice of his body. Yet Dian didn't move.
Finally, they began to find it a bit weird that a mere first-stage celestial could be so calm in this situation. Dian's calm was no longer a facade.
It felt like he had forgotten everything, as though the only important thing was the task at hand. He had been teetering on a mental breakthrough for the past few days. He didn't fully understand what it was. Maybe Evangeline's words about his future self was related to it. But he couldn't spare thoughts toward this. The males called themselves 10, 12, and 14. The women called themselves 11, 13, and 15. If this was some sort of ranking, then BPA was far stronger than Dian had imagined if 6 higher Dao experts could only rank so lowly. And yet, he was still determined to kill them all. Today, he'd likely make one more unfathomable enemy for himself. He would either die and his story would end here, or he would rise up and burst into a new light. He didn't know which would happen, but he did know that if he left this place alive, Aritzia wouldn't be able to withstand his wrath.
Come. In that moment, the temperature of Dark Ocean dropped by countless dozen degrees. Just when the 6 stretched their divine sense outward to under the situation they were in, a seeping cold chi overwhelmed their senses, forcing them to call out in pain. Dian's gamble had paid off.
Among the 6 of them, none were ice will wielders.
Dian wasn't some sort of foolish exhibitionist who prepared a show for the 6 Dao experts. He had been preparing for a long time. Even a few hours was too long to give Dian, let alone days. The reason Dian was naked was because clothes did him no good. In fact, they would get in the way.
Before these 6 reached him using the range of their divine senses, Dian had long since coated himself in the inner fat of the blue whales. Over these past few days, he hadn't just spent him time laying formations, but he had also thoroughly analyzed the 5 species under his command with Ri's help. Thanks to her deep understanding of beasts, just a few hours was enough to comprehend all the secrets of a mere common-grade beast, let alone a few days. Dian learned the reason the blue whales were impervious to their cold chi was because of a very special evolution their fat reserves underwent. Not only did this evolution make their meat highly nutritious, but it also gave them great defenses and healing ability due to the great vitality stored within. Dian had coated himself from top to bottom in these fats. The reason the 6 hadn't noticed was because Dian hadn't allowed them to. They believed they could see through all of Dian's secrets with a glance. But how could Dian's level of soul strength be compared to beasts who were notorious for their soul path weaknesses?
It wasn't pretty, but Dian didn't have the luxury of worrying for his image right now. As long as the coating was on his skin, the cold chi wouldn't be able to penetrate his body. This allowed him to freely use his energies as he pleased.
Dian had come to understand that it wasn't his celestial and soul chi that were influenced by the cold. Rather, it was that the cold chi was using the two as a bridge to his body. With the fat that now coated him, the bridge was effectively cut off. Now, he wasn't restricted in the least. Just now, Dian had used his divine sense to release the blue whales from several beast spaces he had hidden around the ocean is a circular formation. Without even realizing it, the 6 Dao experts had walked right into a trap. They had the exact response Dian expected. They retracted their divine senses, believing that due to the fragility of souls, they were at risk. They then attempted to coat their bodies with a protective layer of chi. But in the next instant they realized that this was an even worse mistake as the cold chi sank directly into their bodies.
Damn it! 12 gritted his teeth. What the hell is this cold chi? He realized that the only thing that could withstand it was his body. When he tried to dispel the chi from within his body using his enigmatic energy, the matter only grew even worse. He felt his body was becoming an icicle from the inside out. They searched around but realized they were completely blind. Dian had been several miles ahead, so they couldn't even see him any longer. They were completely blind. One of them attempted to illuminate the surroundings with some fire will, only to scream out in pain as the cold chi penetrated their soul. 10, who hadn't spoken a single word until now, frowned deeply, his body inadvertently shivering. They couldn't use their chi, they couldn't see anything without their divine sense, and now they realized they couldn't even use their wills. This was ridiculous. Before they even began to battle, they lost 70% of their prowess in an instant. It was even more exaggerated than that if they took into account the influence the cold chi was having on slowing their actions. Back to back, now. 10 roared. No one dared to refute the orders of the highest-ranking member here. Anyone with illuminating treasure, take it out now. 10 called out once more. Yes. 15 responded, taking out her a small orb of gently bobbing light. It was a seemingly useless master-grade treasure she hadn't used in thousands of years. Who would have known that it would come in handy now?
Luckily it was of the master grade, and not any lower, or else the water pressure alone would have shattered it. Just when they wanted to sigh a breath of relief, 15's teeth began to chatter. 10. The cold chi is influencing my soul through my connection with this treasure. You've got to be kidding me. 13's playful side was nowhere to be seen. He was naked. Could there be a reason? 10 fell into deep thought. He had found it odd, but he threw the thought away. After all, considering how scantily clad the 6 of them here were, there really wasn't much point in judging Diane. However, considering the circumstances, maybe. How long can you last, 15? 10 finally asked. Through her chattering teeth, 15 responded. I can sustain it indefinitely usually and illuminate several dozen miles at once. But if I go all out like that, I'll be an icicle in an hour.
If I keep the range to just 100 meters, I can last a few days. 2.5 at most. After weighing the options, 10 nodded. Keep it to 100 meters for now. Stay alert. 10 realized that their informer hadn't been wrong. This was an incredibly dangerous mission. Just what sort of cold chi could influence enigmatic chi so quickly and easily? Who would have known that the moment they found a small path of light for themselves, the situation would change once more? Not only did the cold chi seem to multiply in strength in an instant, but the density of water increased by dozens of times. It seemed at any moment the water they stood within would become ice. As was stated previously, Diane had done a lot of research on the 5 species under his purview. For now, the sea serpent and fire coral weren't of great use to him, but blue whale, seahorse, and jellyfish were a completely different matter entirely. What Diane was mainly interested in was why the cold chi seemed to only work within water. What was so special about water? Unfortunately, even with the help of Ri, he couldn't quite understand this. However, he did comprehend many things, including the higher the water density, the greater the cold chi's effectiveness. Diane believed that this was definitely related to the environment the blue whales grew up in. For the blue whales, denser water equated to deeper water, which in Earth's climate meant sky-high temperatures. Therefore, their innate abilities responded to excess water pressure with greater effectiveness. But how did Diane so suddenly increase the water density? Dark ocean was nowhere near as dense as Earth's oceans near its bottom because it was far shallower. The answer was in the abilities of yet another species. The seahorse. The seahorse had 2 innate abilities to the blue whale's 1. They produced psychedelic oscillations with their vocal cords that could lull weaker life forms into a deep illusion, and they had innate control over the ocean's currents. Due to the seahorse's lack of intelligence, this first ability bordered on useless. It was only capable of fooling equivalently unintelligent common-grade beasts. However, this second ability, it was highly useful. The blue whales were used to warring with the seahorses. As such, they obviously had counters to each other. The blue whale's excessive size made music chi waves struggle to influence them, while the seahorse's control over water currents greatly helped them as well. By using their control of water to decrease the density in and around itself, the cold chi of the blue whales lost much of its effectiveness against the seahorses. However, Diane used it in the exact opposite fashion. Instead of ordering them to decrease the density, he ordered them to increase it by many times over. Although cold chi had its greatest effects against energy and soul chi, Diane labeled this as an evolutionary fluke. The blue whales obviously didn't have enemies that used soul or energy. They were inferior common-grade beasts. How could they? Originally, cold chi was meant to slowly penetrate into the body. The blue whale would then use its enormous bodily strength to directly crush their enemy. If this wasn't true, then how could Diane have shivered so fiercely despite having already dispelled the cold chi from himself? At this moment, the 6 Dao experts were experiencing just that. Not only had it suddenly become far harder to move within the dense waters, the cold chi was slowly seeping into their bodies, causing them to tremble. The worst part of it was that they didn't know where the enemy was. After the density was layered over by many times, 15's previous estimates became a joke. Let alone 2 days and a half. She'd be lucky to last another 5 minutes. In the end,
She was forced to retract the radius to just 5 meters.
10, I can only last another half-hour at this radius, she said through chattering teeth. There was something else she didn't say as well. With the density jumping up so high, she wasn't sure how much longer a master-grade treasure could withstand it. Dian was aware of how important secrecy was from the very beginning. He knew that cold chi was even more effective if the blue whales were closer, but he also knew that they gave off their own natural light. If Dian allowed them to get too close, they would definitely be spotted. Then his enemies could make a few guesses about what actions to take. Though the blue whales were powerful, their bodies could fight head-to-head with a top pseudo-Dao expert at most. They were nothing but cannon fodder in the face of 6 higher Dao experts. This was even doubly so for the seahorses who had slightly weaker bodies. To make this plan work, Dian had been forced to use all 4 king whales and 8 king seahorses. If he lost them, it would be too devastating a blow to speak about. Still not enough. Dian frowned at himself. His enemies were feigning weakness now, some of them were even pretending to panic, but he knew that Dao experts wouldn't be flustered so easily. The mental stability of an expert who had cultivated for so long was far beyond Dian's comprehension. They were baiting him. Dian sneered. A deep arrogance he had hidden within himself in order to keep a calm mind began bubbling forth. This will be your deathbeds. Give me 2 weeks. I'll make that despair real. King Jellyfish. It's time for you two to take action. Dian's mind communicated with 2 more beast spaces, releasing 2 beautiful creatures shimmering with rainbow lights. These 2 were unlike normal jellyfish. One can imagine the changes they underwent in order to withstand such great water density with their supposedly fragile bodies. Suddenly, arcs of blue lightning charged throughout their bodies. Standing on 2 opposite sides of the ocean, they communicated with one another. The dark ocean lit up. At first, the 6 were pleasantly surprised. But that was only a split moment before an overwhelming danger overcame them. Jellyfish were some of the deadliest creatures of the sea. Their lightning wasn't as simple as shocking their victims. It would penetrate deeply into the body, seeping into the spine, nerves, and brain, slowly killing the body's most important cells. There were 8 seahorse kings and 4 blue whale kings, yet the species with only second kings is the one they both feared the most. The arcs of lightning were incredibly quick, so quick in fact that the Dao experts didn't even have the thought of dodging them, they could only brace themselves. How difficult was it to dodge a current of lightning in deep waters? Too difficult. The piercing shock seemed to bore into their souls. For a moment, they forgot about the cold chi, almost reflexively using their energies to protect themselves. Bear with it. 10 roared. They realized right then that their attempts to bait Dian hadn't worked. All this time, they had been speaking out loud. Such a feat was simple for a Dao expert even when submerged in water. They had hoped to take advantage of the fact Dian was listening to their conversation to feign weakness. In fact, the figures 15 had given were fake as well. She knew well that she could last far longer than she had said. But Dian hadn't budged. The longer this went on, the greater their disadvantage would be. Due to the cold chi, they couldn't use their chi to communicate silently with each other. As more time passed, their innate understanding of each other's intentions would become less and less useful. Everyone understood now that it was best to feign weakness, but as more variables continued to pile up, was it guaranteed that they'd stay on the same page? Once that happened, they'd be forced to speak out with their real plans, thus putting them at an even worse disadvantage. A full half-minute ticked by before the arcs of lightning finally stopped. 10 immediately inspected his body. He wanted to sigh a breath of relief, believing that the lightning wasn't as big a deal as he thought, but that was when he froze. This is not good. 10's mental state finally had its first crack. Laymen knew jellyfish for their shocks, but less people were aware that jellyfish were actually poison-laden creatures. Those streaks of lightning, they weren't meant to scorch you to death like normal lightning did. No, it was meant to penetrate into their bodies to deliver a deadly poison. Neurotoxins, they were some of the most terrible poisons in existence. They could shut down the function of the nervous system, forcing a person to lose their ability to complete even the simplest tasks. They would lose control of their movements, their thoughts, and even their most basic functions. 10 knew that one strike of this lightning was enough to incapacitate them as Dao experts. Their bodies were too powerful. But what about 10 strikes? 100? 1,000? As the toxins built higher and higher,
just how much could they take?
Would they lose control of their bodies entirely by the end of it all? Would their only choice be to sit and wait for death?
A cold light pierced through the ocean, emitted from Diane's gaze. The king jellyfish could emit that level of attack only once an hour. With the effects of the cold chi, the Tao experts couldn't expel the toxins with their enigmatic energy.
In the end, Diane just needed to stall until they were too weak to fight back any longer. Do you know who they are now, Ri?
2 are bird beasts, 3 are cat beasts, and their leader has a strand of dragon blood. His beast transformation is the one you need to be most worried about, as it'll provide the greatest boost to his fighting prowess. His bloodline might even be able to directly suppress the poison. Diane nodded. He was under no illusions that things would be easy from now on. The king jellyfish are great trump cards, but their attack just now revealed that Diane was relying on beasts.
Diane was certain that Aritzia informed BPA that the Rainbow Kuanpong was involved in this operation, or else they wouldn't have made a move. This means that they know that this was related to the elves and likely expected that beast tamers would be involved.
As a result, Diane didn't bother to hide it. Even if the reasoning behind their deduction was false, their conclusion was true. Diane also had to be careful for another reason. Although they weren't using their enigmatic chi now, that didn't mean they wouldn't if the situation became desperate.
Cold chi wasn't an end-all-be-all. They might choose to accept the damage in order to survive a little longer. So Diane would never risk approaching himself. Instead, it's time. Let me show you a small bit of the hell I've made for Aritzia. In that moment, 2 magnificent sentinels appeared.
Their bodies swirled with beautiful silver moon jades and enticing gold star jades. The moon jades responded well to the cold chi, absorbing it wantonly with excitement, while the star jade balanced them perfectly. By now, the 2 elven tomb guards had finally reached the middle Tao level. Not just this, but they had also unlocked numerous abilities after being upgraded by the Mending Core. They would be the jailers of this living hell. What of the situation in Xianxia City? Aritzia asked, believing the matters of the middle tier to be handled. The attendant coughed uncomfortably. Comet Lord Gallagher seems to have sealed herself away in a dome-like supreme-grade treasure. What are you not telling me? Aritzia said sharply. She killed numerous members of the guild guard in a fit of rage due to the words of a newly appointed captain. Then she lay her dome over the weapons guild and told everyone to. The attendant coughed. Piss off, da. Even if it's a supreme-grade dome, she's just a celestial. She seems to have refined 70% of the treasure already, and since it's inherently an auxiliary-type treasure, its defensive abilities are very high. She can't possibly have the energy needed to last so long. You see, according to reports, she supposedly took out several billion transcendent stones to taunt us. Then she closed off our ability to see what she was doing inside. Also, the make of a supreme-grade treasure is very high. Even if it ran out of energy, it could protect itself for several days, if not weeks. Why haven't the guild masters made a move yet? The attendant seemed to have a cold. The weaponsmith guild master seems to be very fond of Comet Lord Gallagher, and no one is willing to offend him. He said he'd only act if a Tao expert came. He wouldn't lay a hand on a junior. Aritzia chuckled. Human emotions are complex, aren't they? The Xianxia couldn't send in their own experts or else they'd ruin their facade of neutrality. It was also terrible for optics if the inventor of the Xianxia network was captured by the Xianxia. They wanted to rely on the guilds to maintain their distance, but who knew this would happen? It doesn't matter, Aritzia said in the end. Even cultivators have their own limits. Maintain the ceiling formation no matter the cost. And ensure this weapons guild master keeps his word. Should he decide not to act when necessary? Aritzia didn't finish her words, but the shiver of cold and fit of coughing the attendant went in to set it all. Aritzia dismissed her attendant, falling into deep thought. Did I make a mistake? She had to admit that she acted on emotion. Though, by all rights, her plans were seemingly flawless, oddities kept creeping up. That said, those with Aritzia's level of intelligence always considered the worst-case scenario before they acted. What was Aritzia's worst-case scenario? It was that she didn't learn of Clara's true identity and Jaws survived. If these two things occurred, it was likely that the Sapientia would no longer have a place among the tower quadrants. This wasn't because Aritzia believed that Dian and his clan could destroy them. No clan in existence was capable of such a thing. Rather, it was because she believed Dian when he said that his comprehension of alchemy was far beyond theirs, at least from what they were willing to display, that is.
If the worst case comes to be, it'll be a blow, but it's worth it to weasel out the strength of a hidden enemy. We had already planned on abandoning this endeavor after the auction was completed. Its value has been squeezed out. Still, Aritzia would be lying if she said she wasn't uncomfortable.
Losing. She didn't like that word. Not even the smallest bit. The goals of the Sapientia weren't something just anyone could understand. Even the most powerful individuals on this mortal plane were often baffled by their actions. However, Aritzia wouldn't have taken such a risky action if it truly tested her clan's bottom line. She had already been given free rein to pull out whatever potential remained in this land. Aritzia smiled. She could still feel Dian's thumb on her lips. The feeling hadn't dissipated even after so many weeks. Her hands reached for a new report. Before bowing out awkwardly, the attendant had left these files alone. Among the piles of jades, the crisp white papers truly stuck out. Interesting.
So this is true God Titus' secret, HM? At this moment, Clara was holed away within her domed treasure. After refining close to 70% of it, she had known that this treasure's true name was World Domain. For it to have been a treasure of Nightmare Palace, one could obviously see just how valuable it was. Its true purpose was to supplement the pseudo and true domains of its user to greater heights, making the world inside it almost like a world of its own.
It was definitely comparable to Dian's inner world, the only difference being that it could be used over long periods of times, while the last time Dian used his, he lasted for a few seconds before nearly passing out. Still, Clara wasn't in as good of a position as she made it seem.
In fact, at the moment, she was gasping for breath, her delicate features matted with sweat. It seemed as though she had lost several dozen pounds in just a few days. Clara had made a big show of pulling out billions of energy stones, but those who saw this didn't understand how this treasure worked. Clara couldn't rely on outside sources to power it, she could only rely on herself.
The moment she hid the going-ons from those outside, she swapped those transcendent stones for celestial stones, and was frantically supplying her own stamina while sustaining the barrier's presence. Still, the cold light in Clara's gray eyes didn't fade. All she wanted to be was a passive observer of the world. When Dian came to her side, she resisted at first due to her mortal world values. But she soon realized that this was no longer the world she once knew. Maybe that came from understanding, or maybe her love for her husband overrode all things. Still, it seemed as time continued on, the things she once knew kept fading away one by one. Today, it seemed that her last wish had vanished. She wanted to play a silent supporting role, yet she had been thrust into the spotlight by some self-entitled bitch. To say that Clara was pissed off was a vast understatement. Even if I die here, I swear I'll take you with me. Since you want me to play the main character so badly, I hope that you can take on the consequences. The very core of the Sapientia network was hidden by Clara within the Weapons Guild. Though the Sapientia believed they had the core, the reality was that Clara would never allow them full control of all things. If it was up to Clara, she would have hidden it within Soul-Rending Quadrant. Unfortunately, she couldn't.
The reason the Sapientia trusted Clara and used her invention was precisely because Clara tied the function of the Sapientia network to Sapientia planet itself. As a result, the Sapientia felt comfortable knowing that no one could manipulate the network without being in their territory. Clara didn't doubt that the Sapientia had scoured the whole of Sapientia planet in search for a place Clara might have hidden a second core, but with the help of the Tao of Array alchemy. Aritzia and her clan had no idea just the number of levels higher both Clara and Dian were in comparison to them. Clara blinked away the sweat that stung her eyes, her small hands holding a complex system of golden symbols and gears. I hope you enjoy Phase 3, courtesy of Clara Satcher. Clara passed out before she could finish her own words. A flash of light was sent out in a wave, but all of that was shrouded by the abrupt shrinking of the world domain.
After 7 days of no progress, the guild guards were shocked to find that Clara's protection had disappeared. All that was left was the delicate body of an unconscious young woman. Dian took a deep breath after casting a sphere of air around himself using his celestial chi. These two sentinels weren't on the level of the immortal puppets. Dian had to personally take control of them for them to display their true strength, and that required ridiculous amounts of soul stamina. The good news was that Dian had that in spades. The bad news was that they had become far more powerful than they had been in the past, so it wouldn't be good for him to extend this fight. And yet he had no choice. He was under no delusions that he could end this fight quickly. If he rushed against Dao experts, his only path remaining would be death. Go! The two sentinels surged forward. Under the maneuvering of the king seahorses, their speed was many times what Dian's opponents could muster. In addition, the multiplied density was negated for them. Alone, the seahorses could never duplicate such fine-tuned control. Only under Dian's guidance could they. That was right. It seemed that Dian only had to control two things, but in reality he was orchestrating every fine detail within several dozen miles. The 4 king blue whales were positioned in the 4 cardinal directions. The 2 king jellyfish had once more hidden within their beast spaces at locations Dian had already shifted thanks to his telekinesis-like abilities after entering the celestial realm. And, finally, the 8 king seahorses were located far above their heads. In fact, they were several miles above their heads. Enemy attack! 10 roared. After the shimmering lights of the moon and star jade were repressed, the sentinels began to resemble a very familiar obsidian-like metal. In the dark oceans below, they were the worst kind of enemy to face. There are only 2 of them, 12 supplemented. He was from a clan of transcendent grade sonar birds. As such, his perception was the highest among all of them. Perception was an ability Dian learned during his first trial. It, just like presence, was a martial art and as such relied solely on the body. However, Dian abandoned it after his soul reawakened. His soul was too powerful for him to care about perception. But for these 6, it would act as their life-saving treasures in this situation. 12. Why haven't you entered your beast form yet? 15 complained. I might have been lying about how long I can last, but I'm still struggling here. We could use your sonar abilities. You fool. 10 growled. What good is 12 to use if we can't use silent communication? You expect him to call out and explain the surroundings to us every moment? Speaking isn't anywhere near as quick as silent communication. It'll only be a distraction. Before the discussion could continue much further, the sentinels had arrived. 12, 13, 14. Protect 15 and don't allow her to be agitated. We need her light more than ever. 11, with me. We'll handle the one coming for our side. This is as good a time as any to tell you that that little brat or someone on his side has high comprehension of music will. It's interfering with my sonar. I wouldn't be of much help regardless. 12 grumbled. Under normal circumstances, how could a junior match his comprehension of sounds and waves? But right now they were bound from using chi of all kinds, which means that while Dian could use his music will, 12 was bound to his voice alone. Even if he was a Dao expert, the winner in such an exchange was obvious. Of course, Dian had Ri to thank for this. Without her detailed explanation of the beasts he was facing and their abilities, he would have never been able to react so quickly. Luckily, Dian didn't need to use his own music will like the Dao expert thought. Actually, it was the king's seahorses who were doing the job for him. Who knew that their seemingly useless siren abilities would come in handy in this way? In that instant, a clash began. Underwater waves crashed, sending a bewildered Dian flying. He was absolutely shocked. He was miles away, but a single exchange had hit him with such force from so far away. If it wasn't for his timely control of the king's seahorses to dampen the blow, he might have ended up seriously injured in that one instant. They're on a completely different level. Dian thought to himself seriously. He knew at that moment he stood not a single chance against a Dao expert. They were restricted to just their bodies, yet they were so powerful. Resolution colored Dian's eyes. There was no reason to despair. He was certain that one day he would be even more powerful. For now, he would rely on schemes to crush them. Now, true saber chi. True saber will was one that Dian used rarely. But its abilities were exceptional, especially in the hands of a celestial, let alone a Dao expert. The will was capable of gathering up surrounding chi toward itself, powering itself with the atmospheric chi to multiply striking power by several times. Of course, Dian wasn't attacking himself. After being fixed to their peak state by the mending core, the puppets had gained several abilities. One of these abilities was known as synchronize. It allowed the puppets to tap into the abilities of their owner and display their understanding of the martial way. Usually, Dian's mere intents would mean nothing in the face of Dao experts. But what if those Dao experts couldn't use their own wills? And what if Dian supplemented this will with his weapon's pagoda? In that instant, the blades of the two sentinels gained a massive boost. Dian brought out a saber spirit to fuse with their weapons. Its ability? Amplify. It allowed the puppets to bring Dian's intent to the strength of a first-level Dao. The 5 battling beasts were forced to fight with their bare hands while protecting 15, meeting the first Dao level will with shaking spirits. If they took out their own weapons to battle, the cold chi would just latch on and penetrate into the bodies even quicker. Keep your heads. 10 roared. This isn't a true Dao. It has close to the power of 1, but it doesn't have the depth or complexity. You're numbered warriors of BPA. Show these bastards your might. Dian sneered. The more this 10 talked, the less he liked him. Since you're all so powerful, I wonder how you'll deal with my presence. In that moment, Dian's emperor-grade presence descended from the skies, crashing into the group of 6 with wanton abandon. The numbered warriors quaked. They knew what facing an emperor-grade presence meant. It meant that their opponent was the seed of a clan at least that powerful. Not just that, but he was also an important member. Their informant truly didn't lie. This would be a battle for their lives. For the first time, they took these matters with the utmost seriousness as they felt their battle strength take another dip. One had to remember that presence was directly proportional to bodily strength. If Dian met a normal celestial without presence protection, he could bring them to their knees. But the bodies of these Dao experts were far stronger than Dian's. So, the fact that Dian's presence affected them at all was a testament to the power of Emperor-grade protection, not Dian's bodily strength. Dian threw everything he had out at once. The longer the battle went on, the more he was certain he had to do so. Even while facing the equivalent of 2 middle Dao experts, even while so handicapped, the numbered warriors weren't on the losing side at all. In fact, they were pushing Dian's puppets back. If it wasn't for another ability his sentinels gained, regeneration, maybe he would have already lost them. They can't use their energy or soul chi. Their response times are drastically lowered by the cold chi seeping into their bodies, and the neurotoxins should be working its way through their neural system. On top of this, they're suppressed under my presence and the increased water density, all while the sentinels can move around freely. Yet I'm still being beaten back. Dian sucked in a cold breath. It was only now he finally understood just how large the gap between Dao realms was. In the celestial realm, though it wasn't as common as it was in the saint realm, fighting a tier above yourself wasn't impossible. Yet, even with so many debuffs, the gap between one tier in the Dao realm still hadn't been bridged. Of course, it was also true that Dian was outnumbered in a 2 versus 5 battle, but he didn't take this as any sort of conciliation. What do you think, Ri? They don't seem to be lying about their number rankings to lure you into a trap, but this 15 isn't as simple as she seems either. They are definitely baiting you into trying to take her out first. I think the most venerable is actually 12. His species has the weakest constitution of the 6 of them. Take him out first. His abilities are... Dian nodded. Good. Let's do that then. The 2 sentinels suddenly dove backward, riding currents provided by the king's seahorses to disappear into the darkness. Do not pursue. 10 growled, stopping 12. 10, we can't keep going like this. If we never take the initiative, are we going to wait for them to whittle us down one by one like this? At the very least, we know that the Jafari clan treasure can't be moved during such a crucial time. Our divine senses already locked onto it before. Let's move in that direction. You fool. If we can hardly deal with the plots this far out, how many protections do you think are close by? We should be looking for a place to retreat and regroup. Just as the group was about to get into a heated argument, a familiar arc of blue lightning tore through the oceans once more. Damn it! Move! 10 roared. Blast outward with your most powerful strikes. Create a barrier of air. Quickly, as though no argument had ever occurred, the 6 moved in unison. 15 stayed with a pentagonal circle as her comrades blasted the ocean water with the most powerful strikes they could muster without using their chi or wills. Air currents surged under the waves, creating a bubble of volatile air around them. They strained themselves to the maximum. The water density was so high that they almost didn't make it in time. However, what 10 hoped would stop the arcs of lightning didn't.
The blue lightning pierced through, discharging among them wantonly. In the next instant, their bodies were paralyzed, causing dense, dark waters to come crashing in around them. The blow was terrible. Unable to safely circulate their chi and suddenly unable to control their bodies, more than half of them directly coughed up blood. The erratic state of their bodies caused the neurotoxins to spread even faster. However, Dian wasn't happy in the least with this result.
Fuck! At that very moment, Ten's eyes shone like bright lights. He had stumbled upon something that caused him to smile even while his body was ravaged by pain. The cold chi was only effective in water. It became useless in air. Unfortunately, he didn't get long to celebrate. An overwhelming danger suddenly shook his very being. But, not matter how much he tried, he couldn't move. He reflexively tried to force himself to move toward 15. But by the time he realized the attack wasn't aimed toward her, it was too late. An arrow, black as night, tore through the ocean's waters in a line of air created by the king's seahorses. Its target? 12. Boom. The black arrow Dian used to take true god Titus' life was concentrated in thanks to his 5th degree of freedom, shrink. While it had strength that shook Dian to his core, making him conclude that it would threaten even a Dao expert, it simply took too much time and too much stamina to form. In the middle of a battle, he couldn't spare that kind of time and concentration. If anything, the only reason he used such an attack on Titus was to see whether or not he could do it. However, when Dian had time to prepare, these things changed. While it was impossible for Dian to control and maintain multiple Chaos Flame Arrow in reality, didn't he have an inner world where he was an acting god? In Dian's inner world, if he wanted rain, it would rain. If he wanted snow, it would snow. If he wanted the skies to become the earth and the earth to become the skies, it would be so. Not only was this true, but his control over his wills and manifestation reached a next level within it as well. When Dian told Ri to stay away from the black flames in his inner world, he was specifically referencing the arrows he had formed in advance. With the help of his inner world, as long as Dian could spare the time to send his mind inward, he could not only form these arrows much quicker, he could maintain many of them at once. As things currently stood now, 12 arrows remained. Dian found this to be his absolute limit, even with the help of his inner world. Unfortunately, his inner world was too weak to withstand the creation of any more. That was right. The existence of the arrows alone caused the space of Dian's inner world to tremble and crack. 3 of these arrows were a swirl of white and black, however, the remaining 9, formerly 10, were a solid and slick black, compressed to their greatest possible extent. These arrows, Dian didn't form them with his normal intent will. Using the power given him by the Golden Yacht, he directly formed them with Dao-level chaos flames, making them even stronger than what Titus faced by several levels. Dian cringed when he thought about the number of planet-grade soul stones he went through to form just these 13 arrows. Even his soul couldn't withstand the price of forming even one. This didn't even mention the energy he needed to siphon off from himself just to maintain their existences. He could only hope that he made every single one count. The black arrow shot through the ocean waters in a vacuum of air opened by the king's seahorses. It was compressed to such a level that it no longer gave off heat of its own, careening toward 12's unassuming figure. Waves of sound distorted when entering new mediums. Because 12's perception wasn't as sharp without his sonar, Dian took advantage. He traded the stamina of one king seahorse in exchange for this path of air. The combination of the music chi interference of the seahorses and the distortion brought about by his sonar having to travel from water to air was too much for 12 to overcome. By the time the arrow became visible, it was already within the 10-meter radius of 15th sphere of light. For a normal Dao expert, 10 meters was more than enough time to react and move, especially when the arrow was shot by a mere celestial. Its speed meant nothing to such experts. But how could 12 move when he was electrocuted by neurotoxic lightning? 12's eyes widened. Weren't these enemies supposed to be weak? Where did such a devastating arrow come from? Still, 12 had faced death more times than he cared to count. He was an expert who had trained himself to the Dao realm, the higher Dao realm at that. He had climbed upon too many corpses to reach this place, and he didn't plan on going down any time soon. 12 roared, his enigmatic chi tearing through the cold chi around him in a violent eruption. He knew well that the cold chi would infuse further into himself after this. But he knew something else as well. That instant of time where the ocean water could no longer touch them. Didn't the cold chi stop? 12 sneered. I'll accept your cold chi for now, but I'll expel it soon. There was no suspense. The arrow Dian had spent hours condensing meant nothing before the strength of a higher Dao formation expert. A single fist was all it took for it to shatter. 12 shivered. The moment his eruption ended, the cold chi he had been holding off tore its way through his body, sinking into his soul. The world slowed down around him. It felt as though it took several seconds just to finish a part of a complete thought. I have to push the water. Awa. 12 stared blankly into space. Is this pain? 12 was confused. His nervous system was working so slowly that he only barely managed to register that he was feeling pain before his life force began to fade. To the end, he was still confused about just why the teammates he had known all his life were looking at him with such shocked expressions. Dian would never be foolish enough to believe that an arrow created by him, a mere lower celestial, could fatally wound a higher Dao expert, even if that expert was only of the second grade. No, from the very beginning, Dian had planned for the arrow to fail all so that the next phase could take advantage of the surging cold chi. When Dian first awakened the Sentinels, they only had two abilities. Though he didn't name them then, he now knew them as Chi Line and Switch. The former allowed a line of destructive chi to be instantaneously drawn between the two Sentinels. Its cutting ability couldn't be underestimated. However, the second ability seemed almost useless. In fact, Dian had mentioned as such long ago. Switch allowed the Sentinels to switch positions with each other in an instant. One could see how such an ability would be lackluster. If one puppet was in danger, wouldn't switching them just put the other in danger? What was the point? Dian only found two uses for this ability. The first was if he happened to be atop of one of the Sentinels. That way, using Switch actually protected himself. The second was a use that was no longer relevant. Back then, only one of the puppets were of the middle celestial realm while the other couldn't cultivate past the lower celestial realm. In that case, switching a weaker opponent for an instantaneously stronger opponent did have its uses. After all, that was how Dian killed Matriarch Niveus. It was only after the Mending Core brought the Sentinels to their peak state that Dian understood that the switching ability was actually incomplete. Due to the damage the Sentinels received, they could only bring out a portion of their teleportation abilities. The true and complete ability was known as Retrace. It allowed the Sentinels to instantly teleport back to a place they had been within the last 30 seconds. This could be accomplished once every 10 minutes. However, Retrace had an even better application. It could teleport an object of its master's desire, or even its master itself, to those locations as well. Of course, since the two puppets were linked, they could retrace to areas the other had been in as well. This was where the switch ability came from. Just moments ago, the numbered warriors had been in a heated battle with the two Sentinels. In fact, they were winning. But the two Sentinels suddenly pulled back, only for the King Jellyfish to take action in that instant. Dian took advantage of this, sending a lethal arrow toward 12. Though this arrow was nothing to 12 in his peak state, with his experience, he also knew that if he didn't use his enigmatic chi, it could wound him severely. Due to the fact he had experienced a method of expelling cold chi just moments ago, he chose to take the risk and erupt outward with his full strength, crushing the arrow. But who would have known that Dian would use Retrace in that exact moment, sending an immortal puppet in the place of the Sentinels? 12 stood not a single chance. After his reaction time was slowed to terrible levels, he didn't even register that his heart had been crushed even to the point of his death. The other 5 wanted to stop the puppet, but they were still under the effects of the neurotoxin lightning. They could only watch as it retreated into the shadows, suddenly feeling that the temperature had dropped once more. Just like that, a comrade they had fought with for countless years had fallen, and any one of them could be next. Soon, the lightning ran its course, leaving a silent circle of 5 numbered warriors and 1 lifeless corpse. Who didn't know that the vitality of Dao experts, especially Dao beasts, were beyond imagining? Yet, 12 died in a single blow? In the distance, Dian's eyes narrowed. He had taken one of them down, but he didn't feel any sense of happiness. His calculations hadn't accounted the numbered warriors learning the secret of cold chi so quickly. This was definitely not a good thing. If they put all of their strength into leaving the ocean waters, Dian would likely lose his chance to kill them all. Of course, that wasn't entirely bad. If they left the dark ocean, they obviously wouldn't be able to stop the Jafari clan treasure from completing its task. However, what good was that to Dian? It would be fine if they left entirely, but what if they didn't?
Wouldn't it just mean that Dian was trapped in here with them?
The worst part was that the king seahorses were above their heads. Dian was under no delusions that the water density would be enough to stop 5 higher Dao experts if they really tried. This is bad, Dian said with a frown. There's also no guarantee retrace will work again. What Dian didn't say was that he knew the immortal puppets had a limit too. Infinite Heart could sustain 10 higher Dao puppets for 5 minutes. The instant he used just now was negligible, especially considering he only used one puppet, but the time limit was a looming axe over Dian's head. Dian could only send the sentinels in again as he waited for his next opportunity. To his despair, the 5 numbered warriors created air currents under the ocean, using their own strikes to expel the cold chi from themselves. Not only did they seem far more serious than before, but their reaction times grew faster and faster as the cold chi within them became less and less. The blows the sentinels began to take became more devastating, so much so, in fact, that their regeneration couldn't keep up any longer. The situation grew bleak. Maybe the only good was that they didn't try to leave the ocean. Maybe because they wanted to complete their mission, or maybe because they felt Dian had a trap lying above and didn't dare to act rashly. Either way, Dian suddenly felt like he had become the hunted.
Though they hadn't said a word after 12's death, he could feel it. He could feel their rage. Dian sighed. If he had that mysterious flame from the golden flame mystical world, this would be far easier. He didn't believe even a Dao expert could survive them.
Unfortunately, the only vessel capable of holding those flames that Dian had was the Soul Tome, which happened to be many quadrants away from him right now. I think we need to move on to the second plan. Already, could see only the things Dian had to show her. Since he didn't want her to worry, he has many things, especially the terrible situation the sentinels were in. A hint of bitterness was hidden within Ri's tone. It was clear she understood this. If Dian wanted to go to the second plan after he had successfully killed one of them with just the first, he was clearly hiding something. Ri took a deep breath. You've already killed on of the heaven-grade beasts among them, so the only one who remained is 13. You'll have to target her. She's from a special race of cat beasts that take after your mortal world's jaguars. Her clan has a great affinity for earth. Though the type of earth path she follows is related to trees and forest, her defenses are still far stronger than 12's. Ri began to list every piece of important information Dian needed. Finally, she concluded with the 7 categories she felt best described 13. That was exactly right. The second plan was to use the Beast Compendium to subdue one of the numbered warriors.
The unfortunate part was that the Beast Compendium had a glaring weakness. It had no seals capable of trapping transcendent grade beasts. This was a massive problem because heaven-grade beasts reaching the Dao realm was obviously extremely rare. Dian had been mentally prepared for none of the enemies who came to be lower than the transcendent grade. But he was lucky and quite unlucky at the same time. Lucky because of the 6, 2 of them were heaven-grade beasts, and unlucky because he had already killed one of them.
Still, Dian didn't regret it. The Dao realm was a different beast entirely. He wasn't certain that the percentage chance of success was the same when beasts had cultivated to such a high realm. In his experience, that was impossible.
How could it be just as easy to seal an essence beast as it was a Dao beast?
I need her blood. Dian's eyes flashed with a sense of resolution. These Dao experts should be the equivalent of kings for them to cultivation to such a realm. That meant that there was only a 20% baseline chance of sealing them. This chance increased to 50% if a drop of their blood was used.
Dian had to go all out. Without a shred of hesitation, Dian sent out all 10 immortal puppets. If he could exchange 5 minutes for this drop of blood, it would be worth it. He could only hope that luck was on his side. Lila, Zaire, and Damaris stood in the air. While Zaire had expected this fiery, commanding side of Lila, Damaris was shocked instead. Damaris had spent more than 20 years with Lila by her side, but she would never understand her to the level Zaire did, at least not for a while longer. What Zaire understood that Damaris didn't was that Lila had her own reverse scale. Diane, her big brother, was Lila's greatest sore spot. She refused to budge an inch when it came to Diane and those he loved. Zaire grinned. You heard her. Piss off or face the consequences. What could the Golden Crow sect disciples say? Could they tell the three of them to mind their own business? What was more personal business than the life of your sister-in-law? What a joke it would be if they said something so ridiculous. You don't understand? Lila frowned when they didn't move as quickly as she wanted. Scatter. Following Lila's words, a vacuum of air seemed to be directly sucked into the sky. The group of disciples suddenly felt as though they were suffocating. Of course, this was just an illusion. Celestials could even survive in space. Even if Lila scattered all of the air, they should be fine. But this was far deeper than even that. With a single word, Lila scattered the chi in the surroundings. Suddenly, let alone enigmatic chi, the disciples couldn't even sense essence chi. The feeling was so foreign that their breaths involuntarily quickened, making them feel as though they were fish, forcibly taken out of water. It happened so abruptly that the chi within their bodies started clamoring to fly out to reset the equilibrium. Lila looked off into the distance. The ceiling formation couldn't escape her eyes, nor could its numerous flaws. She felt like whoever made this formation should be embarrassed to live on the same plane as her big brother. Since you like sealing people so much, be sealed. Lila harumphed. Come here. As though a dog on a leash, the ceiling formation shifted. Its form distorted, its center opening outward, suddenly expanding. What once was a circular formation had retained its general shape, but became a ring instead of a disc. At that moment, the seal lifted from Middle Lily City and was transferred unto its borders, making the teleportation formations the Golden Crow sect had been setting up completely useless. Their allies? They'd have to come the long way just like the three of them had. Looking down at the disciples who had fallen into meditation, hoping to control the erratic state of their own chi, Damaris suddenly felt bad for them. Who asked them to provoke the Sicharo clan? Soon, she found herself following Zaire and Lila into the city. Big sister. Lila rushed into the shocked Madeline's arms. She had just been trying her best to recover her stamina when a pink-haired bundle of joy rushed toward her. Little Lila? Madeline blinked, trying to adjust her bearings. She hadn't seen Lila in more than 2 decades. How could she not be shocked by the little girl's growth? Lila buried herself in Madeline's ample bosom, holding onto her tightly. Madeline smiled an understanding smile, patting Lila's head. She knew how hard it was for Diane to send Lila away to an unknown place all those years ago, but how much harder had it been for her? Lila wasn't even 10 years old back then, yet she was thrust into a completely unknown environment. In truth, Diane did so because he trusted his grand teacher. Abraxas assured him that sending Lila to the Crystal Dragon clan would be akin to giving her an opportunity to spread her wings. Why else would Lila's true empath abilities be so far beyond what Diane's father-in-law, King Acacia, was capable of? Lila had worked hard in the past decades, often spending months at a time in Calming Lake. Her state of mind had reached such a serene level that she could bring out large percentages of her true potential already despite being so young. Maybe if it hadn't been for Damaris, and also Zaire who visited her as often as he could, she would have broken down by now. You too, little Zaire? You two have grown so much. Madeline's caring smile made Zaire blush. He wanted to hug his big sister too, but he was struggling with his pride too much. Unfortunately for him, his big sister was much stronger than he was, so he couldn't resist as a wave of energy brought him to her side. In the end, it was a funny, but heartwarming image. Lila holding on to Madeline tightly, and Zaire kneeling to hug her as well because he was too tall. After a few moments, Madeline began to scold them as every big sister should. You two shouldn't have come here, it's very dangerous. How could you let them?
Facing Madeline's questioning gaze, Damaris wanted to find a place to bury her head.
The obvious defense was that Lila and Zaire would have come anyway, but she didn't have the face to say this because she knew very well that she was the first to stand up and say that they should go.
And look at you can't fool me, your chi distribution is all over the place. Madeline looked Lila up and down. What did you do to get in here that impacted you so much? Lila blushed, lowering her head. It had been easy to disperse Alex's enigmatic chi because his control was so poor, but it had been far more difficult to scatter the chi in the atmosphere. Then, she forcibly took control of a comet-grade formation and formed it to her will. It might have been fine if it was a normal-scaled formation, but this one covered the whole of Middle Lily City, so it was easily dozens of miles across. If she said that this didn't impact her at all, she would definitely be lying. And look at you. Madeline turned her scolding to Zaire. You gave up your lower-tier rewards by climbing up here so quickly. Those rewards would have been very beneficial to your big brother. But now they're gone. Zaire, who had just been snickering, lowered his head as well. He didn't know why the normally docile Madeline was suddenly acting like this. He could only be embarrassed. Madeline was very much used to playing the big sister role. For a large part of her life, she didn't like it at all. Back during her Focus Academy days, it was a facade she put up to escape the ticking time bomb that was her constitution. Once that worry was taken off her shoulders, she mellowed to the Madeline they all knew and loved. But the Madeline of now had responsibilities to undertake once more. She was the first wife of a future emperor and a woman destined to be the first empress of the mortal empire. This didn't mention that it would be her responsibility to keep the Sacharo household in order. She had to be a little stricter now, even if it conflicted with the way she normally wanted to do things. We understand, big sister Madeline. The three lowered their heads in shame. Good. Madeline nodded in satisfaction. Can we still teach them a lesson, though? Zaire asked with expectant eyes. Madeline sighed, looking off into the distance. What remains of the Flaming Lily sect disciples isn't in good shape.
Many of them are dejected. They might see a light of hope, though. Lila smiled lightly, pointing toward Yandavir, who had been trying to give the family some space. Or maybe she was just too embarrassed to look Madeline in the eye. Madeline glanced toward Yandavir silently for a moment.
It was true. If Yandavir hadn't been found out by Diane, their sect would collapse. How would the remaining loyalists react to finding out their strongest legatee was a traitor?
There would be no hope left. But now that she was here, even if it wasn't entirely by choice, it would still be helpful. After thinking for a while, Madeline took a deep breath. Since all of our enemies will gather here, why not? Let's wipe them out. I don't believe that even the Golden Crow sect can recover easily from losing a large portion of their celestials. Within the dark ocean's depths, Diane's eyes had grown cold, killing intent wafted from him, making it seem as though the already dark waters could grow even darker.
The 10 puppets surged forward, their sudden appearance surprising the 5 remaining numbered warriors, but not enough to throw their rhythm off. The 2 sentinels seamlessly retreated, disappearing from the purview of 15's lighting treasure, as then 10 puppets swept forward to replace them in an instant. 10's eyes narrowed. He immediately realized that these puppets were far more powerful than the last 2. There were only 2 reasons he could think of that their attackers hadn't used them directly. Either the 2 sentinels had a special ability, or the costs of using these puppets was too high. There was even a small possibility that both answers were true.
These puppets likely won't last long. Fight defensively. 10 roared. His 4 companions immediately understood, closing in the distance between the 5 of them and protecting 15 in the very center.
10 and 11 were forced to fight 3 puppets each, leaving 2 to 13 and the silent 14. Unfortunately, 10 soon realized that the difference between the 2 puppets was not small by any stretch of the imagination. These were true higher Dao formation puppets. Not just that, but whatever material it was they were made out of, it seemed harder than anything 10 had ever come across in his long life. These puppets would have already been difficult to fight at their full prowess, but with so many handicaps facing them now, it almost felt as though the world was crashing down upon them. If it wasn't for 10's abnormal constitution, he might have already collapsed. If a lightning discharge comes now, 10 grit his teeth. Though he had found a workaround for the cold chi, The neurotoxins in his system didn't seem to respond no matter what he did. In fact, bothering it only exacerbated the problem. He could only shove it to a far corner of his body, hoping it wouldn't build up anymore. What Ten didn't know was that the king jellyfish could only discharge once an hour. Although Dian had used them twice now, he had used them more than a day apart, not wanting his enemies to get a gauge on just how often he could. Ten seemed to understand this truth, so he hadn't lowered his guard at all.
The worst part was that if a dangerous situation occurred, he couldn't use his enigmatic chi like 12 had for fear of the sudden appearance of the immortal puppets. To this very moment, he still had no idea how one of them had so suddenly appeared. Dian's breath grew steady as he pulled back a sleek black arrow. The world around him seemed to melt away. The most important tool to an archer are his eyes. How comical considering my eyes can't see a thing down here.
However, my divine sense can. Dian's eyes sharpened. His pupils concentrated into extremely fine points. Go now. The sentinels suddenly shifted in the darkness, their saber-like blades accumulating the cold chi in the surroundings. While it alleviated the stress on the numbered warriors, Ten felt a terrible premonition as his perception throbbed. Focus! Ten's voice shook the four, their senses reaching out to their peak. The attack of the 3 puppets he was facing grew fiercer. In that moment, a puppet suddenly separated from 11. Trapped between 2 puppets, 11's lovely brows could only widen. 10, you're back. So it's me this time, huh? 10 sneered. All this time, he had been roaring out commands at the most opportune time. He wanted the enemy to focus on him. He wanted them to understand that he was the leader, the core of this team. Dian inexplicably released his arrow. It didn't seem to have any sort of purpose. If anything, it seemed far too early. The senses of the 5 numbered warriors tingled. They could feel that same overwhelming danger they had before. Another arrow was coming. In that instant, the crackling of lightning set the ocean waters ablaze with blinding blue lights. Everything for miles seemed completely visible as an uncomfortable feeling raised the hair on the back of their necks. Ten felt he was prepared. Using the same trick against him twice?
Never. A roar escaped his lips. His bloodline surged, causing scales of silver to coat his body. As he expected, the cold chi wouldn't react to purely bodily changes. What lightning?
It would have to cross his defenses first. The barbaric Ten grew even more so, but his silver scales seemed to be alive. They lifted up and vibrated before settling back down and repeating. They acted more like the feathers of a bird than the scales of a dragon. Split moments later, the lightning struck.
Ha! 10 brows immediately furrowed. This lightning. It wasn't anywhere near as stronger as the previous 2 strikes.
How was that possible? He wasn't a fool. Even with his silver scales, the difference shouldn't be so drastic. Felt like nothing more than a tickle. The neurotoxin couldn't even seep into his skin.
At that moment, the strike of the 4th immortal puppet struck Ten's back, sending him flying toward the 3 he was already fighting. His focus had been trained on expelling the lightning as quickly as possible, so he had planned to directly withstand the blow, but what he didn't expect was for this blow to pull him out of the encirclement of his warriors. 15 was exposed.
The 5 warriors thought this truth simultaneously. The moment 10 was pulled away, their encirclement of 15 was shattered. 10 immediately reacted. The puppet strike wasn't enough to cut through his defenses in this state. He tried to surge backward, the thoughts of the black arrow playing on his mind once more. 15 was extremely talented, but she was also the weakest of them. If she was forced to take on the arrow, she'd have no choice but to react like 12 had. In that case, she would be in danger. However, just when he went to move, a sentinel suddenly appeared in his way. He was absolutely shocked.
This time, his senses hadn't been numbed by the lightning. He had definitely been paying the utmost attention, but it didn't feel as though this puppet had teleported here. It felt like he had been here the whole time.
The blade of cold chi descended with an added viciousness. Even if Ten's defense had skyrocketed, this cold chi was on a completely different level. It was as though all the ice from several hundred miles had accumulated in this very spot.
The arcs of blue lightning, the eerie dropping blade, the turbulent ocean currents, they filled the perfect backdrop for an apocalyptic event. 10 could only cross his arms in that moment, a roar bubbling forth from his lips as the blade of chi descended. Boom!
A tornado of air spiraled upward. The blow was so severe that it carried its moment several miles above, causing an uproar in the underwater landscape. 10 was sent flying downward, careening through the water, only to be blasted into the ocean's bed and for a roar of pain to escape his lips as the 4 immortal puppets followed afterward without hesitation. 10. 11's eyes reddened, but she didn't have the time react. Chi line. Diane's eyes flashed. The puppet who had struck down 10 suddenly spun toward 15, its large hand stretching outward as though to send a palm strike forward. Chi began to surge, circles of agitated waters spiraling outward from his palm. In that instant, 11's eyes widened in shock. This surge of chi, it was dangerous.
What was happening? 15 trembled, an overwhelming sense of danger overcoming her. Even after becoming a king, her bestial instincts still shook her. It wanted her to turn and run immediately. A blinding light overwhelmed the weakly crackling blue lightning. The palm of the sentinel pulsed, ballooning outward to form a sphere of light before concentrating into such a small point that it was hardly visible at all. Suddenly Diane's pupils constricted. Now he roared out in his mind. He didn't waste any time at all. An arrow of swirling black and white flames appeared in his hand. Its presence was so heavy that it pulled the waters around toward it. Though Diane didn't notice it, a sink formed above his head, lowering the ocean levels in and around himself. Without hesitation, his focus reached its peak. And then he pulled and released, as though following the timing of its owner. Chi line activated. 13 and 14 were tied down by 2 puppets of their own. Only 10 and 11 had the strength to fight 3 of them at once. So only 11 was in a place where she could move after one of her puppets ran to lock down 10. 11 appeared between 15, the beam of chi and the flying black arrow. Her bloodline stimulated to new heights. Her body grew an entire foot, her bust and hips becoming even more exaggerated. But her skin became as black as charcoal and her eyes began to glow with a yellow, feline light. Still, her most shocking transformation were her hands. In that instant, her nails became sharp claws stretching outward at least 6 inches. The muscles in her forearms bulged as she swung downward, one hand toward the line of chi, and another toward the sleek black arrow. "That's unfortunate," Diane said with a light smile. Chi line is a pincer attack. By the time 11 realized this truth, the first line of chi was already upon her. At that same instant, 15 realized that she had been so worried about the front that she completely forgot to cover her own back. Damn it! 15 grit her teeth. She could no longer continue to pretend. If this continued, not only would she be revealed, but 11 would also end up injured. If she was going to be revealed anyway, wouldn't it be better if 11 was spared? This was all the motivation she needed. She wasn't 15. She was 9. A growl escaped her lips as the seals on her cultivation snapped. A 9th-stage Dao formation expert had appeared.
Diane's eyes widened. That's impossible. A seal that escaped his divine sense?
He didn't believe there was anything capable of doing such a thing. Yet it was right in front of him.
Diane. She's not a normal cat beast. She's a dream panther. Hiding their true form is their innate bloodline ability. Their abilities are far beyond the scope of normal sealing and illusion techniques. It was at this moment that Diane realized that Ri's abilities weren't infallible. When facing Dao experts, Celestials had no choice but to lower their heads. The roar of a dream panther shook dark ocean. Even 10's dragon bloodline was nothing before her strength. 15's, no, 9's transformation was too drastic. The quiet, unassuming, and docile young woman became a ferocious beast in an instant. Beautiful purple fur coated her body as the beast skins she wore tore apart to reveal an alluring body that was soon covered. She grew half a foot, but the most shocking change was her presence. It felt as though her every step could quake the very fabric of reality. Diane's mind trembled. He had met great experts before. He faced Ancestor Dayu and Head Void. He had even fought and survived a battle against a higher existence during second trial, not to mention the fact his Granny Celeste was now a peak Dao expert who should be far stronger than 9. However, this somehow felt different. It only took Diane a moment to understand. Ancestor Dayu had relied on burning his soul to reach that level. Head Void was nothing but a weakling in comparison to the rest of the martial world.
Elder Conley, the higher existence of Dian's second trial, withheld his might to the best of his abilities because letting even a small bit of it leak would have destroyed Planet Moon and thus the treasure he was looking for.
And Granny Celeste, how could she expose her might to a young man she saw as her grandson? This was the first time Dian had met an insurmountable mountain in full force. Dream Panthers, a race of feline beasts that struck fear in those of the martial world. They were higher supreme grade beasts, just a step below dragons and kitsune, but their abilities were devastating. There were stories of individuals experiencing trillions of years of life in an instant, only to lose their minds when they finally awoke. There were some who wandered to their deaths, meandering into black holes or dangerous abyssal cores that seemed completely safe just a moment ago. There were some who charmed beyond their limits, giving away their lives in servitude of these dream panthers, only to despair in the last moments of their life when they realized those feelings were never real.
Legends of sirens, the succubus, and myriads of other enticement and illusion-driven tales were all tied to dream panthers in one way or another, and yet one had actually appeared here.
Still, none of these things were the most damning and fearsome part of this race of beasts. The true issue lied in the fact that not only were dream panthers known for their near-impregnable auxiliary abilities, their bodies were also only just short of dragons.
How could such an outstanding race be ranked below kitsune? Simply put, despite their overwhelming strength, no dream panther had ever stepped foot into the realm of higher existences. No one knew exactly why, though there are many theories, but in the end, this result left them a step below the field of beasts they should be a part of. However, did this matter?
Whether 9 could become a higher existence or not, all that was important now was the fact that Dian was not a match for her. 9 snorted, watching as the beams of the chi line technique approached from her front and back. Though she was shocked to realize that the cold chi affected her even after she undid her own seals, that hardly mattered now. In the face of absolute power, schemes meant nothing. "I'll crush these petty tricks," 9 roared. Her claws swept forward, a pride that could match dragons in her eyes. However, what she didn't know was that after the initial shock, Dian regained his bearings and his eyes lit ablaze with fighting intent. He felt his heart pounding.
He didn't understand what it was, but it felt like he was excited. "I thought you all said you wouldn't fall for the same trick twice?" 15 was never my target. Dian's shock morphed into a smirk. Retrace. From the very beginning, Dian's target had never been 15 or 9 now. He had been targeting the only heaven-grade beast remaining, 13. First, he sent out a shock of blue lightning, forcing 10 to bring out his trump cards. However, what 10 didn't realize, since he couldn't stretch out his senses, was that the lightning shot this time around was completely different. Instead of sending out the kings, Ryu sent out the subordinates of the king jellyfish. 10 was prepared to be paralyzed for a moment. As such, he planned to withstand the blow of the fourth immortal puppet Dian sent after him. As a result, he made no efforts to dodge and was easily sent out of the encirclement, thus exposing 15, now 9. This forced 11 into action just as Dian had planned. She was supposedly the second strongest of the group, so the moment the puppets battling her dropped from 3 to 2, she was able to break away to attempt to block Dian's arrow and the Sentinel's chi line. However, she had no idea that chi line was a pincer technique. This worked out in Dian's favor because it exposed 9's secret. Now, 11 was in no position to save 13, and 9 was still in the process of dealing with chi line. In that instant, Dian activated Retrace. Retrace could only be used once every 10 minutes, however, the two sentinels didn't share the same timer. When Dian sent a sentinel after 10 to blast him into the ocean bed, he purposely only sent one, leaving one, Retrace, still available for use. And that Retrace, he used it on his black arrow. 9 was shocked. She had been prepared to allow 11 to deal with the chi line technique from the front and the black arrow, while she would deal with the chi line technique from the back. But the arrow suddenly vanished and appeared before 13. 13, who had already been struggling against 2 immortal puppets, was caught completely off guard. Still, she was a veteran warrior. She put everything into shifting her body ever so slightly, avoiding a blow that was toward her heart and allowing it to slam into her left collarbone and shoulder.
An agonizing scream left her lips as she was blown backward. In that same instant, 11 gathered her stretch, her sleek black body flexing as she whipped her long claws forward to shatter the chi line. Damn it! 9 roared, kicking 13 who had flown into her path away, as she too shattered her own chi line technique. 13 despaired. Diane's arrow was far too weak to deal her a fatal injury, but it was still more than skin deep. 9 was too heartless. Goddamn bitch! 13 wanted to scream this at the top of her lungs, but how could she? Whether it was 9 or 10, the top 10 numbered warriors were in a completely different league. However, she soon calmed down when she realized that 9 had at least been kind enough to stop the 2 immortal puppets coming after her. In that moment, the numbered warriors breathed a small sigh of relief. So many things had occurred in just a few seconds that they felt as though their lives were being juggled upon a thin line. But it seemed over now. At least it did until they realized that Diane had shot 2 arrows, not just 1. And this second arrow, its feeling of looming danger made the first seem like child's play. 9 was torn. The arrow was heading right for 11 who had just given her all to shatter the chi line. Yet, the arrow seemed perfectly timed to arrive just as her muscles had relaxed. But, on the other side, there was the injured 13. At least for the moment, her left arm was useless because unlike 10, 11, and 9, she hadn't entered her humanoid beast form before it was too late. Who do I save? Is this arrow truly for 11? Or is it for 13 once again? That split second of hesitation was enough to cut 13 from the list. After being kicked away by 9, she was much further from 9 than 11. In fact, even the ever-silent 14 was closer than 13 was now. With no more hesitation, 9 surged toward 11 after knocking 13's 2 immortal puppets away. In the end, 11 was far more valuable anyway. Wrong answer. Diane smiled. This sort of hesitation. This was exactly what he wanted. Spatial jump. The numbered warriors had become very used to retrace, however, spatial jump was far different. Simply put, retrace was the far better skill. There was a reason why it could only apply to an area the Sentinels had been in the last 30 seconds. This was because it was nigh untraceable. It also couldn't be locked down by chi or energies of any form. Even an expert on 10's level didn't sense anything at all before the Sentinel appeared before him. Spatial jump was different. It was the ability of one of the supreme grade arrows found in Diane's weapons pagoda. Unlike retrace, it could be detected and it could be sealed from completing its function. In addition, Diane had a far greater margin for error when using it. However, none of that mattered now because the numbered warriors here couldn't use their enigmatic chi or divine sense to lock down the area thanks to cold chi. And the destination of the arrow swirling in flames of black and white? Not only was it not toward 11, it wasn't toward 13 either, it was toward the unassuming and silent 14. By the time 14 noticed the perilous situation he was in, it was already too late for him to react. Rather than 15, he was the actual weakest individual here. Diane's black arrow had only ripped a few layers of skin from 13. In fact, it hardly even harmed her muscles. The reason her left arm was useless was only because the impact dislocated her shoulder and she was doing her best to pop it back in. The issue was that her earth constitution made her muscles and tendons incredibly rigid and steel-like, making it difficult to shift her shoulder back and also incredibly painful to do so. However, this arrow swirling of black and white seemed to be on a completely different level entirely. I may be the weakest here, 14 thought calmly. But do not underestimate a numbered warrior. As if responding to 14's thoughts, Diane only smiled. I never did. The dark ocean lit up once more. Arcs of blue lightning surging forward. 14 didn't need to think very long to realize that this wasn't a fake strike like before. This was the real deal. Diane had saved it just for this moment. A bitter smile coated 14's features. He lived in silence, so many it was fitting that he died in silence as well. The arrow of black and white pierced into his back the moment the arc of blue lightning stalled his movements. If he erupted with his full strength, he was certain that he could force himself to move, but it was already too late. The arrow didn't dig very deep. The body of a Dao expert was far beyond Diane's understanding. But it didn't need to. Severing a part of his spine was enough for Diane's purposes. The blue lightning stalled his movements. The arrow blasted him forward toward his immortal puppets and impeded his movement further. And in the next instant, his chest was pierced on both the left and right side by the metallic hands of two immortal puppets. Dian didn't even react to 14's death as he ordered the immortal puppets to retreat. Not long later, a puppet came to his side, holding onto 2 drops of blood in a sphere of chi. It was time for the second plan. Dian nodded with satisfaction at these 2 drops of blood. It had been far more difficult to procure these than it seemed. Or, rather, it was clearly difficult, but there were even more hidden difficulties left unseen. Because of the nature of his black arrows, there was a good chance that any blood 13 bled would have been burnt up before it could be collected. Dian had 9's kick to thank for these 2, or else it would have been difficult and he would have had to leave the immortal puppets in action for longer than he would have liked. To now, he hadn't even used 10 seconds of their time, so he had 4 minutes and 50 seconds of time remaining. That wasn't the only good news either. Due to him being overwhelmed by cold chi and assaulted by 4 immortal puppets plus a sentinel, 10 was heavily injured. He'd be handicapped for the remainder of the battle at least. Dian would have liked to kill him as well, but dragons or mixed blood descendants of theirs in this case were tenacious. 10 had his stomach torn through and his leg nearly severed, but he was still very much alive. One might wonder why. If 4 immortal puppets could do this in less than 10 seconds, why would Dian pull back so soon? And the reason was rooted in the simple virtue of not being greedy. No matter what, Dian couldn't forget what and who he was fighting against. Getting anxious and losing himself for short-term benefits would do him no good. Plus, something told him that 9 wouldn't just wait around to watch 10 die. That woman, she was dangerous. Retreating was definitely the best choice. Dian was certain that his only chance at true victory was to take 9 on alone after defeating the others. He refused to believe that she could withstand the assault of 10 immortal puppets, 2 sentinels, and 13 all at once. Well, 13 would only be included if he succeeded. Bless me this one time, stingy heavens. Dian took a deep breath. He felt that whether or not these 2 drops of blood worked would decide his victory or defeat. In the distance, 10 coughed up blood, weakly swimming to what remained of the numbered warriors. His body was a mess, but his expression was even more ugly. 14 died. 10 couldn't help but turn a blaming eye toward 9. Who are you looking at? The growl that escaped the purple-furred humanoid woman shook 10 back to reality. They might only be a single ranking apart, but the difference between them was akin to heaven and earth. Once one reaches these heights in the Tao realm, even a single filled meridian made a massive difference, let alone the fact that 9 was ahead of him by 14. While 10 was an 8th stage Tao expert, 9 was a 9th, the difference was that 10 had only filled 65 meridians, but 9 had filled 79. She was only a few steps away from the 10th stage. This didn't even mention the fact 9 was a supreme grade beast while his silver metal draconic falcons were a mere transcendent grade beast race. We need a plan, 9 said after snorting. It'll be hard to explain to leader the loss of 2 numbered warriors, even if they might have been expected. We of BPA do not retreat. We need to progress forward, but we cannot do it blindly. I suggest that. Suddenly, 9's voice was interrupted by 13's blood-curdling scream. First, 9 wanted to kick 13 away once more. It was just a dislocated shoulder and you were a Tao warrior. Was there a need to be so pathetic? But, in the next instant, her eyes narrowed. 13's body had turned a blinding shade of red and steam began to emit from her body. Dian had never concentrated to this level in his life. In reality, his soul was more than strong enough to attempt to entrap a Tao beast. He wasn't scared of the backlash either, since the base of the seal wasn't in his mind's eye, but rather in the seal. However, this didn't mean he didn't have to give it his everything. Using treasures of the 33 heavens was incredibly taxing. Even with his soul strength, Dian couldn't use the active ability of the Aurora steps for more than a few seconds. Well, that might have increased to a minute or 2 by now. Luckily, the seal was a bit better in this aspect, though not by much. A savage light shone in Dian's eyes. 13, what's happening? 11 panicked. Could it be the arrow? Was there some even more deadly poison attached to it? Dian grit his teeth, beads of sweat welling up within the sheen of fat he had covered himself in. Come. Dian's eyes shone like bright torches along the dark ocean floor. In the next instant, an audible snap was heard.
Diane understood what it was in an instant. The moment she was subdued forcibly, 13's Dao heart had shattered, and so had her king aura. She was now just a regular heaven-grade beast instead of a king beast. But Diane didn't care at all. He had succeeded. Good. Diane gripped his fists. Quickly. Retrace. Diane had waited 10 minutes before acting just for this purpose. He had let them talk through their strategy, and he had even allowed 10 a moment to rest and recoup from his injuries for a moment. Also that he could pull 13 out as quickly as possible the moment she would no longer resist. P26 Diane froze. An instant before, he could feel everything about 13. He could see her thoughts, feel her emotions, understand her pain, but in the next, all of that was cut off. A moment later, he understood why. He had used retrace, but all he received in return was a body with a bloody hole where the heart once was. In the distance, Nine's expression was twisted with a savage expression as her blue irises twinkled. Her hand, once matted with beautiful purple fur, was now coated in a dense red. Her tongue ran over the dripping blood, looking toward the distance in Diane's direct line of sight as though provoking him. The second plan had failed. Madeline gathered together the remaining disciple of the Flaming Lily sect disciples. Since she had decided to counterattack, it was obvious that she couldn't do it with just Damaris, Lila, Zaire, and Yandavir alone. Now that you all understand the situation, make the decision for yourselves. 70% of our disciple base turned out to be traitors. With a level of infiltration on this level, it's guaranteed that many of our elders are traitors as well. Those of the Golden Crow sect have been oppressing us and our fellow sisters for a long time. I'm sure that many of you have lost close friends and family yourselves. This level of infestation is one that's been festering for countless centuries and isn't one that's going away anytime soon. The only thing I can promise you all is that everyone here is your fellow sister in arms. There is no traitor amongst us. I am willing to bet my life on this truth. You all must make this choice for yourselves. Either choose to leave by way of the teleportation array and hide for the rest of your lives, or you can choose to fight with me and my husband's Sicharo clan. The choice is yours. The group of female disciples looked toward Madeline with no small bit of hesitation. Seeing two legatees before them willing to fight, it was difficult to say no. But, at the same time, who didn't value their lives? It wasn't even entirely certain that those here wouldn't become traitors had they had the opportunity. Many of them simply weren't good enough to catch eye of the Golden Crow sect and thus were never approached. There was no such thing as refusing that sect. If they even thought of saying no, their lives would end right then and there. Who knew how many sisters of theirs had fallen in this way? Maybe the only exception to the rule was Fiona, Sherry's sworn sister. It had been Sherry's responsibility to approach her elder sister and draw her in. But Sherry knew Fiona's personality and had thus dragged her feet in completing the task. Since she knew her sister would say no, wouldn't she be sentencing her sister to death by leading her down the path she had taken? As such, this group of remaining disciples was pitiful. 70% of them had defected to the Golden Crow sect, likely taking many core techniques and secrets with them. No, maybe the Flaming Lily sect's secrets were never their own to begin with. The issue was that if you believed 30% were remaining, you'd be wrong. They had just been fighting an enemy 2.5x their number. A pitiful few of barely 20% remained, a total that would have been far worse had Madeline not expelled the traitors so quickly. Among these 20%, there was only one pseudo-Dao expert, Fiona. Of course, there was Yandavir now as well, but she wasn't a part of their calculations. Madeline was essentially asking them to fight against an enemy that outnumbered them more than 10-1 for the sake of a future that was rocky at best? Would they be able to erase all of the traitors with their numbers? The answer was no. But let's say for the sake of argument that they did and then returned to the sect. What then? Madeline just said herself that there were traitors amongst the elders. Wouldn't they use this as a pretense to punish them? According to sect rules, killing a fellow disciple was punishable by death. Maybe it was true that these traitors wouldn't be stupid enough to order the slaughter of all remaining disciples. That would be too blatantly obvious. But what if, as they suspected, they couldn't kill all of the traitors? It would definitely be far easier for these traitors to kill them all off than. Still, when they heard the Sicharo clan's mention,
Some of them wavered. Who didn't know about the majesty of Dian and his clan? Stories of Lady Sicharo's appearance had spread throughout the whole of the martial world. Their clan actually had a higher existence.
Since that higher existence doted on Dian so much, how could she allow his wife to die?
One of the disciples sighed. Will true God Sicharo take part? My husband cannot know. Madeline shook her head, not making false promises. The disciples seemed to sink into a lower tier of despair. It seemed as though they worked like normal humans and mass opinion did. Madeline was objectively more powerful than Dian. So was Yandavir, though his supporting abilities far outshone theirs thanks to his soul. But these disciples felt that there was no hope if he didn't participate. It was a bit silly. I won't force any of you, but those who want to leave must also leave their qualifications as Flaming Lily Sect disciples behind. This isn't me forcing you into a corner. If you believe that we will lose, then such an identity will only hurt you. But in the case that we win, and believe me, we will win, we cannot allow you all the same status as those who stayed and fought. The rules of the Flaming Lily Sect state plainly that we have an obligation to protect and fight for the sect and its faith. There is no greater threat to that right here and now. Those who break this rule are not qualified to be my fellow disciples. Please decide quickly. Our enemies will not wait. Madeline's words seemed to remind them of something. That was right. How could they run and still hope to take advantage should those who stayed by win? This was a crossroads. They'd either choose the Flaming Lily Sect or become rogue cultivators forever. It was impossible for any other sect to pick traitors for disciples. They definitely weren't talented enough to be the exception to that rule. Rogue cultivator wasn't just a general term.
It represented all of the individuals who could never leave the tower because if they ever did, they could never return. After abandoning their clans or sects, it would obviously be impossible to access the tower's entrance again. They only had two options: to stay in the tower forever or never come back. Those marked as rogue cultivators were barred against using teleportation formations and could only dangerously walk through danger zones to reach their desired destinations. And due to the fact every danger zone was owned by one power or another, it was often too great of an expense for them to afford. As a result, they were often forced to stay in the same city for the rest of their lives, completing menial tasks in exchange for small payment. In the end, many of the rogue cultivators were forced to work as mercenaries, helping clans and sects to fight territory wars for pay that was far better than in normal. But it wasn't a life anyone would choose of free will.
Since they were being paid, they were obviously not as valued as true disciples. So they were used as cannon fodder. They also didn't have the protection of a large sect behind them any longer, so no one hesitated to kill them.
This was the life waiting for them if they chose to abandon the Flaming Lily Sect right now. Suddenly, what seemed like an easy decision became a boulder weighing on all of their hearts. Not all of them were noble people. In fact, maybe only a handful other than Fiona were.
The only reason they weren't traitors was simply because they were too weak to be picked out for such a role. But here they were at a crossroads once more. Of course, many still left. These were likely the individuals willing to work cheap labor tasks for the rest of their lives. At least since Madeline allowed them to use the teleportation formation as one last act of kindness toward them as deserters, they could be selective with the city they'd spend the rest of their lives in. Like this, the already small number of disciples remaining dwindled even more. In the end, a little over 600,000 disciples remained out of the over 1 million that had been here before. Madeline smiled. She knew well that maybe all of them would have left had she not forced them to choose between the life of a disciple and a rogue cultivator.
However, she was still satisfied with this result. I'm aware that many of you have stayed because I forced you into a corner. But I want you all to know that this is likely the best decision you've ever made in your lives. Those who survive will reach an entirely new level.
This is your chance to shed your past weights and move forward toward a brighter future. Big sister is scary, Zaire whispered faintly, causing Lila to giggle. Madeline had always had this sharpness to her. Back when her former master took her away from Dian, many had been witness to it. She tore anyone who spoke ill of her husband apart. It was just that she was now aiming those talents toward a different goal. At this moment, Madeline's air had completely changed. Her king-level presence bloomed outward in full force.
The combination it created with her goddess disposition made those around hang onto her every word. Good. Now we'll begin our revenge. Madeline's voice was soft, yet somehow carried over the entire city. Those from Falling Petal Pavilion go over there. Those from Rooted Depths Pavilion line up here. Those from Life Blooming Pavilion there. And those from Layered Vine Pavilion here. Madeline began to organize the disciples in ways they couldn't comprehend. After years of being by Diane's side, she had grasped the essence of battle tactics. Maybe hers weren't as flexible or crafty as Diane's, but this level of order was something she was certain would help. Falling Petal Pavilion was a branch of their sect that specialized in ranged attacks. Rooted Depths Pavilion was known for their battle-crazed disposition and had the best close combat abilities and firepower. Layered Vine Pavilion was an unconventional path for Fire Dao cultivators, but they focused of defense. Finally, Life Blooming Pavilion was another slightly unconventional path for the Fire Dao, but they were healers. Of the 6 petals that were created by the volcano that erupted on planet Lily, these pavilions each took up one, only leaving the Holy Land of Ancestors and the Petal of Elders. Madeline knew that these fellow sisters of hers were untalented, but she also knew that their enemies were unorganized. She could tell that someone in the background was trying to reach their hand over and give them structure they sorely lacked, but Madeline's keen eyesight could tell that this person was stretching themselves too far. The battle tactics of the Sicharo clan wasn't something you could cobble together lackluster counters against. Today would be the debut of the Sicharo clan in earnest. On the biggest stage, they would crush their opponents. Big sister, I can make a small tweak to the ceiling formation and disallow them from flying, Lila said after waiting for Madeline to finish organizing. Madeline's brow raised. Really? Lila's pink hair bobbed as she nodded. It will only be helpful for a moment since the range of the seal is limited, only about 20 to 50 miles outside of Middle Lily City's walls. But, if used at the right time before they run away, it would be really effective. Madeline thought for a moment. You're right. However, it is very difficult for them to run from here. Remember that the majority of the celestial tiers are danger zones, and this is no longer the lower tier, but the middle tier. If we appear in the east, there are 3 silver danger zones in that direction that are densely surrounded by bronze danger zones. Thanks to Middle Lily City, they can only run backwards. If they try to run through us and into the city, I can expel them easily. That means they'll be headed right into the jaws of danger, and it'll be easier to pick them off. Middle-tier danger zones were on a complete other level than lower-tier danger zones. The talent of the disciples they were facing were much higher than theirs, but not enough to ignore a middle-tier danger zone. They'd have to be on their guard. Only the pseudo-Dao experts would be able to completely ignore the problem. If we go with Big Sister's plan, then I can help more. If we're relying on them believing in our weakness to bait them into gathering in one area, then I can control the ceiling formation to appear in the one area as well. As long as it's shifted to a manageable size, even moving it along with us shouldn't be too difficult. Wouldn't it be missing a power source if we moved it from here? Madeline understood the basic principles of formations very well. A large-scale one of this size definitely needed a sizable power source. Moving it would be the equivalent of moving it from its power source. If this was so easy to do, Diane wouldn't have spent months comprehending formation cores so he could give one of his large-scale formations mobility. Unfortunately for Diane, when it came to formation cores, his little sister was by far his better. What did it take to form a formation core? Wasn't it reaching the one with self-realm of a formation? But couldn't little Lila see through the truth of all things thanks to her true empathy? Her saying that she could create a no-fly zone was an improvement on the formation. This was thus the equivalent of reaching the one with self-realm. If Diane was here, maybe he would begin to shed some bitter tears. Lila smiled. There's no need to worry about that. A single Dao stone is enough to power a comet-grade formation for many hours, especially after I increase its efficiency. Lila followed in her big brother's footsteps. Although it would be incredibly easy for her to master almost any martial path in existence, she chose language and array alchemy. And she only chose language because it was something she used every day and wouldn't distract her from following her big brother's footsteps. As of right now, the Comet Lords of the Mortal Alliance had increased by 1. As the 2 sisters were talking strategy, leaving the 2 dragons and the silent Yandavir off to the side,
the teleportation formation of Middle Lily City suddenly flashed. HM? I disallowed anyone not of Flaming Lily sect origin from using this formation. Madeline frowned. But, when she saw the figure that appeared, she suddenly smiled a wide smile. A short young lady dressed in scant red armor and large, folded red mercury wings appeared holding a massive hammer more than twice her size. Though she was a grown woman, one would be hard-pressed to justify saying that she was 5 feet tall. 4 feet 11 inches was probably the best you could give her. Big Sister Madeline, I demand an explanation.
I've been trying to teleport here for ages. I even smashed through that damn trial puppet twice.
My feet were itching. They told me I had to be here. Yet, when I gave up my lower-tier rewards to come, how come you didn't welcome your little sister with a grand ceremony? I actually wasted so many energy stones trying to come here, and I went to 10 different cities before one finally worked. Sabona grumbled, looking very adorable as she waved her big hammer around. The 3 legatees of Flaming Lily sect had gathered. In Sapientia City, the weapons forging guild was a complete mess. Initially, after Clara kicked the guild guards out and killed a bad-mouthing captain, the roof had been torn away to reveal her forging room, which happened to be on the top floor. Now that Clara had passed out and the dome had shrunk, everyone could see a lovely young lady in a silver robe matted in sweat and breathing erratically as though she was having a terrible dream. What are you all waiting for? Go capture her. Captain growled. Clearly, he was unwilling to move forward after the death of his companion, so he sent others in first. The guild guards hesitated. This had stretched on for days and all their nerves were pulled taut. But the martial world had strict hierarchy systems, so they had to listen. Plus, wouldn't they seem too pathetic being unwilling to approach an unconscious woman? Like this, they began to slowly close in, 5 of them approaching cautiously from all sides. When they got to within 1 meter, they breathed a sigh of relief. What were we all so afraid of? She's just a little girl at the end of the day. One of the guild guards felt emboldened. Or maybe he was embarrassed about being so scared before, so he took the initiative to wash away that shame. If he could cop a feel at the same time under the guise of checking her for anything dangerous, it would be all the better. But who would have known that the final thing he's here in this lifetime was the growl of an enraged beast? The approaching guild guards witnessed a flicker of sliced space before the emboldened guard suddenly fell to the ground in 2 bloody halves. Though they couldn't see her, Little Yin's body arched upon Clara's chest, her small body shivering with rage as growls escaped her small lips. Her beautiful white fur stood, seemingly double her size. Little Yin's battle bloodline had finally awoken. The faint growls of Little Yin's rage only reached the guild guards because she allowed it. After her and her brother's existences were anchored in this timeline by their contract with Diane, she could freely control these things as she pleased. She wanted these people to know that that attack was not a fluke. Clara was protected. When one speaks of the battle bloodline of the celestial hamster, it's only really possible to mention it with vague generalizations. Even for the race themselves, the only thing that they were certain of was the fact that it only appeared within the royal lineage. Little Een herself wasn't entirely aware of just how she awoke, but she had a vague understanding. From her birth until now, the range of emotions Little Een had felt was limited. Much like a child who had yet to learn the pain and horror of the world, her small eyes were tinted by a rose color that hard to remove. This might sound ridiculous. After all, how could a race born with so much knowledge of the world possibly be this level of innocent?
But it could only be explained that Little Een and Yang had mentalities similar to that of true empaths. Little Lila faced many horrors in her youth. Even after Diane saved her from that fate, this didn't stop her ability to sense the pain of others. It could be said that every traumatic experience Diane went through, Little Lila felt as though it was her going through them instead. Imagine that, a little girl facing such a thing. Yet, Little Lila never lost her mind like Jade did. It could only be said that her constitution was tailored for the abilities of a true empath. Maybe this sort of immunity to despair is what makes the entity such an enigma, because the first time in its life that it truly felt that emotion, it sent the world into a spiral of destruction. Little Een was similar in this way. Though she seemed to be more caring than her elder brother, she had the disposition of a passive observer to the world.
That was why the moment she saw Clara's defenseless body and the obscene look in the guild guard's eye, an unknown emotion she had never felt before coursed through her. Before she realized what happened, the fluctuations of space and time that had always protected her passively seemed to raise to a new level. The 4 remaining guild guards froze. That attack. There was no warning, it was as though it appeared out of nowhere. Just what happened? Unfortunately, they didn't get the chance to think any longer before their own visions of the world seemed to split in two. By the time they realized the splitting world was actually the result of their eyes falling in 2 separate directions, it was too late for regret. The captain who ordered this approach froze. Those 5 men weren't extraordinarily powerful. They were barely middling around the lower celestial realm. But that didn't mean it was simple to just kill 5 of them so quickly and silently. Even a peak celestial would have to appear at least, right? Plus, he was a pseudo-Dao expert, so how in the hell would any normal individual hide from his senses? The more he thought about it, the more his trembling increased. CC Captain. See, can't we just leave this alone?
This is well above our pay grade. The captain scowled. You fool. How about you go and tell the Sapientia that? Why are you talking to me about something so ridiculous? Biba Captain, what else can we do if not retreat? Send in the heavy armor guild guards. The captain knew he couldn't back down. Those who opposed that witch's orders had a habit of disappearing and never being heard from again. The most fearsome part was that anyone who remembered those disappearing individuals seemed to disappear as well. Not long later, a group of heavily armored celestials moved forward. It looked as though they were outfitted with large, mechatronic body skeletons as opposed to what one might expect from normal heavy armor. What an insult. These mechatronic suits were the darling creation of the weapons guild head, yet they were now being used to bully a young disciple he was fond of. These suits are one of the strongest trump cards the guild guard has. With them, it's possible to fight an entire tier above your level. I don't believe that they can be easily dealt with. Who knew whether the captain truly believed these words or if he was trying to make himself feel better? If this really failed, it would be too difficult to explain the loss of 20 sets of heavy armor worth 100,000 Dao stones each. Even if he spent his whole life working, he'd never be able to pay it back. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on the captain's side. The moment the 20 heavy armored warriors approached, staunch resolve in their eyes, a scene those present would never forget took place. The pristine armors suddenly began to rust. Their joints stiffened and their silver finish turned rotten. The captain couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was this some sort of metal or earth Dao he had never heard of? Why did it seem like these top-of-the-line armors were aging? An instant later, it was over. The very same unpredictable and undetectable fluctuations of space rippled. Just like that, 20 more warriors fell and 2 million Dao stones disappeared into a puff of rust and blood. Little Yin's body shivered, her small, bead-like, black eyes flashing with a tint of red. Her muscles and fur were stretched taut as steam emitted from her mouth. Dian hadn't sent her here to battle. He didn't even know such a thing would occur. His only will was for little Yin to keep Clara company, so she'd remember that there'd be a day when he'd come personally to take her back and wash planet Sapientia in blood. With little Yin's help, it would be impossible for the Sapientia to take away her spatial ring and treasures, and at the same time, Dian would be able to speak to Clara once or if he survived his current predicament. But it seemed that the pressure Dian was under was the very same pressure his allies were under as well, and many of them had already evolved under it. Little Yin went all out. She knew quite well that she was limited in the strength she could output. So, she wanted to do her best to scare them all away and buy time. Once her bloodline awoke, she understood many things. Firstly, had she never chosen a partner to anchor herself in this timeline, her bloodline would have never awoken. Essentially, Dian was the key. Secondly, she couldn't use power exceeding the anchor that kept her in this timeline. One can imagine what would happen if little Yin attempted to gather spatial and time chi exceeding her limits. The anchor would grow unstable and she'd be thrust into the vicissitudes of time and space, never to come back. There was a simple way to put this clause. Little Yin's strength was limited by Dian's. The stronger Dian was, the sturdier little Yin's anchor would be, and thus the more freely she could use space and time chi. This meant that the reason little Yin so easily defeated these guild guards was because if Dian was here, he would be capable of doing the same. They were too weak. However, this wasn't exactly analogous. Though that may sound like the precursor for a nerf, it was the exact opposite. While little Ian was limited by Diane's power, the abilities of time and space were so overwhelming that while Diane had not a single chance to defeat a Dao expert with his own power, little Ian could hold back and threaten a lower Dao formation expert. This led to the third thing little Ian realized. And this point was likely the reason the celestial hamsters were the ruling class. Opening her battle bloodline allowed little Ian to extend the abilities she had to others. Unfortunately, little Ian had only just awoken her abilities. She didn't dare attempt to envelop Clara in space and time chi to make her disappear because she didn't know if she had the control to pull it off. This third facet about her ability actually had a clause to it. Celestial hamsters were really only meant to share their abilities with their anchor. Doing so for others was incredibly taxing and required far more control. Though it should be possible since Clara and Diane were linked by their souls, little Ian didn't dare to take the risk. If worst came to worst, then little Ian would take the gamble. But she wanted to see if there was another option lying in wait for her. If she lost Clara's body in the void, she would never forgive herself. Still, there was one last thing little Ian had to look forward to. Her and her brother were twins. After sharing the same egg, their minds, souls, and abilities had become linked. Once little Yang awakened his bloodline, their tandem would dwarf any celestial hamster of the past. Brimming with confidence and a will to protect her big sister Clara, little Yin's growls continued as if daring them to approach once more. It's time. Madeline looked out toward the east of the city. To her back, a neatly organized army of 600,000 female disciples followed her. Her white gown fluttered in the wind along with her flawless violet hair. Crackles of purple flames seemed to spark in the air around her, flashing like miniature fireworks. It was very obvious that this empress was not happy. After practically torturing the information out of Zaire, Madeline finally learned what happened. To think that this was all being orchestrated by the Xianxia clan. There was nothing that needed to be said. Madeline had no love lost for this clan of hers. The day she changed her name to Sicharo was a day she felt a burden lift from her shoulders. Yet, the clan she had left behind actually dared to harm her Clara and Diane. She was livid. The plan in her mind had completely changed. This was no longer just about crushing the traitors of the sect, or paying the Golden Crow sect back for their evil. This was about a woman lashing out in response to her reverse scale being touched. First, she would crush this approaching army below. But she wouldn't stop there. She would lay waste to Xianxia City. A few meters behind her, Zaire inexplicable began to nod to himself. MHM. I'm certain of it now, he mumbled to himself. Damaris cocked an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Little Lila began to giggle, her pink diamond eyes sparkling. Big Sister Madeline is definitely scary. Scariest woman I've ever met in my life. Zaire nodded to himself once more, proud of his deduction. Is there a point to all of this? Alex, who still had a lingering fear in his eye for Lila, looked toward the gathering army of flaming lily sect disciples with a doubtful gaze. Mistress Sicharo, we are willing to let you go as long as you abandon the flaming lily sect. We do not want to make enemies of the Sicharo clan. It was clear that the Golden Crow sect's attitude had taken a complete 180. Too many things their informer hadn't mentioned a word about were happening one after another. They began to doubt the legitimacy of the information and if True God Sicharo would really be so easily dealt with. As such, the elders of the Golden Crow sect decided to take on a new approach. Unfortunately for him, the only response he received in return was a single word. Attack! Madeline's delicate voice spread over the battlefield. As one might expect, though cultivators were far better at retaining information than mortals, it still wasn't possible to ingrain military tactics into their minds in such a short time. As such, Madeline kept it simple. After rearranging the disciples by pavilion, she formed them up into squads of 5. These squads contained 2 layered vine disciples, 1 life-blooming disciple, 1 falling petal disciple, and 1 rooted depths disciple. The primary focus of Madeline was defense and healing. As such, she ensured every squad of 5 had 2 defensive specialists and 1 healing specialist. The falling petal disciple then handled ranged combat, while the rooted depths disciple was the main berserker and firepower. These squads were then arranged as follows.
The 2 layered vine defensive specialists would take the vanguard and the life-blooming healer would be paired with the ranged falling petal disciple in the squad's backline. Finally, the rooted depths disciple would have the most freedom, relying on the support of the layered vine disciples to supplement their attack power. Madeline only had 3 rules for them. The first was that no disciple could advance more than 50 meters ahead of her position in the air. Secondly, any deserters would be personally killed by Madeline and her squad. And thirdly, should one of your squad members fall, immediately retreat to the back line and wait for further orders. The Golden Crow sect had never seen such a thing in their lives. They had been fully prepared to crush the Flaming Lily sect with their sheer numbers, but they suddenly realized that they couldn't find individual fights like they were used to. By the time the leaders of the sect realized that something fishy was going on, many Golden Crow sect disciples had fallen. Or, rather, many traitors of the Flaming Lily sect had fallen. What other kind of treatment could these women expect to receive? It was no surprise they were thrust forward as cannon fodder. In the beginning, they were sneering, believing their former fellow disciples to be foolish to fight for such an unworthy cause. But, in the next instant, the screams and bloody gore of the battlefield infiltrated their lives, reaping them one after another before they could realize what happened. "What's happening?" Alex roared. "Aren't we pincering them from 3 sides?" Neither Alex nor his fellow disciple sister could understand what was happening. Madeline left from the eastern gate of the city, causing the Golden Crow sect disciples to swarm. From once surrounding the city, many of them left their posts to surround the large east gate. "Why is my chi gathering so slow?" A disciple's last words roared out in frustration as she fell to the flame arrow of a falling petal pavilion disciple. In the skies, Madeline wasn't in the mood to smile. Wisps of golden fog seemed to waft from her time to time, giving her an otherworldly feel. Something snapped just a few days ago. When she entered that state of being able to manipulate all energies, it seemed that her base form also gained a massive upgrade. Her ability to supplement her strength with atmospheric chi skyrocketed to levels that made her shiver. Who said the goddess disposition was purely an auxiliary constitution? One's meridian talent was directly proportional to the area of atmospheric chi you could call upon. That said, there were many other things that could supplement this as well. For example, Diane's divine sense, due to being perfectly fused with his presence, could theoretically force 500,000 kilometers of atmospheric chi to bend to his whims. The issue was that even with deity-grade meridians, he wouldn't be able to control that much chi, so he never did it. However, Madeline was different. Though her presence wasn't fused into every aspect of her being, her ability to control chi, even with meridians that weren't as good as Diane's, far surpassed him due to her constitution. A genius celestial might be able to call upon and perfectly control a 10-meter radius of atmospheric chi. True gods were a bit better than this, but not as much as you might expect. Not more than 20 meters. But Madeline felt that she had more than 100 meters at her beck and call. Even 200 wasn't impossible if she took her time. Maybe the most shocking part was that she seemed to have priority over this chi. With Madeline standing in the skies above the front line, she could stifle the chi of their enemies while supplementing her allies, making their call for atmospheric chi far easier. This had an eerie resemblance to something Diane had experienced once before. Back during his second trial, Diane created a formation relying on the energy core and the Angel Clan's spiritual vein to tap into and use Tao Abyssal cores to defeat his enemies. Initially, he expected it to be a massive strain on his mind. But at that moment, Luna suddenly appeared and made it as easy as drinking water. A similar event was playing out here, unbeknownst to Madeline. And what scared her the most wasn't the ability itself. It was how easy it was to execute. "Do you think it's time yet, big sister?" Lila asked, watching as Yandavir incinerated every disciple that attempted to capture her and Madeline. "Not yet," Madeline said faintly. "Once we can't claim any more lives with our tactic advantage, that's when we'll activate the formation and shoot them down from the skies." The battle raged on, violence echoing and blood spilling. By now, the news of what was happening on the middle tier was no longer capable of being hidden. The news of failure to teleport to Middle Lily City had been curious to some in the beginning, but it soon became a massive question mark. One had to remember that Violet Bloom Pavilion was a very popular entertainment center.
When teleportation to the city was cut off, Sabona wasn't the only one who noticed. This was when large movements started to catch the attention of those in the surroundings. Due to Madeline's movement, the encirclement of Middle Lily City collapsed, leaving the west, north, and south of the city completely free of scouts after they had all converged on the east. At the same time, others realized that teleportation to Middle Lily City wasn't the only teleportation that was restricted. Every Golden Crow City seemed to be cut off as well. Initially, Aritzia had been prepared for something like this to happen. After all, one of the hardest things to do was keep a secret, especially when so many pieces were involved. However, she took advantage of the fact the movement of information was strictly controlled by the SNN. Even if a few stragglers pieced some information together, just how long did it use to take for information to spread organically through the martial world before the Sapientia came along? However, how could Aritzia know that pissing off Diane's wives wasn't a good move? The implementation of the third phase took the martial world by storm. Numerous restrictions that had been put in place suddenly vanished without warning. At first, only clans and sects vetted and accepted by the Sapientia could pay a hefty price, plus a monthly fee, to establish a forum. On this forum, they would be able to do a myriad of things from posting about their accomplishments to boost their faith, to posting up missions and calls for help. This forum purchasing ability only extended past this level to a minor extent to allow well-established businesses to take part in it as well. However, gaining a forum of your own was too expensive and too difficult. Up to this date, the total forums didn't surpass 100. Considering the trillions of individuals in the martial world, this number was too pitiful. The third phase blew this out of the water. Restrictions on those who could create forums were completely lifted. In exchange for single payment, anyone could create a forum of their own. It could be used for even something as simple as quickly communicating with your companions over large distances. This use alone blew up the popularity of the Sapientia network. The lack of regulations and the steep drop in price excited members of the martial world. Even large clans who hadn't participated in the past raised an eyebrow. This sort of use would definitely be worth it, especially after they learned of the second change to the SN. Encryption. Clans were now allowed to make changes to their own towers, communications, and the code of their forums to encrypt information they only want their allies understanding. Before, the Sapientia had barred any changes to the system at all, which resulted in many never taking the network as a serious alternative to their previous means. But now these individuals were changing their minds. Though the single-time fee would increase to a monthly fee that grew proportionally to the number of individuals using a forum, no one blinked an eye at this. The intrigue of the Sapientia network only grew. The next change was an absolute bombshell. It was the release of the sole contract signed by Clara and the Sapientia. According to its fine print, signed off by both parties, the Sapientia weren't allowed to act to harm Clara or her interests. If this occurred, Clara would be allowed to make one unilateral change to the Sapientia network. Depending on the degree of profit increase this one change garnered, the shareholding percentages of the Sapientia network would shift. Should it shift enough, even changing the name of the network was allowed. Clara implemented a change known as open phase. This open phase fundamentally changed the structure of Sapientia network, thus practically making the contract null and void. Why would the Sapientia agree to this clause, yet Aritzia act the way she did? It was simple. Aritzia, with all her intuition, had no idea that Clara and Diane were husband and wife. As a result, Diane fell under the interests clause of the contract, thus shattering the Sapientia network to form the Mortal network. This wasn't all either. Aritzia, due to not being a key wielder, couldn't have her actions represent the Sapientia clan. Theoretically, no matter what she did, it wouldn't breach the contract. So, just how is the contract breached? One might ask at this point that wouldn't capturing Clara have been harming her interests anyway? And the answer to that would be no. If Clara had her own protections, how could the Sapientia not have their own as well? The Sapientia were well within their rights to call Clara in for a meeting. One had to remember that it was Clara who attacked first and not them. According to the contract, since Clara attacked first, the Sapientia were allowed to respond in kind. This was why Aritzia felt that she was in the clear to send in whomever she pleased. What she didn't know was that the moment she made an enemy out of Diane, the Sapientia network had already slipped through her fingers.
The only reason she hadn't felt a change was because Clara had yet to implement open phase. Not only had the Sapientia network become completely open to the public, its name had become the Mortal Network, and the change was so large that 95% of the shares were now under Clara's control. This remaining 5% was the only leeway the Sapientia had left for themselves. This was the stake they actually deserved for building the infrastructure of Sapientia Network, now Mortal Network. The world was absolutely shocked, but even more were happy. Many clan and sect heads who knew the dirty dealings of the Sapientia erupted into laughter, filling their planets with a jovial, hearty happiness. With Phase 3 in effect, the open phase, not only would the profits of MN skyrocket, 95% of it would be owned by the Sicharo clan. Bang! The desk within Aritzia's office shattered, sending jades and stacks of paper flying. Even Sapientia Tower itself shook to its very core. The once happy smile on her face was nowhere to be seen. Though it wasn't the shaking rage one might expect, it wasn't pretty either. This was the first time in her life she had eaten such a loss. Intuition was an amazing thing, and Aritzia's was almost perfect. She was nearly certain that Diane and Jaws were the same individual. However, she hadn't made the final leap to comprehend just what the relationship between Diane and Clara was. Maybe because she was too eager to get back at Jaws. In the end, Diane's description of his relationship with Clara had worked out. Aritzia spent weeks poring through all of the information she could find about Clara, but she couldn't find any solid connection between her and Diane. Other than that event that took place in Sapientia Corner, there was nothing else. And even that wasn't very solid. In fact, the only sightings of Clara were her using teleportation formations, but due to the tower's rules, it was impossible to track her destination. The worst part about all of this was that she hadn't even confirmed whether Diane and Jaws were the same individual. This was because she had made a move on Dark Ocean and Madeline at almost the same time. Because Clara needed time to implement the open phase, the attack on Madeline had started by the time she finished. So, Aritzia had no way of knowing which event broke the contract. No. The clause in the contract protects me. According to the language, my instigating BPA to attack Dark Ocean isn't a direct action and thus can't be linked back to my Sapientia clan. Also, I'm an individual who cannot represent the Sapientia clan. This is the benefit of me not being a key wielder. If just any Sapientia slighting Clara would break the contract, we would never have signed. This means what broke this contract was my elder brother capturing Verver. Since Primus is our key wielder, his actions can speak for our clan. Damn it, that was my mistake. I told him not to action himself, yet he actually didn't listen. Aritzia calmed herself, a deadpan expression taking over her delicate features. Even the Sapientia couldn't have guessed that the change Clara made would be enough to take over 95% of the Sapientia network. No, Mortal Network. It was truly the perfect move. If Clara had chosen to take this opportunity to wrest more control of the network, gaining 95% would have been impossible. 40% would have been her limit. But she ironically gave up control to gain more control. It was truly a masterstroke. The worst part of this wasn't the change in power dynamics. It was the blow to their reputation. Any smart individual knew that this change meant that the Sapientia had broken their word. This blow wasn't from only one side either. With this open phase, people began to openly communicate about what was happening on the middle tier. Individuals soon realized that the Sapientia network weren't reporting on such a large event and began to feel skeptical. Could it be they were hiding the truth of these matters from them? If the Sapientia were hiding things from them now, how often had they done it in the past? Could they even be trusted anymore? It was at that moment that an even more decisive blow was landed. Madeline, in a rage, streaked across the middle tier with her army of disciples, carving their way through the Golden Crow sect army and making her way towards Sapientia City. When others heard the famous wife of Diane Sicharo swear to lay waste to Middle Sapientia City, the newly formed forums were sent into an uproar. At that moment, the newest and probably best feature of the open phase was released: the Navigator. Clara and Diane understood just how important organization was during the open phase, so they took their cues from a search engine famous in their mortal realm: Google. With the Navigator, individuals could search keywords and be sent to the most popular forums for the topic they wanted to take part in. Of course, there was a monetization aspect of the Navigator as well. Keywords could be bought to prioritize their forums when these words were searched. Whoever invested the most money would gain the right to be the top link when certain words were searched. Those who paid would be on a leader for said keyword, with whomever paid the most being at the top. For example, the enigmatic sect might want priority over the keywords tied to their sect. They'd thus pay to claim the keywords enigmatic sect for themselves, so whenever it was searched, they would be the top result. This was of massive importance to a sect and clan's faith. They needed to ensure that no one could misconstrue them for someone else. If someone else wanted the keywords enigmatic sect, they would need to pay more than they did, or else their link would forever be below the enigmatic sects. This system forced clans, sects, businesses, and forums to continuously add funds to the leaderboard so that they couldn't be overtaken for certain keywords. Of course, there were also systems in place so that powerful clans couldn't suppress information by buying up important news and cultivation-related keywords. It especially helped that links couldn't be deleted. They could only be pushed down. In addition, popularity helped with the rank of a link as well, so good information would never disappear. With the introduction of the navigator, the suddenly daunting influx of forums became incredibly easy to manage, with some proactive people cornering the market on the names of their forums so that more individuals could visit them. In this way, they'd be able to accept payment from others to advertise on their forums, thus allowing money on the new Mortal network to flow freely. Thanks to the navigator, individuals who were curious about what was happening the celestial floors suddenly found it incredibly easy to find what they were looking for. But it seemed that Aritzia had truly pissed Clara off, because she implemented 2 more things immediately that were only supposed to be introduced later on. This could only be described as a declaration of war, Mortal Network Library, and virtual stones. Virtual stones were a virtual currency system that was perfectly encrypted. As a result, unlike the Sapientia Bank, transactions couldn't be tracked and tied to your name. The instant it was introduced, Sapientia Bank accounts began to close one after another. Soon, as much as 10% had left, while others were only waiting to confirm the security of VS before likely making the move themselves. Once VS became more widespread and could be used as easily as one Sapientia Bank card, there would be no competition remaining. Who liked their actions constantly being watched by looming eyes? Not everyone had the depth of array alchemy needed to escape the eyes of the Sapientia. Plus, if the description was as fanciful as it sounded, it was too convenient. If one bought the new Mortal devices Clara promised to introduce in just 1 year, it would be possible to have your device directly absorb the energy of your energy stones and add to your VS total. You wouldn't even have to go to Sapientia Quadrant like you had to before. As long as you were within the range of a Mortal tower, you could freely add and take from your funds. However, while this was a blow, the next was completely gut-wrenching for the Sapientia, and likely one that would shake their ancestors awake. The Mortal Library. What gave the Sapientia so much power in the tower quadrants was their control over information. However, the Mortal Library shook this foundation to its core. With the Mortal Library, one could register under one of 2 titles, Reader and Writer. Readers were exactly what they seemed like. They could freely browse books for a fee, or even for free if it was denoted as low-ranking information or common knowledge. Writers were different. They had a ranking system of their own, from the lowest first rank to the 9th, and the above star rankings. This was irrelevant to cultivation and purely decided on the level of knowledge one could provide. Though those with higher cultivation usually had more to give. As a writer, you could exchange information for free reads. But your best privilege was selling your information for profit. If you wrote just one well-received book, you could live the rest of your life in leisure, as readers continuously rented a virtual version to read. For a martial world who was so used to almost every book being authored by a Sapientia, this was an absolutely jarring change, and one that made those laughing in the upper echelons frown. It wasn't that they didn't side with Clara on this move. They too didn't like the overbearing nature of the Sapientia. But there was an understanding between these upper echelon members. One shouldn't push an individual too far into a corner, or else it could result in a severe backlash. However, it seemed like Clara was dead set on making the Sapientia her mortal enemy. She would force them to the point where they had nowhere to turn. Then, they'd be forced to show the world their true face. This was the price for enraging a Sachara woman. As though to confirm this, another bombshell announcement was made. Within a year, the celestial corners and territories on the saint and celestial floors would begin to sell pills. No longer would they hold back and not take the market share of the sapientia. Since the sapientia were inferior, they would be shown as such to the rest of the world. When the elders of various clans began to read the descriptions of various pills, they felt their heads were spinning. Could pills really be created to this level? No, these weren't pills. They were heavenly treasures. 80% pure condensing pills? Soul refinement type pills? Constitution cleansing and awakening pills? This was too much. According to this, even meridian nurturing pills of 80% purity weren't impossible either if you were willing to pay a price. This was too much.
Wait a minute, this wasn't the most important part. Didn't this prove that Clara and Diane were connected in some way?
Or was it that Clara was relying on Diane to deal a blow to the sapientia for daring to cross her? Too many upheavals were taking place at once. So many that even when Clara announced that the only rules of the Mortal Network was that no one could replicate virtual stones, the Navigator, or the Mortal Library, many simply waved their hands. So what? We accept your regulations with wide smiles.
This Mortal Network. It would lead their tower quadrants into a new era, the era of information. It didn't need to be said that Diane, who already now had more money than he knew what to do with, had suddenly been washed over with even more wealth. Now his annual earnings wouldn't lose out to the first-ranked Star Clan even one bit. In fact, it was even a bit more. However, Diane didn't do this for money. As a man of the mortal realm, he understood just how valuable information was to a prospering society. While he was technically strengthening enemies he would have to subdue in the future, he found it to be worth it. The end of the mortal plane was approaching and he knew that his strength alone would be enough. Even if it meant a harder path ahead, he needed everyone to grow stronger.
Of course, stomping down on the faces of the sapientia was a nice added bonus. There was no doubt that they'd react violently. But Clara and Diane didn't care. The sapientia had already made enemies of the wrong family. On the middle tier, Madeline's rage was still shaking the skies. Flaming lily sect disciples hovered in the air as they rained down fire upon their flightless enemies. In just a few days, the armies they faced had been slowly but surely crushed.
They didn't even realize that they were being steadily pushed back toward Middle Sapientia City. When Madeline saw the tall standing city in the distance, a sharpness glowed in her violet eyes, a hidden golden deep within their depths flickering with rage. Once Sicharo woman had already shown her strength, it was time for another two. The flaming Lily Sect army sliced through. The support given by Madeline and Lila, not to mention the overwhelming strength of Yandavir, Damaris, and Zaire, and of course the timely slew of insults that flew from Sabona made what should have been a mediocre force unstoppable. The Golden Crow sect had much of their atmospheric chi control wrested away by Madeline. At the same time, Lila's control of the ceiling formation's formation core gave them a perpetual elevation advantage. The combination of these two factors gave Yandavir, Damaris, and Zaire free rein to wreak havoc among their army. Diane's punishment of Damaris seemed to have forced her into shedding into a new layer. Without her cultivation, for 2 years she could only focus on tempering her mind. For a normal dragon, this might not have been a big deal. But one must remember that the Crystal Dragon clan were among the very few species who could naturally replenish their mental energies without resting. Drathel's Golden Dragon clan was known for their overpowering dragon souls. Ral's Light Chelan clan was known for the oppressive speed and potent attack power. Kir's Elemental Chelan clan was known for their control over the elements. However, Damaris Crystal Dragon clan was known for their calm and mental fortitude. For those who knew Geralda, they would nod at this explanation and wholeheartedly accept it. Geralda was a woman who went through untold horrors, yet she was never shaken. It seemed as though she had never gone through any trauma at all. In fact, her son, little Ryu, seemed to take after his mother's calm. However, if one saw Damaris, they would think it was the world's greatest joke. Calm? Damaris? These two words didn't seem to belong in the same sentence. Damaris was crude, impatient, and quick to anger. Despite her talent, she could never tap into the true strength of her clan. These 2 years taught her patience. Though she was still the same firecracker, there was a level of refinement that hadn't been there before. A mighty roar shook the skies as Damaris' body morphed. The crystal dragon's form was truly too mesmerizing. They took the shape of the quintessential Western dragon.
for sturdy limbs, 2 enormous wings, and a tail filled to the brim with power. However, what caught the attention of all those lucky enough to see a crystal dragon's true form was the gem-like appearance of their body. Damaris looked as though she was carved of the purest diamond in existence, then made to sit in a room of reflective soft pink, blue, and lavender light. Her scales were absolutely without blemish, and the sunlight that bounced from its surface blinded all those around. She stretched more than 100 meters, and a single flap of her wings tore the landscape below apart, creating peaks and ravines with a single breath. In that moment, Damaris breathed in. Alex's face completely changed. Run. Retreat. No matter how much he screamed, did it truly matter? They were in the thick of a silver danger zone. It was a mossy area filled with sludgy mud and dirty waters, not to mention a thin fog that made it difficult to control one's senses. It was known as Lost Marsh. Its danger was hidden in the water beneath their feet and was used to refine and sharpen one's perception, since the fog could dull divine sense. Trying to run in such a place, especially when you couldn't fly, wasn't that asking for death? Madeline realized Damaris' action. She let go of her control of the atmospheric chi. This was the shocking ability of the crystal dragons. When their minds were calm, their bodies could become one with nature, allowing them to tap into the ability that made them one of the few king-god clans of the Drago-Chilan lands, nature's breath. Unlike Madeline and other cultivators who could only call upon wills and chi they had comprehended, crystal dragons didn't have this limiter. They could call upon Gamma Chi itself and use it to strike with an attack that sent fear down the spines of even dragon overlords. Swirls of chi raced toward Damaris and seemed to soak into her beautiful scales, making her already gorgeous bestial body shimmer all the more so. Damaris' reptilian eyes, swirling with a rainbow of colors, vibrated with excitement. She had finally done it. Her elder sister Geralda was an unprecedented genius of their Agios clan. In just the same realm, she had already completed her first nature's breath. Compared to her, Damaris was sorely lacking, taking until her recent breakthrough into the higher celestial realm to accomplish this same feat. But she couldn't have been more happy. She finally understood what it meant to be a crystal dragon. Come, have a taste of the might of my Agios clan. Nature's breath. A cannon of blazing light erupted from Damaris' lips. The already chaotic battlefield became a reflection of hell. Or maybe something even worse than that. Under Damaris' power, not even blood and gore remained. By the time the blinding vanished and the eyes of those who remained adjusted, all that was left was a scorching piece of land, obliterated beyond recognition. Tens of thousands of disciples died, just like that. Zaire's laughter was the first thing to overtake the silent battlefield. I won't let the Agios clan have all the credit today. There'll come a time when my demon Chilan clan will rise above it all. The already shaken remains of the Golden Crow sect trembled as a mighty Chilan appeared in the skies with branching, black as night antlers blocking out the skies. An ominous aura descended upon the battlefield. Zaire's form was a different kind of beauty, a more sinister, deadly type. The fusion of his mother and father's bloodlines had created a creature that stood above all else. Sometimes, Esmeralda even believed her son had surpassed the so-called supreme grade ranking to become something entirely different. He had the tall, majestic antlers of his father, as well as the powerful, black-furred paws instead of his mother's hooves. But he did con tufts of spiraling white fur from his mother. His coat alternated between beautiful, lustrous black and white fur, interrupted by dark scales of black that exuded a demonic aura. Though Zaire's cultivation was far lower than Damaris, middling around the lower celestial realm, this wasn't because he was slow. Firstly, Damaris was far older than Zaire. Secondly, anyone who called an individual with such high-quality celestial blood a slow cultivator was a fool. The more intriguing part about Zaire's cultivation was that although he had never beaten Damaris in battle, that didn't mean he was completely incapable of doing so. While the abilities of the Celestial were rooted in purity, the abilities of the Demon Chilan were the exact opposite. Humans used demonic will to strengthen their presence and bodies, however beasts had no need to use it for such a thing, especially not dragons who had dragon souls instead of presence. The demonic path of the Demon Chilan clan was a completely different animal entirely. Many years ago, when Dian was still fighting his battle against the cathedral, he accidentally tapped in his Demon Chilan humanoid manifestation, created by using the Florence clan's technique to catalyze his martial uncle's blood essence. Back then, he learned of a very special Dao heart of the Demon Qilan clan, known as the Demon Heart. The Demon Heart allowed one to burn their blood essence without severe penalty. While others might lose cultivation levels or talent, Demon Qilans would only be fatigued for a short period of time. However, this was only one aspect of the Demon Heart. Its most often used ability was that of emotion. Emotions were an odd part of cultivation. Most often, clearing one's mind and remaining calm, even in the face of strong emotions, made one more powerful. However, the Demon Qilan clan took the exact opposite approach. The heart they cultivated was fueled by rage and destruction. The more they desired murder and blood, the stronger they grew. This was the secret of the Demon Qilan clan. However, Dian learned something else after his stint against the cathedral. After he lost his own Dao heart and had his talk with the entity, he learned about the 9 supreme Dao hearts and how every other lower form Dao heart was actually just a lesser form of one of these 9. The immortal heart, the samsara heart, the sovereign heart, but the only one that mattered now was the chaotic heart. The demon heart was precisely a subordinate Dao heart of this supreme Dao heart. Why was Zaire's cultivation so low despite his ungodly talent? Why was it so low despite the fact he never had to face tribulations as a celestial beast? It was because he spent much of time cultivating his own supreme Dao heart. How could Zaire ever bring out his full strength to fight Damaris? Although they were rivals, she was still his dear friend and a person who took care of his little sister. How could he ever bring out the rage and want for murder that was necessary to stir his chaotic heart? How could he sharpen his will for blood and gore in the face of someone he had no intention to kill? It was impossible. However, today that was all he wanted to do. He thought about how these people came to claim the life of his big sister. He thought of how his big brother was likely fighting for his life on the edge of death's cliff. He thought about how this bullshit Xianxia clan actually believed that the Sicharo clan was a family they could stomp upon whenever they felt like it. The more he thought, the more a bloody, seething, black-red aura coalesced around him. His dormant, chaotic heart suddenly pumped. Batum, the sound tore through the battlefield. It felt as though Zaire's rhythm was forcefully taking control of their own, pulling on the strings of their hearts to orchestrate his play. It was only now Damaris understood just how much Zaire held back. His aura wasn't even aimed toward her, but she felt as though her heartbeat was quickening erratically. She felt that if she tried to reach the state of calm needed to execute nature's breath right now, she would, without a doubt, fail. Maybe only Madeline and Lila could smile now. To them, this was only natural. They expected no less from Dian's little brother. Half-step Dao arrays began appearing one after another before Zaire's lips. A beautiful crystal array, a shimmering celestial array, a dark demonic array, and finally, a blazing red fire array. When Zaire was just weeks old, his celestial will was already at the 7th will level. If it wasn't for him, many of the demon generals would still be in their mutated forms. This was the level of talent Zaire had. Now, even after slowing his comprehension of other things to comprehend the chaotic heart, he was still leagues above all others. Demon Qilan's rage. Bloody annihilation. A beam of red light erupted from Zaire's lips, concentrating itself and passing through all 4 half-step Daos before blasting outward in a bloody red curtain of unstoppable force. Screams of agony and despair drowned Lost Marsh, only to be overwhelmed by the sound of shattering barriers of space. Zaire's eyes glowed a bloody red, his rage amplifying with every life he took. Instead of getting tired, he only seemed to grow more powerful. It had been too long since he allowed his chaotic heart to rampage. Madeline was worried for a moment, but little Lila stopped her. It's been too long since he released. It's not good for him if we stop him too early. Let's just let the big dope be our vanguard. Madeline smiled and allowed it. Having a true empath for a master might be the greatest blessing one could have. They understood the needs of others too well. If Lila said so, there definitely wasn't a mistake. Like this, Yandavir fell back from the role of spearhead, allowing Zaire to rampage as he pleased. As though he wasn't satisfied with mere ranged attacks, he descended from the skies, landing in the burnt marsh to erupt with more strength. The Golden Crow sect army had almost 24 pseudo-Dao experts who were waiting for a proper opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, just when they thought they could, Lila's delicate voice spread through the battlefield. Disperse. The quality of pseudo-Dao expert here was too low. As much as the Golden Crow sect wanted to, it was impossible for them to bring all of their forces to this battle. The celestial floors were too volatile with the quickly approaching ancient battlefield event coming. As a result, they couldn't displace all of the pseudo-Dao experts and could only send the ones they could spare. Unfortunately for them, they could never account for an anomaly like little Lila. Because these pseudo-Dao experts were mediocre, the enigmatic chi they grasped wasn't under their full control. As a result, it didn't take much of Lila's stamina at all to disperse it. In the end, they were forced into a battle with their former prowess as peak celestials. This can't go on like this. Alex grit his teeth. He was among the best pseudo-Dao experts here, but even his enigmatic chi was scattered by Lila, let alone that of the others. They seem to be pushing us back towards Xianxia City. Why don't we allow them to? Alex's companion raised an idea. Claire, you mean? The Xianxia are under a delicate balance with the tower quadrants and have the protection of everyone. The other clans won't stand to the side if a battle suddenly erupts in their territory. Since they're currently being the aggressors, we can take advantage of this to turn everyone against the Flaming Lily sect and the Sicharo clan. Even if they don't take the bait, that's good for us as well because that means they'll back off and allow us to regroup. What good would that do? Alex frowned. Didn't you hear her? She wants to lay waste to the Xianxia. Even if we do this, they'll still keep attacking. That's likely a bluff. Who's stupid enough to make an enemy of all of the tower quadrants? There's a reason the Xianxia's spot at 10th has been protected all of this time. Not just this, but think about how many clans the Sacharos have already angered. They slapped the faces of the Star and Dyusho clans just months ago. At that same time, they enraged the Emperor Giant and Hydra clans plus True God Titus Fire Dragon clan. Then there's the fact that even before that, True God Sicharo took all of the enigmatic sect's territory on the lower tiers, thoroughly falling out with them. That's already 4 top 10 quadrants. That becomes 5 if we're counted, 6 if you include the Emperor Giant clan at the 11th spot. If they really decide to continue attacking the Xianxia clan, it's over for them. The Sicharo clan won't have a place on the celestial floors anymore. We won't even need those Fiery Lotus and Flame Rebirth sect cowards to come anymore. We can take advantage of the rage that's coalesced around them and push the Flaming Lily sect out as well. Once that happens, our biggest competition in our Golden Flame quadrant will be wiped out and our path to becoming a Comet-grade clan will be clear. Alex's eyes shone listening to Claire's logical analysis. The arrogance of the Sicharo clan, it would be their downfall. Madeline has almost 2 years remaining on her territory protection. Once that time is up, even if she wins this battle and successfully retreats, there'll be nothing holding us from wiping them out. No one can survive angering so many quadrants at once. As for the idea that Diane might climb up during those 2 years, it didn't even cross Claire's mind. She was too focused on what was normal. Even if Diane had the talent to climb up now, how could his demon generals have that talent? Without his protection on the lower tier, they'd fall victim to the same bullying they had before. As a result, Diane would be forced to decide between coming to protect his wife and protecting his subordinates. However, Claire and Alex could have never expected that Madeline didn't even seem to hesitate for a moment. Within a few days, she pushed their army back again and again, relying on Damaris, Zaire and Yandavir to act as the core of their attack, while the rest played supporting roles. By the time they reached the gates of Middle Xianxia City, of the 23 pseudo-Dao experts that came with their army, only 6 remained. Even Claire and Alex almost lost their lives multiple times. Yet Madeline didn't look like she had fought at all, because that was the truth. The entire time she hadn't moved from her cross-legged position atop of Damaris' head. Boom! At that moment, Zaire's roar shook Middle Xianxia City as something no one could have predicted occurred. The Sacharos had shattered the gates of the Xianxia clan. It was then that Primus appeared, unable to hide the confusion and surprise on his normally calm face. Had his sister's plan truly gone awry? He had been so busy dealing with the fallout of the open phase that he hadn't had time for anything else.
By the time he realized an army was approaching him in all seriousness, he was caught completely off guard because the Sapientia cities had never had true guards of their own. Why would they need it when they knew no one would attack them? What have you come here for? Primus frowned, a deep rage taking root in his heart. Do you understand what it means to attack my Sapientia clan? Madeline's calm, violet eyes didn't so much as flicker. Burn it all to the ground. The flaming Lily Sect army was hesitant. How could they not be? But they knew there was no turning back. It was clear that for some reason or another, their usually calm and loving senior sister had suddenly had her bottom line crossed. There wasn't just a normal amount of hate in her eyes. It seemed as though it could spill over and form into a tangible being at any moment. Those who are not of the Sapientia clan and would like to not be swept up in this matter, I suggest that you leave now. Madeline's voice coldly swept over Middle Sapientia City. Big sister. Lila sent a message to Madeline. This Primus character is hiding something. No, someone. His glasses seem to have the ability to partially block my senses. But I'm certain that he's hiding a person important to us somewhere in this city, most likely the Sapientia house located in the core region of the city. Madeline's eyes narrowed at these words. An item capable of blocking the abilities of a true empath. The only item Madeline knew of that was capable of such a thing was Diane's seal. Other than that, she had never come across another. Maybe Diane's lightning willow mask might be able to replicate the feat to a partial extent. It seemed there truly was a secret behind the glasses of the Sapientia. Maybe that was why Amethyst not only burned away Madeline's Sapientia blood, but also went out of her way to destroy her glasses as well. Now that Madeline thought about it, she had a hard time remembering exactly how her glasses became hers. That sort of feeling sent a shiver down her spine that only grew her disgust. Below, the remains of the Golden Crow sect were holding on by a thin thread. Claire might have been correct about the fact this attack would make the Sacharo clan enemies of many, but what she hadn't accounted for was both the willingness and the decisiveness with which Madeline acted. When Madeline was introduced as a Sacharo, Diane had long since claimed the first place of the first trial in less than 2 years. From then on, although Madeline had great accomplishments for herself, they were always tied to a statement reading Diane Sacharo's wife. Whether by design or subconsciously, this made many underestimate the abilities of Madeline herself as a result. Maybe if Diane had been here personally, Claire would have known that her hope to escape in the brief period of Madeline's hesitancy would be foolhardy. But, seeing it was Madeline alone that cornered her in this way, she couldn't help but be shocked. Even if her clan won in the end, even if the Sacharo clan would be finished after this, what did it matter to her if she was dead? She couldn't enjoy victory from the grave. Primus' darkened features darkened all the more. My Sapientia clan has never angered or encroached upon the dignity of anyone else. We've remained in a state of perfect neutrality for millions of years, yet your overly ambitious Sacharo clan is seeking to destroy that balance with your overbearingness. First you provoke Comet Lord Gallagher into betraying us, then you corner our prospects of profit, and now you're directly attacking our cities. The martial world will not accept such a greedy clan into our midst. Primus' words seemed to shake individuals. They subconsciously began to side with him. Not everyone was aware of the danger that lurked with the Sapientia's grip on information. Many were ignorant. Humans were too quick to accept things simply by virtue of the fact they had always been that way instead of being willing to seek out better things for themselves. When Primus said these things, they didn't think about the fact that the Mortal Library would open a gateway to advancement for them all, or the fact the Mortal Network would lead the Tower Quadrants into a flourishing era. All they could think about was the overbearing nature of the Sacharo clan. Never mind the fact Madeline was attacked first. They remembered that Diane took away Low Enigmatic City. They remembered that he took away Low Gold City. They remembered that snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. They remembered that he had taken Dyashoken's life and activated his life-saving jade. This was the way humans were. They couldn't possibly see Diane as the underdog because he won too much. They couldn't put things into perspective because Diane always shattered expectations. Even if Diane hadn't done anything, the general public would have begun to hate him. Even True Godstar and Dyasho had lost in their times. Even they, as lofty as they were now, had once understood when to take a step back. But Diane's star shone too brightly. Since his debut, he had never once suffered a loss.
and any losses his subordinates suffered were paid back in full force, 10 times over the moment he appeared. It was too hard to cheer for him. He was no longer the hero, he was the villain.
In that moment, Madeline finally rose from her place upon Damara's head. The tranquil expression on her beautiful features made those who were about to get riled up in anger calm. Even if her husband was a villain in their hearts, it was difficult to turn their hatred towards such a beauty.
If anything, the fact she was so beautiful only made Diane more of a villain. Violet flames began to swirl, forming in a majestic bird of fire that blotted out the skies. The dignity of the Sicharo clan isn't something the likes of you can trample upon. Injuries that had accumulated deep within Madeline's body began to heal at a rapid pace. Her body quickly reconstructed itself, blooming to a new level. Her reincarnation and life characteristics were back. Madeline's body began to glow with a blinding golden light as she began to change once more. Her hair became a shimmering white that wafted a golden fog. Her eyes set into a similar hue, piercing through the skies. Her already white gown seemed to glow with an added purity, and her scent became intoxicating. The reincarnation will was something only fire phoenixes and those with the samsara Tao heart could touch upon. It was a will so enigmatic that it bordered on untouchable. A will that allowed one to reconstruct themselves, even if one's talent was among the lowest dregs of the martial world. As long as you were willing to punish yourself, you'd reach an unattainable height with enough perseverance. However, what if you were already a heavenly defying talent?
What if, even without your phoenix blood, you had a god-grade constitution that put you above almost all talents in existence? And what if that god-grade constitution just broke through a new layer that should have taken several hundred years to master?
Madeline found a new use for her reincarnation will. She purposely didn't accept any healing and directly withstood almost a week of constant pain just for this very moment. The moment she could reconstruct herself.
If Madeline had just had her constitution and nothing else, this form would only last a few seconds at most before disappearing. But just like a well-trained and reinforced muscle, Madeline reincarnation will skyrocketed her abilities in an instant. Let alone a few seconds, Madeline felt she could last 10 minutes without incapacitating herself. Suddenly, her control over atmospheric chi reached fear-inducing levels. Even enigmatic chi responded to her call as though it had always been hers to begin with. My name is Madeline Sicharo.
My husband is Diane Sicharo. Almost 2 weeks ago now, our Sicharo clan became the victims of a vicious attack. Even to this day, the safety of my husband and my sister wives are unknown. If you choose to accept my story, I will allow you to leave. But if you have any intention of making me or my husband your enemy, I, Madeline Sicharo, will lay waste to you all. Madeline gripped at the air, a swirl of enigmatic chi rushing toward her and the bird to her back. Her calm, white eyes scanned over the city. She didn't need to hear their words. She could feel their emotions. She saw their hesitation. Peacock's dance. First feather. The majestic bird to Madeline's back morphed. First its violet color shifted, retaining some of the original, but adding beautiful and vibrant greens and blues. Then, it stood tall, revealing the form of an unblemished and arrogant peacock that stood atop the world to look down arrogantly. Peacock's dance was a legacy technique of amethysts. It was one that Madeline had used many times before, but she had never been able to grasp its true quintessence. Madeline simply wasn't an arrogant individual. It was difficult for her to grasp the essence of such a bold beast. But today was different. She was enraged. So much so that she looked down on those below her as insects that dared to encroach upon the happiness her and her husband were trying to build for themselves. Did they even know how hard Diane was working every day to save them?
Did they even know that Diane had already faced an enemy that threatened to take all their lives? Did they even understand the vice grip the Sapientia had on their lives?
She had seen it all. The work Diane put in, the punishment he ravaged his body with, the toll he took on his mind. Yet, these people wanted to see him as a villain?
As an unreasonable person who acted as he pleased? Did they not see how much he cared? How much he protected them all?
This, Primus paled. This wasn't the power of a celestial. This wasn't even the power of a pseudo-Tao expert. This was the power of a Tao expert. Impossible. Even as the words left his lips, 9 shimmering and gorgeous peacock feathers materialized into the skies. Without another drop of hesitation, one of them shot forward, piercing through the golden crow sect armies below. Damaris and Zaire's attacks had seemed devastating before, but it was nothing in comparison to this. Every sweep of the feather took thousands of lives, yet it seemed to have no end in sight. Second feather. Madeline, who hated killing to her core, had been pushed to the edge. The worry she had tempered in her heart for so long had blown over into a seething rage that seemed to rival even Zaire's chaotic heart. There was no level of resistance. Lila didn't even have to lift a finger as Alex and Claire lost their lives. Their last thoughts were of regret. Just why had they provoked the Sicharo clan? Why had they allowed their informer to manipulate them to death? Third feather. Madeline was a one-woman army. The devastation of a Tao expert was unimaginable on a tier of celestials. On these celestial floors, Madeline was near undefeatable. An army that had taken them days to push this far. An army the Flaming Lily disciples had lost more than 100,000 sisters to, wiped out in just a few minutes. This was the power of First Empress Sicharo. Madeline's hand stretched outward. Primus had never had the chance to run. He had wanted to do so long ago, but Madeline's chi control was beyond his imagining. Even chi within his body didn't seem to be his anymore. Lila could only control and take away chi individuals had weak control over, which was why she could disperse the enigmatic chi of weak pseudo-Tao experts but couldn't disperse their celestial chi. Yet, Madeline was on another level entirely. It didn't seem to matter how much control Primus had, his chi belonged to Madeline. As though answering the call of her outstretched hand, Primus' neck flew into Madeline's small hands. "Administrator," Primus cried at the top of his lungs. "I thought you were impartial. How could allow a Tao expert to stay on the celestial floors?" Primus' outcry seemed to remind people of how friendly Abraxas was to Lady Sicharo just a few weeks ago. Could it be the Sacharos were really undefeatable in the tower? If the administrator could do as he pleased and work on his biases freely, how could they ever think of revenge? Abraxas sighed. People normally ignored him, yet he was called out twice now in less than half a year. His peaceful nature didn't like this one bit. The limitations on floors have always been age, not cultivation. Just because you call it the celestial floors doesn't mean it's only meant for celestials. And, even if you were correct in believing that the celestial floors were only for celestials, Empress Sicharo is still a higher celestial. She just has abilities that surpass your understanding. That was right. The age limit of the Saint Floor was 1,000 years old. The age limit of the celestial floor was 5,000 years old. Even rogue cultivators would be kicked out when that day came. If this wasn't the case, how could Celestial take their celestial door trial? They wouldn't even be allowed onto the Saint Floor, let alone 5,000 years old. Madeline wasn't even 100 years old. Even if she displayed this power on the Saint Floors, there would be no issue. Abraxas would normally be too lazy to explain this at all, but the fact he did actually revealed his bias toward the Sicharo family. He didn't want Diane and Madeline to be troubled by underhanded schemes when he really was bound from favoring them. If others worked under the assumption they had inherent advantages when they actually didn't, it would be a problem. Diane's manipulation of the fog was a compensation the tower gave him for one of their trial administrators going rogue and bending the rules to abuse him. This was the only reason Diane was ranked 11th in his 4th trial and not 1st like in all the others. After fulfilling his task in making up for that error, Abraxas could no longer bend the rules for Diane. He was bound to work within the rules of the tower just like the Dragon King was bound by the laws of weapon spirits. Abraxas' words caught Primus completely off guard. He was right. Abraxas snorted, though he had already cut off the connection so no one heard it. Who asked the kid to go and piss off a woman? Didn't he warn them about this very thing just a few weeks ago? Kids have terrible memories nowadays. Though, it is quite impressive that she's reached such a level with goddess disposition already. Has her reincarnation will sped up her progress? Abraxas was most definitely correct. Madeline's current constitution realm was the equivalent of Diane reaching the silver silk stage in his constitution.
For reference, Diane was currently in the bronze silk stage and had to reach 1 billion gene in order to master it. But Diane's max weight was only 201 million gene right now. He had a long way to go, not to mention many levels beyond that. Madeline was able to use her reincarnation will as a direct shortcut, giving her the ability to freely grasp many of her abilities and even output power capable to a lower Dao expert for several minutes. All this time, she had been waiting for reincarnation characteristic to her. But the main reason her reincarnation will was powerful enough to accomplish this feat was because of her dual cultivation with Diane. Madeline ripped Primus' glasses from his face, tossing it upward and into the flames of violet that formed the bird to her back and destroying it in earnest. A key wielder with neither protective treasures nor a life-saving jade, Madeline's voice was neutral, but to Primus, it seemed like taunt. All his life, he had been inferior to his little sister, and though he loved her, it didn't sit perfectly with him. Hearing these words come from someone else stabbed him to his core. Madeline's palm slammed against Primus' forehead, both knocking him out cold and sending endless sealing energies into his body before she tossed him to Zaire, who caught him with his mouth. Even without knowledge of sealing, all energies bowed to Madeline in this form. In the next instant, she waved her hand once more. The towering building that had once stood tall at the core of Middle Sapientia City was crushed into a rain of fine dust. Everyone within it was shocked beyond belief, quickly activating their energies to slow their falls, but those on the outside were even more shocked, because below, endless rows of dark, barred cells were revealed. What level of chi control did such a feat need? Big sister, he should be in there. Lila pointed Madeline toward a larger, solitary confinement cell in the far corner. Madeline closed her grip. She frowned when she realized that she could hardly budge the cage even in this state. The more power she applied, the more shocked she grew. In the end, even her full strength wasn't enough. They were forced to rummage through Primus things to find a key before the cage could finally be opened. It was safe to say that this was a day when the image of the Sapientia hit rock bottom. Verver was in terrible shape. It seemed that something had pissed off Primus enough within the last few days that resulted in his torture spiking upward. He couldn't even feel or see his hands or feet enough to understand just how many fingers and toes he had lost. When it came to his skin, it was a bloody, sticky mess of thick crimson liquid that flaked uncomfortably when it dried. Maybe the worst part wasn't even the physical torture. In fact, he almost looked forward to that time of day. The cage he was held in let not a single wisp of sound in, nor did it allow any light in. He couldn't see even an inch in front of himself, and all he could hear was the slow beating of his heart. That steady beating almost taunted him, as though it was asking him why he was still alive. It was then he heard creaking. He was confused at first. After so long of hearing nothing but his own heart, could it be that it was finally giving out on him? Why did the sound of his heart giving up sound so much like whining metal? Soon, a beam of light cut through the darkness, blinding Verver. It was so jarring that his irises felt a stinging pain overwhelm them. Even when Primus came to torture him, he hadn't seen the light. But somehow, the ceiling above him had disappeared. No! The entire building was gone. The sun. He could see the sun. Maybe it was only now that Verver understood that the cage he had been kept in was made of some odd material. A few weeks of torture shouldn't have been enough to shake the mind of a celestial. Even Matriarch Nevius, who Diane had been torturing for more than 100 years, had yet to fully lose her mind yet. When his eyes finally stopped pulsing in pain, he saw the image of a goddess. Flowing white hair that shimmered with gold, and piercing eyes that made him feel as though he had lost all the bones in his body. He suddenly realized that the blinding light wasn't the sun at all, but rather, this woman instead. He racked his brain. He felt like he should recognize this person. Verver? My husband has mentioned you before. Madeline smiled lightly. You've been through a lot. Madeline sighed, releasing Verver from his chains. Zaire rushed forward to help him up. Verver had tried to do so himself, but he ended up almost falling over himself. Zaire practiced inner world sanctuary as well, so did little Lila, so in all likelihood, he had put Primus within his inner world. Looking at the rows of cells, Madeline frowned. Just who did they keep here, and why were the Sapientia so bold as to do something like this? But in the next moment, she understood. If the Sapientia kept something like this on their planet, it would have been exposed long ago. Just how many powerful individuals frequented planet Sapientia? Too many to count.
These cages might be enough to keep Madeline's divine sense out, but could it keep Diane's out? That was highly unlikely. Diane's divine sense was a completely different level, and there were very few things capable of blocking a Tao expert's senses. And those materials that could definitely wouldn't be found in large enough quantity to forge so many cells.
The Sapientia likely used the celestial floors, maybe even the saint floors, in order to store these individuals as a result of this. But that made these matters more curious. Just how many more of these individuals are there?
It can't be that every Sapientia city has these, right? Lila? Madeline turned to little Lila. This was the convenience of having a true empath. Sometimes you didn't have to guess your way through things. From Primus memories, this is the only prison they have. Lila replied surprisingly.
They wanted to minimize the risk by having a small number of them. Those who that weren't worth keeping were directly killed, and those that were held here in order to squeeze them dry of their knowledge.
The reason they chose the seemingly random middle tier is because Primus has only climbed to the middle tier. The special privileges he has as a key wielder makes it more convenient to hide the secret. He could have climbed higher long ago but never did. While on the outside that made it easier to keep the Sapientia's outward appearance of being uninterested in power, in reality, it's because it's inconvenient to move the prison in secret. What are they keeping these people for? Lila frowned. They're researchers and leaders of their various fields that refused to enter under the banner of the Sapientia clan. Those that were less useful were killed along with their clans, while those that were worth the effort of maintaining were kidnapped after everyone they had connections with were murdered. Madeline grit her teeth. Big sister, we have to go, quickly. If we stay here, not only will we be in danger, but the Flaming Lily disciples will definitely all be killed. Hearing the sudden urgency in Lila's voice, Madeline immediately understood something. Primus was more intelligent than she gave him credit for. He had thrown a big tantrum about the fact Tao experts couldn't appear on the celestial floors when he knew well that they could. He had said those words to make Madeline lower her guard. How could the Sapientia leave something like this unprotected? Not only were they in danger, even the unaffiliated spectators were. The Sapientia would definitely move with the thought of killing everyone here. Madeline's mental flexibility was still that of a Sapientia. Although her Sapientia blood had been uprooted and removed, her Sapientia blood essence still remained. If Amethyst had burned that away, Madeline wouldn't be here to stand and speak to Lila today. However, this was fine. It was impossible to check an individual's blood essence without their consent, the same way it was impossible to take a beast's blood essence even after they had died. Even treasures of the 33 heavens could not do this, though nothing is certain in the martial world.
This aside, Madeline understood many things at once. The reason they allowed Primus to take control of this area despite the fact he was incompetent?
It was precisely because of his abilities as a key wielder. Thanks to them, he could restrict who could and couldn't use the teleportation formations of his territory. Before he had come to the city gates to confront Madeline, he had definitely barred the use of the teleportation formations. Unfortunately, though Madeline could control sealing energy, it was incredibly crude. Firstly, because her soul wasn't anywhere near as talented or powerful as Diane's, and secondly, because she didn't have a treasure like the seal to make the process easy. As a result, while she could lock Primus cultivation and consciousness, she could not treat him like a slave that was hers to command. This left them with a massive problem. In just a few moments, the Sapientia would likely decide it was worth the risk of exposing themselves to send in a task force to clean up this mess. This meant that an army the likes of which Madeline had no chance against would definitely making its way here, likely led by Tao experts. It took Madeline days to make it here while fighting a battle, so it should only take a few hours, at most, to make it back to Middle Lily City on foot. If they made it back, even if Tao experts came, they could do nothing to them. However, would it take Tao experts hours to make it here? Definitely not. This was especially so considering Primus definitely didn't bar their use of the teleportation formations. To make matters worse, destroying the teleportation formations was impossible. They were the property of the tower and were therefore protected under its rules.
Suddenly, the solution hit Madeline like a ton of bricks. Zaire, Lila. 2 steps ahead of you, big sister. Lila smiled brightly. It only took a moment. Middle Sapientia City, or what used to be Middle Sapientia City, flashed with a calm halo of light. In that instant, it was no longer Sapientia territory, it was now Lila's territory. Everybody enter the city. Madeline's voice carried over. Madeline was almost kicking herself for worrying. After all, didn't Zaire and Lila just complete their middle-tier trial? Not only did they complete it, they passed to the level only true gods could. Unfortunately, their rewards weren't as grand as Madeline's 2-year protection. This could only be expected considering they hadn't had the chance to take a Marshall Saint pill yet. However, this didn't matter. They were still given 6 months each. Zaire. Madeline called to her little brother. Yes. Zaire propped up Verver, who seemed to have fallen unconscious. The moment the tension he had been under broke, a wave of mental fatigue had taken him over. It's a shame we had to use little Lila's reward in this way, but it can't be helped. As things stand now, we have 6 months of protection here and about 1 year and 6 to 7 months remaining in Middle Lily City. Help prepare everyone for teleportation back to Middle Lily City. Soon I'll lose consciousness, so I can only rely on you two. If worst comes to worst and I don't awaken for a long while, be sure to use your reward on Middle Lily City. That will extend the time we have to just over 2 years. And then? Zaire asked expectantly. Madeline smiled. Diane has never lost, and I don't expect him to start now. Zaire's and Lila's eyes flamed with passion. When Damaris saw this, her reaction was nothing like it had been before. When she first heard of Diane, she had felt a hidden defiance within herself and a will to knock him down a peg. But after so long on soul-rending peak and watching the Mortal Alliance grow to what would one day be the Mortal Empire, she felt that she too understood that passion in their eyes. It was an undying belief that as long as there was even the small path to victory remaining, even if no one else could, he was the man who could grasp it. There was a very simple reason Madeline chose to stay here instead of escaping to Soul Quadrant. Her fellow disciples. While she could leave whenever she wanted, the women who had fought by her side couldn't do so. She refused to leave them like this. It was her responsibility as the one who led them into battle to see this through to the end. Unfortunately, the only person capable of giving them permission to enter Soul Quadrant was Diane, and even Madeline didn't know where he was now. She could only believe. As her power faded and Damaris caught her just before she fell, she had a faint smile on her face. One that said she didn't doubt what the result would be for even a moment. When next she awoke, the Sapientia would be defeated. Not far from Middle Sapientia City, a young man was uproariously laughing. In fact, he was laughing so hard that his torso spasmed and tears fell from his eyes. One would think he was experiencing the greatest comedy to ever be created. He was surrounded by a group of half a dozen men of various shapes and sizes, all of whom were shaking their heads at his exaggerated reaction. Aside from them, there was an army of several million to his back who had erected numerous tents. If others saw this scene, their lips would twitch at the absurdity. Who the hell set up camp in the middle of a danger zone like this? This wasn't a campsite. The young man had a plain appearance. Short black hair, shining black eyes, and an average facial structure. Though he did seem incredibly meticulous. He was cleanly shaven. There wasn't a speck of dust on his purple robes, and he gave off a fresh aroma only someone who recently took a bath would emanate. This youth was none other than Amithius, Aritzia's marriage candidate and leader of the Brotherhood of Guardians who had been making waves on the celestial floors in recent years. He was currently having a grand time watching the Sapientia implode from the inside out. Suddenly, a pinging sound came from a tablet he kept in his spatial ring. Since it was within his spatial ring, no one noticed. When he realized who it was who had messaged him, his laughter grew fiercer. Ah, if it isn't Madame Aritzia. Don't you feel ashamed messaging this lowly Amithius using a system created by your enemies? A bit shameless, don't you think? Amithius' throat grew dry at his laughter. It really was too much. The previous Sapientia network couldn't message people in this way. Only the newly reformed Mortal network could. Yet, Aritzia freely used it as though there was not a single hint of irony. It is a useful tool, no matter who made it. Aritzia messaged back plainly. I see you made your decision. One of the 6 men who surrounded Amithius rubbed his back. Seeing their leader's voice grow hoarse to this extent from laughter would make anyone worry.
They almost thought he had lost his mind. What, did you expect me to sweep in and stop their army for you? I mean, I guess I could have done that. By then your clan's secrets would have been safe. But I'm a gentleman. How could I sentence so many beautiful women to death at once? You care about women other than me now? Ho ho. How arrogant little Miss Aritzia. I said I would take you for my wife, but I never said you would be the only wife. Though, I will give you the position of first wife because you are the loveliest. Aritzia didn't answer. There was nothing left to say. She had hoped that Emithius would step in during the final moments and close off the hopes of her enemies. But she knew from the beginning that Emithius' goals wouldn't perfectly align with hers. Emithius wanted to raise his stature to the point where he could snatch her away, but whether he demoted the Sapientia's position or rose above them, it would have the same end result. As a result, why wouldn't he let the Sapientia be knocked down a peg? Don't hear what I'm not say. Emithius finally stopped laughing. I'm not the type of individual to use the knife of another to reach my goals. It's not that I didn't act. It's that I couldn't. You aren't here so you don't know what happened. But all I can tell you is that you've severely underestimated your enemy. No one likes a woman who's too intelligent, but they dislike a woman who claims to be intelligent but allows her emotions to rule her actions even more. You're still too immature, little miss. Their conversation ended in this way. It definitely didn't sound like the kind of interaction a man who loved a woman should have with her, but this was Emithius' way of forging his own empress. Dian clearly already had his own queen and Emithius didn't want to fall behind. In fact, he wouldn't rest until the day Aritzia could thoroughly crush Madeline. At the same time, his words held no falsehoods. What would have happened to his brotherhood if Madeline activated her ability against them? What a joke. They wouldn't have had any more of a chance to stop them than anyone else. Sacharo clan. Emithius smirked. It seemed another stepping stone had made its presence known. Several days earlier, the dark ocean currents seemed incredibly still. In comparison to the raging waves that had ravaged it just moments ago, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Dian stood with a blank expression as he caught 13's lifeless body before it drifted any further. His eyes flickered emotionlessly. Many might feel despair at this point, but that was an emotion Dian swore he would never allow himself to feel again. This situation might seem completely hopeless, but Dian knew well that if there was even the smallest lane left to victory, he would find it. When a soul breaks into the celestial realm, it already gains the ability to exist freely without a body on condition that this soul is whole and not a wisp. So, the question was why was it that 14 and 12 died immediately while Dian still hadn't lost hope for 13? The answer was simple. Both 14 and 12 fell to the strikes of an immortal puppet. Dian didn't know what material these puppets were made of, but what he did know was that they were created in order to fight experts who had nascent souls. From the very beginning, they were forged to destroy both the body and the soul. However, had 13 been struck in such a way? No. Of course, one couldn't simply revive an individual who had their hearts ripped out, especially when the quality of enigmatic chi that killed them was much higher than their own. But what if one had a heaven-defying pill? A pill that stood above almost all others? One that Zabia happened to have not used during his Tao tribulation? Dian took out a large pill almost 2 inches in diameter, the very same planet-grade pill he refused to take to heal his arm. Rise. 9 believed she had been one step ahead this time. She felt 13's life leave her body, and just in case, she had taken the onslaught of cold chi in order to inject a volatile wave of enigmatic chi. She was surprised by the fact that despite her cultivation, the cold chi still infiltrated her body so quickly, but she found it to be worth it. Beasts that were adept with their souls were incredibly rare. As far as Dian was aware, there was only one, the celestial deer. However, this day he had met another, the dream panther. Though 9 didn't know exactly what was happening, especially with the fact she couldn't use her divine sense. Her intuition was sharp. Her perception caught fluctuations of ceiling energy that made her soul palpitate, so she immediately guessed what was happening. The enemy actually had the ability to seal them. 9 acted as an expert of her caliber would and immediately took action to cut off 13's life. Since she couldn't make use of her own soul chi, she had no choice, though she didn't know that even if she could, she would be no match for the seal. Still, it was obvious that she wasn't in a good mood at all. 3 numbered warriors, all of whom were under her charge, actually died. They had only been battling for 3 days, yet 9 had seen more Dao experts die during that time than she had in the last 30 years. Unfortunately for 9, she had no idea that her actions had given Diane another opportunity to mount a sneak attack. While she was focusing on dispelling the cold chi from herself, 13 was being quickly revived within Diane's inner world.